my team to get on me. So let's jump right into it. Guys, thank you all for being here. I could not have done anything better for my birthday. I have been, I'm 37, guys. I'm 37. And I'll tell you, the last 2 years of me doing this, and it's not that I haven't had amazing birthdays, but there's nothing better than being able to give, being able to get heavy hitters together to be able to give back. Because like my journey as to where I am, and I'll get into my journey and explain a lot more a little later, but for me, there's nothing better than helping others, especially with the information that I wish I once knew. And that's where this GoGiver concept came from. Because when I was in school and I was in corporate world, I really wish I knew certain things. And so that's what this event is all about. That's why I do it, and it fills my heart. I don't know if anything else would be able to replace it. So this may be a thing every single year until Thy Kingdom come, that I'll be giving back to you guys. All right, so let us get started. My first person is here, and I got my man, Myles. Myles, where you at, bro? Where you at? Turn your camera on as soon. That's how I'm gonna know you here, brother. And I wanted Myles to come here to kick us off, simply because I am super inspired by this guy, this first speaker that's going to be on here. And I wanted him to come and share, because when we start and we go towards our ideal life, things come in our way. And a lot of people just say, man, I tried and things happen. And so my man, Myles, where you at, brother?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. Bro, thank you for being here. And I want you to share your story real quick, because you're a real estate investor. You started real estate and something happened. Talk to us. What happened on your journey?
Yeah, what's up, man? I see a lot of you guys. Man, I didn't even know who all was going to be here. So I see everyone's like, hey, Myles, dude, that's super cool. This is absolutely amazing. I just want to, first of all, say, Keston, dude, you're the bomb, bro. Like, just doing stuff like this, I'm all about it. Just getting people together, empowering one another, inspiring each other. So I'm not going to take up too much of time, because I'm actually here with my wife. We're actually at one of our houses that we're remodeling right now, and I need to get back there because my electrician is like totally all over me right now, because we have an appraisal. We have an appraisal tomorrow. So we're actually at this furniture store. But anyway, I'll share real quick, because I know I don't have a lot of time here, guys. So I put my website at the bottom. I'm also going to just put my phone number in a second too. I'll change it because I'm very much like, just connect with me. Look, and I'm not here. I don't sell anything to you guys. Like, I do so much stuff that's for free. I got a podcast that's free. I got YouTube that's free. I mean, people reach out to me all the time about stuff. So if you ever just feel like, reaching out to me and you have questions about stuff, just reach out. Like, there's nothing that, there's nothing on the back end of that. I'm just like Keston here. I just want to help you guys out. But I'll just share really quick. Oh, I guess I actually have to move, guys. Give me 1 second. Do I have to move? Okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, hold on 1 second, guys.
See, this is the life of an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Right,
guys?
Like,
you got to make it work.
This is the life. You got to make it work. Where you got things to do, there's no other way. And you see, some people would have canceled their commitment.
Oh, yeah.
And say, hey, Kes, I couldn't make this happen because I got an appraisal tomorrow. And guys, this is like, take this lesson now and understand, if who's already an entrepreneur full-time, drop a 1 in the chat. Let me see real quick. If you're a full-time entrepreneur, drop a 1 in the chat. Drop a 2 in the chat if you still got your 9-to-5 job and you're like, man, I want to do this thing, but I need some guidance. Put a 2 in the chat. I see 1.5. That's cool.
All right, guys. I apologize, Keston, man.
No, it's all good, brother. All good.
It's Monday, man. Monday grind, dude. We're out here running around. So I apologize. I'm like on the go right now. So anyway, we're good to go. So I'll try to knock this out in like 10-15 minutes, man, and really just kind of share with you guys where my mindset is and just kind of what helped me get through what happened and just share my story. My name is Myles. I live out here in Greenville, South Carolina. My wife and I got married in Atlanta about almost 4 years ago. So we moved here to Greenville, South Carolina from Atlanta. My story, I'll just kind of start it from basically before I got started in real estate. So I heard about this thing a lot of you guys probably have heard of, wholesaling real estate. I heard about that in January of 2020. But before I got started in wholesaling, I was actually a wedding and commercial photographer. And I know some people are like, oh, you know, photographer, that's cool. You know, I actually, whatever I put my mind to, I go all in, right? So I burned bridges. I just went all into photography, and it was an incredible career. The Lord really opened a lot of doors, and I just stewarded that opportunity well. I've been all over the world because of it. So I've been to Thailand, Malaysia, Canada, Mexico, DR. I could just go on and on and on and on about all the different places because of photography. A lot of people know me because of Netflix. I was a photographer on Love is Blind. For Netflix, I've shot with some of the biggest brands we know, Uber Eats, just whatever. It was an amazing, amazing career. The reason why I say that is not to be like, oh, I'm so cool with photography, but sometimes you feel like you're at like the top of your career, just killing it, you're crushing it. But that's just the thing about life, guys. Like, you just don't know, you know, what'll hit you. And, you know, it's so funny. One of my mentors would always say, look, you're either coming out of a storm, you're either in the middle of a storm, or you're either about to go into a storm. And that's just the way life works. Wow. And the reality is you never know, you know, what that next thing is. Like right now, some of you guys are probably like, dude, you're living the life. It's just like, oh man, you just feel like it's amazing. And that's great. It doesn't mean to have a pessimistic view on life, but the reality is life is life. And if you're just living this amazing life, everything's just good right now, it's just everything just feels amazing, you might be heading into a storm. You don't know, right? Or you might be like living great life, everything's amazing because you just got out of a storm. Maybe you just went through something insane or crazy, and now you're finally like, oh, I can breathe, and you just feel great. So that's just the way life is. You're either going into a storm, you're in the middle of one, or you're getting out of it. So for me, January of 2020, the reason I heard about wholesaling is because COVID. Many of you guys probably know about COVID. So COVID happened and my entire business just disappeared. I mean, guys, imagine your whole business being built around meeting people and meeting up with people. I mean, like, you know, if anyone has done photography or wedding photography, you guys know, you basically you kind of know the money you're making throughout the year. Because, you know, I had weddings that, you know, were booked, and of course they will pay like a deposit, you know, months in advance, because then the wedding's like months later. So I already knew money that was coming in. I got weddings, you know, that shoot later, and I know I'm, you know, what kind of money's coming later. But once COVID happened, not only did everything stop, nobody's booking, so there's no more income coming in, but then because everyone was uncertain about what was going to happen for the rest of the year, everyone just rescheduled their wedding until next year. So my whole calendar disappeared. So not only did my income just stop, even if COVID lifted, like other people, if COVID lifted and everything was good to go, you could just go back to work. Not me, because everyone has just already rescheduled their wedding. Because, you know, they're just like, who knows what's going to happen? So I'm like, what the heck am I going to do? You know what I mean? We just had a baby. I just got married. I'm like, dude, like, what am I going to do for the next year? So just to kind of, you know, there's a whole gamut of over 400 plus people in here. So I'll just at least just say I spent some time in the closet praying, speaking to the Lord, really kind of getting my mind where it needed to be, because, you know, I started trying to make decisions out of fear. And I'm not even going to go into that whole conversation, but ultimately I had peace over what was happening, and it allowed me to really kind of still make decisions, still move. I'm speaking now to any of you guys right now that know what I'm talking about. If you're a believer, it's not about just waiting and waiting and waiting for the Lord to do everything. The idea is the Lord will guide your footsteps, right? You have to be in tune and be listening and hearing from the Lord. So for me, I still was taking steps and I was still doing things, but I was really allowing the Lord to kind of open up doors. And that's how I came about with real estate. It was just crazy. And it's so funny how the Lord works. It's wild, guys. And I apologize. I'm not here to try to convert anyone or talk about, you know, but that's just, dude, that's my life. That's who I am. I'm a believer. So that's just what it is, you know. But the crazy thing is so crazy how God works, because man, as a serial entrepreneur, I've done so many different things, man. I mean, whether it's drop shipping, I sold an e-commerce business. I've been in photography. Like I said, I've traveled all over the world. I mean, I've done all kinds of businesses, but I had never heard about wholesaling real estate. What the heck? I had never heard about wholesale. And here's the crazy thing. I've been in e-commerce. So I already understood wholesale. Right. I understood buying a product. Everything we do in life is wholesale. Guys, everything you do. I'm looking at you guys right now, everyone on the screen. I see some of you guys have headsets on. Guess what? Wherever you bought those headsets, let's say from Best Buy, you think, let's say if they sold it to you for $40, hopefully not 40,000, but if Best Buy sold you a headset for $40, do you think they bought it for $40? Heck no. Right? They bought it at a wholesale price and they're selling it to you retail. All of you guys got clothes on right now. At least some of you guys that maybe don't have your cameras on, but everyone that I can at least see, no one's naked here. You got clothes on. You bought a t-shirt from, let's say, I don't know, Target, H&M, whatever, $10, $15. They didn't buy it for 10 or 15. They bought it at a wholesale. Maybe it's $1 or $2 or $3 or whatever, and they sell it retail. Guys, everything is wholesale. It's just crazy. The car that I'm in right now, the dealership didn't sell it to me at the price that they bought it. They bought it at a wholesale. Guys, everything is wholesaling. So anyway, I'm not here, trying to teach you guys go do wholesaling, but it was just mind blowing because I'm like, dude, what the heck? I just never thought about it with real estate. I never thought you could like wholesale houses or commercial real estate or land or whatever in real estate. So anyway, I got fired up. I'll just kind of move forward. Basically, I heard about wholesaling in January of 2020. And then I just studied wholesaling for a whole month. And I kind of hit the ground running. It was like February, and then I got my first 2 deals. And all this stuff's on my social media. I document my whole journey, even from the first day I got started wholesaling. So I still have the 2 checks that I received. It took me about 4 months to get my first 2 deals in wholesaling, and they were both $11,000 deals. Guys, I'm telling you, man, I told my wife, I'm like, we gotta make sure this thing don't bounce. Cause I'm like, there is no way on earth. Over $20,000 literally having a wholesaler property. I never even saw the house. I never even saw the seller. I never even saw the buyer. It was all actually, it was pretty virtual even at that point when I started, for certain reasons. And then I obviously learned virtual wholesaling is like absolutely amazing.
So
But
Myles, here's
$20,000.
I want to
Yes,
I want to guide you a little bit because time is going to be not my friend today. So when you started wholesaling,
yes,
what happened next?
right, and that's where I basically did $20,000, completely changed my life. And then for the next 6 months, I did right at about 6 figures in 6 months, and that was a whole thing where I was all posted everywhere, and I was living the high, like, right. This is what I'm talking about. Where you're at the top of you're like, man, I'm crushing it. And then this is why I'm bringing all of this up. This is why I'm sharing it with you guys. It's the backstory because I got hit by a drunk driver. So this drunk driver was going 91 miles per hour. And I was doing my thing. I just got married, had a kid. I'm, made 6 figures in 6 months. I mean, I'm just living the life. It was amazing. And then bam, got hit by a drunk driver. And I don't even drink, just crazy, just so wild. I don't even drink, right? And I got hit by a drunk driver and she hit me head on. And ultimately what ended up happening is I pretty much almost died. I was going to die within a couple of minutes. Thankfully, literally at the time that I was able to be in the hospital. And there's a whole story behind it. Again, you can connect with me later if you want to know more. Essentially, I had to get my leg amputated in order to survive. So most people who follow me on social media, they don't really know. They see my prosthetic a lot of times, but what they don't know is there's tons of other injuries too. So if you may not be able to see, but my whole arm, that's why I have this glove here. My whole arm is in a cast. I can't use my fingers or my arm at all. Some of you guys might be able to see my leg. I'll put my leg up here. It's kind of blurry, but essentially I have a prosthetic leg. And then on my right foot, my foot drops. So I have foot drop on my right foot. So there's a ton of injuries every single day I wake up. Most of you guys just wake up, put on clothes. Dude, I wake up, I done got a leg on my left leg. I got to put on stuff on my right foot. It's just so crazy. So I spent the next 6 months in the hospital. And let me now get to just the mindset of all this, right? So the next half of a year, I just couldn't do anything. And I was on the top of the top, but I just got crushed like that. So the question is, and I actually had a conversation with someone yesterday she said, Myles, how did you get through that? Because she was going through a really hard time. And she's like, how did you get through that? How are you where you are today? And I explained to her. So if you guys are able to take notes, these are the 4 things I'm going to leave you guys with. If you got some time to really just jot these things down.
Take some notes, guys. Get your pen, your paper. Let's get going. Here's the sauce.
Number one, it's not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. The reality is, guys, is what happens to you happens to everybody. Now, I'm not saying the exact same thing is happening to everybody, but what I'm saying is we are all fighting battles. So the reality is what happens to you, it's not about what happens to you. It's what you do, because things happen to everybody. So what is the defining factor between one person who goes through something difficult or someone else going through something difficult? And you can't compare the difficulty because it's different for everybody. Someone's difficulty could be crazy difficult, and it could be even way worse for someone else, or maybe not as much, but it's still difficult. So the reality is what do you do? It happened. And that's the mindset you have to have, is what happened. What am I going to do now? Because you can't change the past. You can't change what already happened. So always keep that in mind, guys. It's not about what happens to me. It's what I do. And the reason I say that, it may kind of seem like motivation. Oh, no, it's true. Because a lot of people focus on what happens. but you can't change what happens. You can only change what you do now. So then that kind of puts you into the next step, which is where I always love to tell people, stop creating mountains where there's just a bump in the road. Stop creating mountains where there's just a bump in the road. Number two, you got to start having a solution mindset. And that is a habit you have to build. Whatever you do in life, guys, becomes a habit. So if you're someone that always gets stopped and you don't know, you don't build the muscle to find solutions. You're always someone who's just focusing on the problem. You're always someone who just, oh, I can't do this because of that, or I don't think it'll work because of this, or you just have this, you're just always finding the problem, right? 1 + 1 is what? 2. 2 + 2 is what? 4. 4 + 4 is what? 9. 5 + 5 is what? 10. See, and some of you guys are like, whoa, 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 whoa. He was wrong. He was wrong. But here's the funny thing. I got 3 out of what I just said correct, but you're focusing on the one thing that I got wrong. And that's the challenge with us, with our mindset, is we let little bumps in the road become mountains. One of my mentors used to always tell me, Myles, it's never the size of the problem, it's the size of you. Because the problem is just the problem. It is just what it is, but it's the size of you. Guys, if today today my car got repossessed. It's like a brand new car and I just love this thing, and it got repossessed and it like crushed me. It was all, I was all about this thing, man. It was amazing. And I'm thinking my life is, dude, my car's repossessed, and it becomes this whole mountain. Whereas there's a million other people that would love to have that problem because they can't find food today, or they don't know who their parents are, or maybe a loved one just got murdered, whatever the case may be. Seriously, these are real things that happen in life. We can go on and on and on and on, right? So the reality is you don't want to create mountains when there's a bump in the road. It's never the size of the problem, it's the size of you. So you got to start training your brain to be a solution mindset. Number one, we talked about, it's not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens. We got 4 tips right here. Number one. Then number 2, you got to be a solutions mindset. Don't create mountains, out of bumps in the road. Okay. And then number 3 is it's temporary. It's temporary. What happened to me, I already knew this sucks like anything I can ever imagine. That's horrible. This sucks, dude. I'm in the hospital with if any of you guys follow me on social media, you'll see that picture where literally all of my limbs are wrapped up. My leg is amputated on the left. My right foot is wrapped up and it has no movement. I can go on and on about how bad it was, but I just knew in my mind, I'm alive, I'm awake. I can only improve. I could start working out, gaining some muscles, learning how to eat again, learn how to. It sucks so bad right now, but there's moving forward. It's temporary. It's got to get back. I got to keep moving forward. So you got to have that mindset, whatever you're going through right now. And guys, you might think I'm just trying to be motivational. And we got one more tip and I'm out of here. You think I'm trying to be motivational. I'm really not. And here's how I'm going to show you how I'm not being motivational. Every single one of you guys, there's 430 people on this call right now. Somebody put in the chat right now. Somebody put a thumbs up in the chat right now if you've never, ever gone through a really difficult time. Somebody put a thumbs up right now if you're like, I have never gone through a hard time. My life has always been easy. I have never gone through a hard time. Put thumbs up, never gone through a hard time. Exactly. But isn't it crazy that you guys are right here right now on this call? Whatever it is that you went through, you're here. You're right here. You got through it. And I bet you probably thought you weren't going to get through it. Oh man, I don't know if you guys remember being in high school. I remember being in high school. My mom is military. My dad's Hispanic. I'm telling you, my behind whooped like never before if I did something bad. And I remember the day I was in detention in high school, and I was so worried. I was so poor. You have that feeling where you're like, I don't know if I'm going to get through this. My parents might kill me. They might actually kill me. Like I literally might die as a kid, right? You just feel like you're not going to be able to get through. I'm sure some of you guys have had a situation where you just didn't think you were going to get through. And guess what? You're on this call right now, right here, right now. So it's temporary, guys. It's temporary. Always remember that. Last thing, and I want to leave it with that. I'll let you guys go here. Keston, I appreciate you guys, brother, having me on. I apologize if I'm taking way longer than I need to, but it's a lot.
We got to get you out of here in 2 minutes. Let's bring it home.
The last thing here, guys, is so important is where's your faith? And that's just the reality, man. Where's your faith? I'm not going to be here to try to convert anybody, but I will tell you this. the biggest thing that helped me, because I just got to be real with what helped me. If I'm here speaking and I'm here to talk to you guys, I'm just going to share this is me, right? So it is what it is. The biggest thing that helped me through this incident, I didn't even have any negative feelings toward the lady who hit me. How could I? Because the Lord calls us to forgive those that do wrong to us, because the Lord died on a cross for our sins. And if all the things that we do, and we can have someone that gave their life to forgive us for our sins, how can I ask for forgiveness in my own life for things I do, but I can't forgive someone else for what it is that they do? Do you guys think that I think that lady woke up and she said, I'm just going to drink a bunch of alcohol and I'm just going to smash into Myles and I'm just ruin his life? Dude, absolutely not. It was a mistake. It was an accident. Now, was it a good decision that she made? Absolutely not. But it was an accident. And how many of you guys have made a mistake or did something as an accident and you would have wished that that person forgave you? So how can you guys wish that someone forgives you if you did something on accident? You didn't mean to hurt them. You didn't mean to do wrong, but you did. You would have wanted them to forgive you. But then why not forgive someone else if they did it to you?
Powerful.
And that is just something from the good book, from the Bible, from the Lord that lives within me, that allowed me to be able to push through and work on what I need to work on, because I can't be worrying about this other lady. I need to forgive her, and it's more for me than her anyway. And then now that I've forgiven her, I now have the power to move forward, because I know this is temporary, and then I know I'm not going to make this a mountain. This is a bump in the road. I still got so many opportunities in life, and it's not about what happens to me. It's what I do. I got to start making things happen. So anyway, there's a lot more to this, guys, but hey, connect with me, reach out to me, let me know however I can help. Any questions, if you really want to dive more into that story, I've told it in so much in depth many times, and wow, I can help with anything that you guys are going through. But anyway, I appreciate you, brother, for having me on, and I'm really serious about helping you guys out however I can. Seriously.
Bro, Pastor Myles, guys, drop some fire in the chat for my man Myles real quick, y'all. Come on, y'all.
I don't do the most, but I do a lot.
Hey.
Myles, thank you, brother.
Make a toast.
Thank you, bro. Drop some fires in the chat for my man Myles. Let's take him out in style, y'all.
Shoot a shot.
Woo!
I'm coming in.
Come on, y'all. Let's bring it. So we got our next guest. Our next guest is ready.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Coming in hot.
Let me bring my next guest in style, because this man right here has literally changed my business. This man right here, right? We got a lot of entrepreneurs in here, right? And so there are times when I would say, hey, I got a new idea. Put a one in the chat if you're an entrepreneur and you got a new idea every week. Shoot, every day. And so when I'm on a call with this guy right here and I'm like, man, I got this new idea, and I spill it out, he then tells me, okay, that's great. Who's the integrator? Are the right people in the right seats? What's going on here? And shuts it down in an amazing way, because he is my business coach. There's things in business that you need. And so where is my man Gary, Mr. Gary Harper, who is also Ryan Pineda's business coach? What's up, man?
What's up, my friend? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Welcome, guys. Welcome, my business coach, Mr. Gary Harper. How you doing?
Man, good. Started off the right way. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah. What a great way to celebrate and give back. And you know, that touches my values of generosity. I love that about you. And it's good to see Lisa on here too. Lisa, good to see you. Yeah, good to see everybody. So what a great guy. Myles is cool. Like, I thought of a statement, right? And it was a sermon I heard about 20 years ago. And the sermon title was, "It's not a bump in the road, it's just a bumpy road." Right? Like, sometimes you got to put your hands at 10 and 2 and hold on, because it's not a bump that's going to rip it out of your hands. You got to be prepared for the next bump, because it's just a bumpy road. And entrepreneurship is not a bump in the road. It's just a bumpy road. And so, like, life is that way. And if you don't hold on with 10 and 2, sometimes it rips the wheel out of your hand.
That's a fact, man. That is a fact. So, Gary, you have came in and started to sort out my mess. You've made me put businesses aside Talk to us, and because there's a bunch of entrepreneurs on here. There's people who want to be entrepreneurs. Talk to us about what that looks like and how the steps and phases of business. Like what does that look like?
So there's 5 phases of every business. There's a startup phase. There's the grind phase, right? We call that the grind phase. There's the viability phase, or the business is becoming somewhat successful. There's the expansion phase, and then there's succession, right? There's that where you've reached the levels of maturity in your business that you can then go do other things. And so the goal of any business entrepreneur is to stay focused through those 5 phases of business maturity. And when you stay focused, which focus stands for something, I told you guys that in person. Do you guys remember? Lisa, do you remember what focus stands for?
Oh, we getting quizzed here. I'm gonna take myself off of spotlight. I'll just let you talk.
All right. So follow one course until successful. That's the goal. The goal is focus. And I told you what the Jamaican coach told me the one time, right? He says, you need to be focused. Yeah. And he said it. And he didn't sound like focus. It sounded like another word. And it sounded like what happens to us when we don't focus, right? We focus. Yeah. And I don't want that. I don't want to be focused. I want to be focused. And that's my goal. My goal is to be stay very focused on where we want to be and how we want to get to business maturity. Okay. And we navigate those 5 phases by rising to that 5th phase. And we rise with resources. We rise with inspiration. We rise with the right systems, and we rise with the right engagement, communication.
You gotta go. You going too fast, man. You gotta slow down a little bit. Let's break this down a little bit, because most people in here are still in the startup. Like, define startup, because each one of these, and I think this is where my light bulb went off, was when I understood which phase I was in.
Yeah. So startup is where you either have a passion or an idea for something, right? And so everybody that's starting a business, you starts with a passion. It's either a passion to make money or leave a legacy. Nobody starts a business for any other reason. It's either a money business to make money or to leave a legacy. And at some point, you could get to a point where you've made enough money, real estate. I bought and sold over 1,200 houses. I did that just to make money. But Sharper is about leaving a legacy. It's not about the money. I made my money. Now I'm trying to leave a legacy, right? So we each start businesses for one or two of those reasons. A passion drives one of those decisions. Neither one, by the way, is wrong. They're both the right decision. It's just where are you at? Do you need to take care of you because you have no right to lead others with passion and legacy if you haven't led yourself first? Which means you might need a business to make money.
I gotta ask a question here, man, because when I meet with clients, one of the things that I realize is that most people don't know that they say they want to start real estate, to start with their families and all that type of stuff. But then there are people who hit their goals and all of a sudden it's their grind, it's their job. They forget why they got started. And so it's one of those things where somebody doesn't know when to transition. You started real estate to get to purpose. And I typically call that, it's you're paying to purpose when you need money to do the things that you got a great saying that you say, and I steal it all the time. Real estate is the thing that got you to your thing.
Exactly what I said.
Right. 100%. And so, but a lot of people just don't have that. And so I wanted to slow down there because I think it's super important to understand, and y'all hear him. He has done how many real estate deals?
Well, 1,241. I stopped at 41.
Guys, right? So it's needless to say that this man knows what he's doing in real estate, has stopped it to now start something that he feels purposeful about, which is helping entrepreneurs get their business straight, because the grind. So you've just defined startup. Now, what's the second phase?
Well, let me finish off first. First phase of passion, then you start that business with resources, which is the R in RISE. So you have to have time defined, money, how much you're going to make and how much the business needs to start, and what people you need to start the business, which is why I always say to you, you're going to start a new business. Who's your integrator? Who's your person? Because you got two things. You got, this is how much money I'm going to make, which is always the case, right? I'm passionate about it. This is how much money. This is what time frame I want to do it in. But I go, who's going to do it? Because if you're a resource to that company, you forfeit the right to lead any others.
Oh man. Say that for the person in the back of the room. Say it again.
If you're a resource to a business, you forfeit the right to rob the resources from one company and give it to another.
Yeah.
And
Who
you don't
else is stressed in here?
Don't be a resource. Every company I start with the time, how much money, and if it's the right time, how much money I need to make, how much money I got to give it, and what resources do I need to make it successful. And if one of those three are not in play, I will shut the idea down. Because I don't want it to rob my focus.
Oof.
Right? 2, you have to have inspiration. You have to be inspired. That's when you make the decision. All right, the time is up, 6-12 months. I've made the money that I projected to make. I have the right resources. Now I need to inspire this business for growth. Right? And that's when we start to look at short and long-term vision. That's when we start multiplying our resources and we lead them with inspiration, which is purpose, values, and goals. That's what creates a culture. That's what inspires this culture. And culture comes from purpose, values, and goals. We have to have it. And so that's stage 2. If you're in stage 1, you own your own job. You're a resource. Or you did it right and you got somebody else to be a resource, which allows you to move in stage 2 faster. And once that time is up, you've predetermined time, money, and resource people, and the time is up and the company's making money, you got the right people, now you can inspire them. Now you're in stage 2. And there's no time frame on this. It's not like you got to be like 5 years in the making. You can get through this in 6 months. You get through that 1 year. It's whatever you predetermine time. I just launched Harper Studios. It's got a 2-year time frame on it because of the lease and everything, and the resources I needed for it are going to take 2 years to get that money back. Once I hit my time, money, and I get my money back, then I'm going to launch 50 of those around the country because that's my inspiration. That's my long-term vision. Make sense? So time, money, people is stage 1. Stage 2 is inspiration. Long-term, short-term vision, and culture. Because culture comes from values, purpose, and goals. Stage 3, how do we know we're in stage 3? Now we need to support the people and the resources with a system, something that allows us to multiply the business. That's where we focus on process, procedures, policy, and productivity. Documenting the process, which is what we do, so somebody else can do it. The procedure, which is how we do it. The policy, which is when we do it. And the productivity, which is the efficiency of how we do those 3. Once you have that down and you've leaned your company out and it's productive, now you've got the right to expand, which is phase 4. It's scale time. And now you work on your brand, your marketing engagement, your communication engagement, internal and external, your sales, to grow and expand the company. That's where brand becomes very important. And once you become mature in stage 1 through 4, that enters you into stage 5, which is business maturity. Once you're in stage 5, you can do a litany of things. You can either sell the company, you can stay as an owner of the company, which is what I do, and it becomes like a rental for me. It makes me money. I could give it to somebody else. I could do a lot of things with the company in stage 5. What I typically do is leave somebody else as visionary and integrator. I live in an owner's box and I meet once a quarter with those business unit leaders to tell me what the vision is for the next quarter and hand me a check. That's what I do with those companies.
Gary, I gotta pause you here because there's this thing called control. Right?
Yeah.
There's this thing called when you need something done right, you gotta put it in the chat, do it yourself. right? And
I
so
wouldn't have said that.
it's so hard. It is so hard for most people to get to that place and to embrace an integrator, embrace a CEO that's running the company because they feel like they got to do it. So talk a little bit about what you go through as a person, because I feel like this is now a personal development to get there. What do you have to go through as a person to get to that place?
Well, I mean, it depends on your purpose, right? If your purpose is to go fast and far, then you can go fast alone, but you go far together. And I think it's important to understand that when you make the statement, if you want something done right, and you like finish the statement, I'm like, then find the person who does it right. That's my response. Like, I don't have the response of doing it myself, because I'll be honest with you, I don't do a lot of things right. So I don't live outside of my lane. If I get involved, usually it's creating chaos. Now, if you need somebody to create chaos, call me. I'll create 20 big ideas and we can create chaos all day long. Where I have taken and harnessed my chaos and drive success is finding people that can do it better than me.
Oh, man. Y'all take notes. Matter of fact, Gary, you deserve some fires in the chat.
I don't do the most, but
Put
I
some
do a
fires
lot.
in the chat for Gary real
I'ma
quick,
make
because
it
this
toast,
right
'cause
here,
we still alive.
y'all see why I got
No
this man as
big.
my business
I
coach?
feel like Pac.
Come on, y'all.
Shoot
Drop
the
some
shot.
fires in the chat for Gary real
I'm
quick.
coming in hot.
Oh, my goodness.
Coming in hot.
Gary is coming in hot. Man, Gary, so what's next? After you get to this phase, because now you're in the owner's box.
Yeah.
What happens? Because there's a lot of people who don't want to get to the owner's box. Shoot, there's some people who don't want to even leave their 9-to-5 jobs because they don't know what to do with themselves afterwards. What do you do when you're in the owner's box and you're just collecting a check?
Well, that's the reason why inspiration is so important, because if you don't aspire to want to get somewhere because there's a purpose for you achieving that result, then you're never going to have the motivation to drive to that level. You're going to be faced with challenges. You're going to be faced with a bumpy road. And the thing that keeps your hands attended to is the purpose in which you're driving for. And if you don't have a purpose, if you don't have a why, which purpose comes from 3 areas. It comes from the future, what you want to be remembered for. It comes from the past, something you're great at that you love to do. And it comes from the present. What gift could you give the world? And once you discover those 3 answers and formulate a purpose statement for you and your business, then there's no break. You push hard towards that purpose. And that is stage 5, is achieving of that purpose. So like, why would you hit the break? Can I share my screen? I don't know if I can. If I can't, which is fine, I'll share something with you guys here.
You should be able to.
You
should be able to, but you got 2 minutes.
All right, got 2 minutes. 4 reasons why we don't hit these 5 phases. Number 1 is heart. We do not give enough heart towards that. In other words, what we do is we don't represent the knowledge side of the business and the heart side of the business. And here's the thing. We allow fear to stop us from moving forward. That's the thing that stops most people from achieving purpose. Fear stops. And I always tell people, in order to have the right heart for your business, have a passion, you got to remove the fear stopping you from moving forward. We replace fear with knowledge. We sustain that knowledge with faith. The people that don't leave their 9-to-5, the people that don't move forward, the people that don't grow big businesses, because they allow fear to stop them in their tracks. And we get past fear with knowledge. We sustain that knowledge with faith. The second reason I find people don't grow and don't start entrepreneurship, they don't move forward, they don't become successful, all these roadblocks, is the head, right? The head finds the wrong mindset. They think, I'm the person. If you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. I'm the solution to all the answers. I'm the only one that can do it this good. I. And there is no I in team. And there's no way you're getting where you will go without the right team. So you have to replace the wrong mindset. You have to have the right mindset of how to grow. Next is you got to make the right connections. You know, Keston gave me gratitude. I appreciate that too. He's like, I'm able to help you grow. Why? Because I make connections. I'm a connection for you. And if I don't have the answers, and Keston, I never claim to have all the answers. I know people that do.
That's for sure.
I have a team of 17 coaches. If I can't solve your problem, one of us can. right? I have 18 businesses and an ecosystem. And if one of my companies can't solve it, we'll recommend somebody else out of our company that can solve it. But connection today, what we're doing for you today will help you get past some things. It gives mindset, it helps with the fear, and it helps the growth. Last, the feet. You have to take steps. You have to plan ahead, but you have to take the steps to optimize your business. And you have to have a system that allows you to do that. So if you're on the call today and you are struggling with that next step, then go back to, is it fear? So if it is, get knowledge, go pay for it. Number two, is it you? Is it mindset? Do you need to hire a leadership coach? Somebody that's going to help you overcome your what we call unconscious programming. We've all been programmed, consciously or unconsciously. It's the unconscious that usually holds you back.
What's my favorite one, Gary?
Unconscious programming?
Paradigms, man. Paradigms. Come on, you forgetting what I'm teaching you.
Oh, I get it. And then next, if you don't know the answers, go find the person who does. Like, get on a call, be on a Zoom, go pay for a network, get in the network, like make the connections. And then last, if you have those three things in place, now it's time to enter into one of the 5 phases of business. Get a system that allows you to be successful. Keston, that's what I teach. I hope it brought you value.
That is exactly what you teach, and you do an amazing job doing it. And guys, this here has transformed our business in such a dramatic way. Right now, we're on track to doing 2 million this year, like because of this guidance, because of what you guys just heard. And it goes so much deeper and wider as to what he teaches. And fortunately for people, he don't work with everyone, which is awesome. I'm super glad to have gotten you and to get direct access and guidance from you. So guys, if you've gotten a lot of value, any final words before we send you out of here with some fires in the chat, Gary?
Any final words? I would say that this is your year. And if you own a business, you better be great to be good, because the good will be gone. This is the year.
Whoo. Guys.
So you better get the mindset set on being great at what you do, or you're not going to be here next year. You're going to still own a job.
Oh my goodness. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thanks so much for being here. Guys, put some fires in the chat for Mr. Gary Harper, y'all, real quick.
I don't do the most.
Come on, y'all.
I do a lot.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate you so much, man.
No big.
Yeah, no problem. If anybody wants to follow me, I'm on TikTok, social media, Instagram. I've dropped videos every single day, so welcome to jump out there and follow me on those platforms. And Keston, I appreciate you. We're very, very proud of you and your team. Love you guys deeply. Keep God first and foremost a part of what you do, and we'll succeed together.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Guys, thank you so much, Gary. You stopped the fires, but we're going to put back more fires. Drop some fires in the chat for my man, Mr. Gary Harper, y'all.
I don't do the most.
And if I don't see enough fires, we're going to continue to play this over and over and over and over and over.
No big.
Where's the fires in the chat, y'all? Come on, y'all. Let's get it.
Shot.
Woo! Coming in. Come on. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, bye.
Hey, what? All right. All right. Who's having a good time so far? Who's having a good time so far? Put some ones in the chat if you're having a blast so far. Man, thank you all. I feel like the most special person in the world right now, simply because it's to get 400 people, 450, whatever, the numbers is fluctuating, but to get you all to be here just for me to celebrate with me and to celebrate on something that we connect on is the thing that I feel the best about. I have my wife I have my son. I have my parents. Where my parents at, yo? Shout out to my parents that's in the building. Mama Pearl and I can't say Papa Don. Mr.
That's
Clinton.
all right. That's okay.
Shout out to my parents real quick, man. They're like, guys, I am who I am because of my parents and the love. And where's my siblings? My two sisters are also here, Shekinah and Kemba. I love you all so much. Thank you guys for the
Love you
support
too,
and
bro.
being here.
Love you too. Hey.
Y'all hear those Trini accents? You hear the accents come out?
Love you, son.
That's right.
Man, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Hey, baby.
Much love.
And so the next guest that's coming up has a lot to do with love. You see the love that we share for each other, the love that I have for my wife. And I'm going to do this right now before I even bring the next guest up. Baby girl, come here for me real quick. Come here for me real quick. Because see, the journey of starting to do business with your partner, I wish I could say it was easy. It's not easy at all. And we've been through so much. One day we could just do an entire Zoom on the like how we navigated being here. And so I want to come here. You gotta come in the camera, girl. I want to publicly thank you. Maurice, you mind bringing that thing for me real quick? I want to publicly thank my wife for, I want to say holding me down, but that's not the right word. Like she is the spine. She is the everything of where I am. Like I have stopped doing things because we weren't on the same page and waited to be on the same page. And this takes, I realized that I sucked at leadership. It wasn't her fault. It was mine. And I took responsibility for that. And so I want to just publicly give her these roses. She hates roses, flowers.
No,
she likes flowers.
red roses.
Okay, let me clarify. She hates red roses. And so I want to publicly thank her for holding the family down, because I don't have to think about a lot of things when I gotta show up and do stuff. My stuff is packed, food, all this type of stuff. I just want to publicly thank you and say I love you. And thank you for supporting and being a part of the mission and the vision and the dream. Love you.
Of course, baby.
There you go.
Thank you.
Put some fires in the chat for my wife, y'all. Put some fires in the chat for my wife, because the next speaker that is coming up right now. They actually help couples, and I love connecting with them because they are some of the most inspirational couple entrepreneurs that I know, and I love hanging out with them. What is up, my people? What's good?
What's up? What's up, my brother? How are you?
Man, I'm doing amazing, man. Tell the people who you guys are and what you guys do, because I love and support you guys so much. Let's just tell them.
Hey, we are the Lovepreneurs. We're super excited to be on this call, man. It's an honor to be on this call to serve you on your birthday. Happy birthday. We want to make sure that everybody put some birthday cakes in the chat right now. Let's give it up.
Wait, cakes? Pause.
Hey, listen. Yeah. Maybe he'll get some other type of cakes later on. So we are Lovepreneurs. We focus on helping couples build not only their business, but also their relationship simultaneously. We don't have to be a fly on the wall to understand how some of the dynamics that go on inside the home, inside the business, inside the relationship, when it comes down to trying to build with your partner in terms of relationship and also business. We've been in the real estate space for 22 years now. We are real estate developers, brand new construction. We have a couple markets that we focus on. We started out in Philadelphia, Miami, Virginia, and also outside of Chicago, and moving into the Georgia market now. So we're really looking to continue to build, and not only build just our businesses, but this here is so important. So many people build, they're worrying about wealth, they're worrying about building, making sure that their money is right. But when this isn't right, once you get done building business wise and you're at that age where it's like, okay, we're good, we're set now, you look at each other as a couple, and now you don't know who each other are. So we focus on helping couples build, keep that chemistry, and understanding that this is real estate as well as the assets that we acquire in our business.
This is the real asset.
It sure is. So here's
No, but
here's go ahead,
go
D.
ahead, Kes.
Go ahead.
Sorry. What I was gonna say is that you mentioned that as you're congratulating your wife, that there was moments in your business journey that you weren't right because she wasn't aligned with you and you weren't aligned with her. And you realize that I can't continue building if I'm not building with my partner. We're not on the same page. So if you don't get anything else from this next 20 minutes on what my husband and I are truly trying to share with you about the true asset, is that when your relationship isn't right, your bottom line isn't the best it can be. Your personal relationship will have a direct effect on your bottom line.
Wow. Talk about that, because that's a big statement right there. And I don't think a lot of people is catching that. When your relationship isn't in tandem, right? It's not aligned, it affects your bottom line. Dive deeper into that for me, D.
Well, go ahead, because I know you like kicking it. No.
All right, so I'll dive in that a little bit. So I'll speak for me as a man in the situation. When home isn't right, it's hard for me to be creative. It's hard for me to properly assess and forecast what we need to do in the business moving forward. And people don't realize, like, you got to have those things that hold you guys accountable to being together, right? So if we have business together, we might have had an argument last night. It might have been some things that we were fussing and fighting about, but because we have business together, we have so many reasons why we have to stay on the same page, where we realize that what we're building and working on is way more important than the argument we had last night. But if we don't have enough things going on together and we're not on the same page about business, it's hard for us to understand that that argument really needs to stop. Like, we got millions that we're focusing on right now, not this little petty argument.
Man. Kes, there's some statistics. There's even has been studies done. I'm talking about from Harvard to different universities have all done studies. And what they all have in common, they realize that when you and your partner are on the same page, when you and your partner realize that we can build something together, that we're doing this simultaneously, doesn't mean perfect, doesn't mean the same exact way. It's just that we had made a decision to build something simultaneously. Your personal net worth increases by 77%.
Holy moly.
77%. We're talking about research. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars being poured into studies to say, wait a minute. So if there is a family dynamic that's on the same page, that's aligned, that has the same business goals, business structure, the same ideas, and just going at it together, not perfectly. None of these studies talked about perfect, no argument, no competition involved. It just means that they're doing it together. They are figuring out this roadmap as a unit. Your personal net worth increases by 77%. Now, we are on real estate on this call, and there's about almost 500 people on this call. So one thing we have in common is that we try to get to the bag. So if that bag has everything to do with your personal net worth and has everything to do with who you're building with and has an impact of 77%, that is a no-brainer as far as investment is concerned.
The ROI is stupid at that point. So here, let's take it back, because I hear, like, my spidey senses is taken up that some people are like, man, that's good for y'all, but I can't even get on the same page with my wife. She doesn't respect what I do. My husband, how could I get it on the same page? What would you say for couples who are trying to get their significant other on the same page to do?
So this is super high level, and I'm going to speak to my men for a moment. I'm going to help some of the fellas out, right? It's so important to realize this. A lot of times we got conferences that come up. We got a real estate investing events that we're going to. We're in masterminds. We got all these things that are going on that we are being fed, right? And then we come home to our wife and try to explain low level some of the things that we've been learning and we need to implement into the business. And what do we call that?
You can't talking about something you've been in a high level mastermind and try to bring your wife a doggy bag. Who the hell wants doggy bag information? I want to eat the entree like you eating the entree. I want to reap up the energy that's going on. Like, I want to experience that environment. But then you upset because you coming home all hype, ready to go, babe, that 100 grand, we got to save up. This is what we going to do with it. And she's like, hey, yeah, no, Well, because she wasn't there with you to experience the information. She wasn't with you to experience all that great vibration of how we're going to make it to the next level. You just want to give it a little, this is what I brought home for you, warm it up in the microwave, see if you like the taste. Yeah, it don't work like that.
And here's another key factor. A lot of times with couples, you got either the man or the woman that is really high level driven to set our goals on fire, and we're learning and we're growing, and then your partner's staying here. And so as you continue to rise and you're now hitting, income streams that you never hit before, you at new levels, and that partner becomes no longer attractive because the conversation levels are not the same. The information is not the same. And now you're looking at each other like, I really can't even stand you, or I don't know you. And that's where a lot of these couples split, because somebody got all the investment, they got all the information, they got all the knowledge in, and they're now looking down on their partner because they raised so high and the other partner stayed the same.
Bro, I'm gonna have to take y'all off because y'all about to make people log off of my Zoom. I want them to stay. You stepping on toes right now. I'm telling you, because like, dude, there's like, this is probably the number one question I get when people see my wife and I, and it's like, dude, how do you do it? And it's not a story I tell a whole lot, but I've shared this with you guys that I literally stopped a business because we weren't on the same page. And I waited a year doing nothing but trying to build together. Husbands, when you're in these types of situations, you gotta slow down. You can't continue to go ahead. Otherwise, exactly what they're talking about is gonna happen to you. And then she's gonna be with her boo. You know what I mean? Like that's what's gonna happen.
This is one of the keys right here. A lot of times people feel like once they're in a certain financial position, they're irreplaceable to their partner. So untrue, because at the end of the day, what people look for, like, oh man, I want a partner, I want to grow rich with this partner, I want to live in a rich environment and a rich relationship, but they don't understand the sacrifices that come with that. And a lot of times, even for women, when they do get with that man and that man is making that money and they can spend the money, but don't have the time and the love what a lot of women want, they then go out and find that guy that will give them that. And they realize that that's more important than the money. So the whole time the man thinks that, oh, she's not going anywhere because of this money. And the money becomes less attractive than the love and the support that the woman actually wants.
Wow, man, I'm out of here, bro. Like y'all shutting this down, bro, because like marriages go through this so much. It's one of the main things why people don't do businesses together. Talking about, oh, I got my own bank account, he got his own bank. Like, what is y'all doing? Like,
You
as
start
for
off
me and
separately.
my house, we gonna rock this way, man. Like, but it's the patience as a man to see. We continuously hear from other the people we look up to that they're not gonna do things if their wife can't stop them from pursuing their vision and their dream. Well, number one, homie, why wouldn't you align on your vision and dream when you got married? That's number one, right? And that's a huge problem. And when my wife and we got together, we knew our visions aligned. That was the thing that we knew we had to connect on. What we didn't know was how to do it together. We're going to the same place, we just in different vehicles right now. We don't know, and it takes that becoming one that we had to work out. But talk about that, like couples having a vision for their marriages, because I'm gonna call the name Grant. He said like his wife, he's gonna leave her if it comes to him not fulfilling his purpose. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Wholeheartedly. The reason why is because your wife should be in alignment. You shouldn't be taking her away from her purpose. She shouldn't be taken away. Like, y'all supposed to be building this together. So talk about your opinions on that. I'm a troublemaker. I don't mind calling names. I don't know about y'all.
Well, I feel like you touched on 2 points that I want to touch on, which is very important. So, Kes, I agree with you. I understand what you mean. You don't want to necessarily separate the two. But as a leader in your house, just like a CEO in your company, it's your job to make sure every employee in your business is aligned with the vision. So right? So in your home with your wife or your husband, it's your absolute duty to make sure that all the visions in the house become one vision. It doesn't mean that my husband is going to stop me from my goals and dreams and purpose, and vice versa. It is not. It would be very selfish for me as a wife to tell my husband, you have to cut out your passion. You cannot live out your purpose. I would never put my husband in that position. And I would definitely suggest for anyone to do that, because that will be a most miserable marriage when you can't operate in your purpose. But here is the deal. Like I mentioned, the leader needs to figure out, okay, if these are your visions and goals, and these are my vision and goals, let's figure out a system and a structure that we can bring the two together so that we can become not only one, but we can also make millions, right? We can actually live out our passions and dreams. And then the second point that I kind of heard you say is talking about exactly how to bring those two together without necessarily sacrificing the other. Well, here's the deal. In a community, consistency is birth. The part that people miss out is, okay, I want to do this with my partner, and I know this is our dream to do this together, but what's the recipe? How do I do that? And that's where we come in, where we're teaching couples that recipe, exactly how to cook that up. And you cannot, I'm going to repeat this to everyone, you cannot cook up that recipe by yourself. There is consistency in commitment, and there is commitment in community. And at the end of the day, as a community, we hold each other accountable. We express and get completely vulnerable about what's going on while we're still trying to build wealth. Because at the end of the day, we're still trying to get to the bag. You mentioned something?
One vision, different positions. That's one of our 12 commandments for lovepreneur couples is one vision, different positions. We can have two different positions, but we got to have one vision and learn how to support each other. Let's just say we got a couple that got 2 different businesses. It's okay to have that, but we still have to have one vision that those businesses align into. And then we get to figure out how we support each other in the businesses simultaneously. That's the important part. And a lot of people miss out. They feel like yours is more important than mine. It doesn't necessarily have to be. We just got to create a system where it's one vision and we have different positions within that vision. That's one thing. The other thing is this. It's super important to realize that everything to be said does not come from you. It should not come from you. Even though as your partner, you feel like, well, this is my husband, this is my wife, this is my girl, this is my guy. They should be able to respect what I say. You got to understand who you're dealing with. Sometimes you need to be a part of that community or have those people that you guys look up to and respect that you can go to communicate certain things. Like if you say to your wife, you're getting fat, right? Most likely she's not going to receive that well from you. But if she's in a community with other women that are working out and they're consistently talking about how important it is to keep your physique together for your man and X, Y, and Z, it can be received different. She'll respect it. The exact same message is just the different messenger. That's what sometimes people need to understand and respect.
And I just want to plug in here before we wrap up that there's a lot of entrepreneurs on here. We invest in all types of real estate events. We invest in all types of events we go to time and time again. What guidance are you getting for your marriage? What guidance are you getting for the thing that you live in the absolute most? And that's your marriage. I want you guys to think about that. Who's your marriage coach? You got your real estate coach. You got all these different things, but who's helping you navigate this forever journey in marriage? And so, I wholeheartedly love what you guys do. And I appreciate you all so much. any final words before we bring on the next person, guys?
So real quick, I just want to talk to the single people. I don't want to leave the single people out, right? When it comes down to finding that right partner, right? You want to be able to forecast who you need, right? And a lot of times people are trying to date people based off of potential, right? It's like, all right, potentially this could be a good fit. Potentially this person can be the one I grow rich with. But it's so important to understand, just the same way you do your research when it comes down to properties, right? You want to find out what has been consistent in a certain market before you start investing in that market, right?
Wow.
Same thing when it comes down to a partner. You want to make sure you study the patterns of a person and not the potential of a person.
Jeez.
The patterns tell you a lot of data to get you prepared to what you're going into for the future. Same thing in real estate. So the same thing you guys are using in real estate, the same game applies to the relationship side of things, especially for my single people. So just wanted to leave that with y'all. Tap in with us. We got so much to share. Not enough time. We can talk about business, real estate, relationships, you name it. We're locked and loaded. Tap in with us. Tap in with Keston. He knows how to get in contact with us.
For
and we're here to
sure,
support and
guys.
serve.
Congratulations to Keston Jazz. You guys such amazing couple. You're doing beautiful things, impacting so many. So we just want to say to you guys, we're super, super proud of y'all. Keep doing what you're doing. And however we can continue to serve, we are here for the both of you guys.
Appreciate you guys. They said, make sure you can know your partner's ARV. What's your partner's ARV? Yo, put some fires in the chat for Lovepreneurs, y'all. What y'all talking about?
I don't do the most, but
Drop
I
some
do a
fires in
lot.
the chat for my
I'ma
people.
make a toast.
Come on, y'all. They just dropped the heat on your whole marriage. Come on, y'all. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Woo!
I'm coming in hot.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you all. Dropping bombs, dropping gems. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, coming in hot. Just like the fajita. I write what I live.
We are
So with that being said,
at another incredible place in this journey. Who's ready to know about how to fix your business credit and personal credit? Who got some stuff you want some funding? Who want to know how to go get the bag? Who want to know how to go in and legally rob the bank? Who wants to learn how to legally rob the bank? My man, Prada Jones, where you at, homie? Where you at, my man?
Yeah, what's happening, Cass? What's happening, brother?
What's good,
Happy
bro?
birthday, brother.
Thank you, my man. Thank you, bro.
Yes.
Dude, I know you got a lot of gems to legally rob the bank.
Sure do.
And like, just, I feel like taking myself away and just fire off, man.
Listen, I'm gonna keep the momentum going. We just came off a great lovepreneurs, love entrepreneur mix. I just love that. That was great for me. I never heard anyone speak like that. So I'm gonna keep the momentum going. We're gonna jump right into business funding. All right. I know you got a lot of speakers coming up, so I'm not gonna waste any more time. I'm gonna get straight to it. Get your pens, get your paper, get everything you need so you guys can take notes on this great presentation of how you're going to legally rob the banks in 2023. This is also my recession-proof profile. This is what I call it. This is recession-proof. Let me plug the laptop, make sure we don't die. All right. So this is the recession-proof profile to make sure that you guys can still get access to funds during this recession or this economic downturn that we're coming across. All right. So let me go ahead and start. Do I have capabilities to share?
Absolutely. I just gave it to you.
Okay. Let's get it. Boom. Let's kick it off. How's everybody feeling? Let's shout out Kes one more time. I don't know how this energy's been, but let's shout him out one more time. Happy birthday, Kes. Drop the happy birthdays in the chat one more time. It's my man's birthday. This is crazy. Let's go. Let's go ahead and share this. All right, great. So this is the Business Funding GoGiver Birthday Bash edition. All right, my name is Prada Jones. For anyone that doesn't know me, I am the founder of the 3-step process. That's
Hold on,
fix your
bro.
credit.
Your screen hasn't started.
It hasn't shared.
That's that DR connection.
Come on, man. When you overseas, you got to work with the overseas internet, man. This Wi-Fi is crazy. Here we go. Here we go. How about now? Are we on? Are we on?
We loading like AOL, bro. I think
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. All right, let's try one more time. Let's try one more time. Let's try one more time. Sorry, y'all. I am in Dominican Republic and the Wi-Fi is not the best, but we're gonna try this one more time here.
We're gonna give you a
Oh my goodness. This is killer. This is killer.
We gonna make it work anyway, bro. So here's what you do. Share your screen and not the entire the project itself.
Okay.
Try doing that. Make sure you don't got nothing inappropriate up though.
Okay. Okay. Is it up there now? Nothing still?
Nah, that didn't work. They don't want you sharing. They don't want you doing.
Boy, they don't want y'all to get this madness, this heat. Let's see. How about now? Still nothing.
If you have a video, it may work.
No. They blocked it, bro. If you're in the hotel, they probably blocked the ability for you to share your screen.
Oh, really? Okay. Very
if you
nice.
want, you could send it over to me and I could share it.
Yeah, because they need this. They definitely need this.
They gotta see it
to you right now.
If you guys want to legally rob the bank, drop some fires real quick. Let me see who's still with us. Drop the fires because, man, when he put me on to this, y'all, this stuff changed my business. We just applied for 250,000 just yesterday. Like this is the stuff you need to legally rob the bank, y'all. I'm telling you.
Legally rob the bank. Legally rob the bank, family. This is what we're doing. All right, Kes, I'm going to send it over to that same email that I've been receiving correspondence from. And it's going out right now.
Ashley, that's you. Where am I?
Let me know if you got that, Ashley.
Man, see what happened. This is what happens when greatness is about to come. All type of stuff. So here's what, Prada, while we wait to get this email, drop some things for people who don't have their personal credit set real quick, because this is the prelim. This is a prelim before you get to business.
Before you even get the business funding, and this is the common misconception that everybody thinks that you have to, you can actually go to the bank with business credit and access funds from these national banks, these regional banks, which is a very common misconception. It doesn't quite work like that. The best way to access funds from these banks is to have personal credit structured properly, and you leverage the personal credit to access business funding. This is the best combination. So you have to focus on that personal credit. Though the loans, the lines of credit, the business credit cards will not be issued to your personal, they will be backed by your personal profile. So we have to make sure the personal profile is just as strong as the business profile. Now, the combination of the two in alignment will get you guys a few $100,000 of the bank's money to invest in your projects. You know, I know you guys love real estate, and this is the best way to invest in real estate with $0 out of pocket, okay? By leveraging the bank's money. OPM is what we call it, other people's money, all right?
See, here's why this is so important, because most people think that OPM only means from their aunt or somebody they know. So OPM, guys, you could use your own credit, and that's OPM. I want you guys to understand this. Like, you could use your own credit, and that's still other people's money. Because that was a misconception that I even had for a period, bro. So I just wanted to share that and highlight that. And I got the presentation ready to roll. You want to share it?
Let's go.
You share it, baby.
All right, you go ahead.
All right, cool. Here we go. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, now his entire network is He's frozen now. Oh man, yep, we can see it. But now DR is like, man, you trying to go around us? Now we gonna shut you down, brother. Y'all see how this works? Y'all see how this works? When we got the presentation up, I feel like there's somebody in here who is making this happen because somebody really needs this business funding. So we're gonna make sure he get to share what he got to share, y'all, because I think somebody in here really needs this business funding today. If you really need this business funding, if you need access to at least 100K for your business, drop a 1 in the chat. If you need at least 100K for your business tomorrow, drop a 1. See, so we got to make sure that we get y'all sorted out. I wish I could have talked it, man, because I'm going to be up here talking a lot of fluff. I ain't even going to lie. I'm going to be up here. I just get the bag. I do what they tell me to do, right? But, man, my man Prada, who's enjoying? Because there he goes. There he goes. Come on, bro. Tell you that DR dial-up. This is what happens when you got a lot of people from across the world, when people are playing at a very high level, y'all. So here we go. That's that DR dial-up, man. And here's the funny thing, guys. Last year, I had Prada on the birthday bash, and he was in DR last year. I got to find out what he got in DR that happens on my birthday like clockwork. I got to find, that's the first question I got to ask him when we finish this, because last year he was in DR the same way. And this year, here we go again, he's in DR, but this year he showed up. At least he showed up. But now this is what's going on. Is my man Brandon in here? Where's Brandon? Brandon, where you at, bro? You in here? Because we got a lot of business experts in here. And after Prada, we're going to take a quick break after Prada. So we're going to let Prada, here he goes. He's coming back in. And after Prada, we're going to have a quick break. But we got to get you guys funded. Prada, his audio is being connected. We got 100. I can't read. We got 445 people chilling with me. We got 445 people chilling with me. How you guys loving this birthday bash? Have you ever been to a birthday bash where you got gems so that you could go make money? Who's ever been to a birthday bash where you're not coming back with cake, you could go buy the entire block? This is what this is about, guys. And I'll tell you, man, when it is you transition into doing what your purpose might be, don't ever think that, and I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. I might as well run my mouth while we wait for Prada, because we're gonna wait for Prada, but I'm gonna run my mouth while we do it. Guys, don't ever think that the skill or the thing that you learned is gonna go to waste. Because when people transition and they start doing different things, they're like, man, I spent so much time building this craft. I've been this for all these years, and that stops people from moving forward. Who has an idea that they want to pursue, but they're so used to doing the thing that they've done for like the past 10, 15 years that you don't want to leave it, because the role that you've done has now become your identity. And I want to encourage you guys, when I was a DJ, I played music internationally for a lot of years. And leaving being a DJ was the thing. I'm like, what would I do? And so it was very hard for me to leave it. Guess what? I'm a real estate investor. I'm a high performance coach. But when you guys came in here, what did I do? I found a way to integrate the things that made me who I am. And so I want to encourage some of you guys that don't worry about the journey. You're going to find a way to reintegrate that thing back into your life. It's okay to grow. It's okay to get to that next part of your life, to start doing something new. Do it. Hasani's here. So my director, let me see, Prada is still not here. So here's what we're going to do, y'all. We're going to bring my infinite banking guy up, because here's how we had it planned. So I want y'all to kind of pay attention to this, right? I wanted you guys to learn how to get the bag, get the money. Then when you get the money, what you do with the money. You see the plan. You see the plan, guys? Who's tracking with me? But right now, and Prada just got back, but we don't know if he's gonna have audio. What we gonna do? We gonna let Hasani, who's the infinite banking guy, come up. He's gonna come next, and then we gonna bring back how you get the bag. Y'all cool with that? If y'all cool with that, drop a 1 in the chat. If you're cool with that, drop a 1 in the chat. My man Hasani, where you at, bro?
What's going on, family? What's going on? I'm about to turn on my camera right now. Give me 1 second, because we about to make this thing go. But before I say anything else, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Because I can't wait for you to come in here and drop some of these gems, because infinite banking has definitely turned it up for me. It's definitely turned it up for me, my guy. So tell people a quick who you are and what you do, because I want you to get straight to the sauce. I want you to drop as many gems and let people know how they could start living like the Rockefellers. Let's go,
Yes,
bro.
indeed. Yes, indeed. So real quick, y'all, my name's Hasani Houston. Thank you to my brother Kes for letting me come in here and talk to everybody. I've been in the insurance industry since December of 2008. Y'all want to know something funny? When I first started in the life insurance industry, it was just to help my parents make some money, because my dad had a heart attack. My mom stopped selling houses, nursed my dad back to health, and our family went from over $250,000 of family to $30,000 a year. And that was in 2008 when the market crashed. Can anybody relate to that? Right? Oh, here's the best part about it. Both my parents had a college degree. My mom had her master's. My mom had a job. She transitioned to real estate. My dad had a good job. So they followed the path. They went to school, got good grades, graduated, had a good job, all that stuff. I did the same thing. And yet, with 3 degrees in our household, we were still struggling as if none of that mattered.
Wow.
That's what brought me into finances, y'all. And that's what made me say, okay, there has to be something else. So my parents lost their retirement. They lost their investment properties, and we were struggling to keep our primary residence. That's what made me come into the financial services industry in the first place. Okay, so it's 2008. I'm helping people out with life insurance. Now, here's something crazy. How many of y'all has ever heard life insurance is only for death? Like, basically, you get life insurance. So if Lisa gets life insurance, when she passes away, her family benefits, but not Lisa. Is that true for anybody else? That's how I started out, right?
Yep.
I just started out with just helping people out with just hey, let's make sure you're protected. Let's make sure you're good. I was all right with that. But because of what happened to my parents, I was like, there has to be more. And I remember going to a wealth seminar. I was the youngest in the room at the time. Even though I made 6 figures, I was the brokest in the room, right? Everybody had salt and pepper hair. They were investing in real estate, gold, and all that kind of stuff, right? Some of y'all get what I'm talking about, right? And I remember the speaker saying something about putting your money inside of an insurance plan, borrowing against it, and still investing in properties and utilizing trust. And I was like, what? This is what I was talking about. So here's what I want to tell you before I jump into it. What blew me away from 2008, I went to the wealth seminar in 2014. Uh-oh, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, bro.
Oh, okay. I saw someone say they can't hear. My bad. So from 2008 to 2014, that's 6 years. Throughout those 6 years, I heard whispers of how everything could work. I heard whispers of what people could do, but no one could ever tell me what it was and how it worked and how to put everything together. So 2014 was a big year for me, right? So let me show y'all what I'm talking about. I'm about to pull it up. And let's just hope that it doesn't mess up on me like it did on my brother Prada. All right. So I'm about to go ahead and pull it up right here.
Hopefully you're not in DR too, bro.
No, not right now. I just got back. Wait, where'd I come from? I was in Hawaii, so it wouldn't have worked. We wouldn't have been okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. It's about to pull up in just a minute. 1 second. Give it 1 minute. Slight delay.
1 minute. 1 minute. There we go.
There we go. All right, here we go. Boom. Nope, we just want to present. Uh-oh. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, y'all. So with that being said, let's roll into it. I'm excited. What? Cash? Anyway, y'all don't pay attention to that part down there. So this is Infinite Banking. And like I said, my name is Hasani. And one of the things, I'm going to change my IG right here, Hasani at HZ Houston 12. So you guys can find me on Instagram. And if you don't have Instagram, I'm gonna drop a number where y'all could text me. But the most important thing is I just want y'all to get this information. I want to warn you though, some of the things we're going to talk about are going to be unconventional because it's not popular. What this part isn't popular. People don't talk about this all the time. So I want to go ahead and warn you now. But here's the good news. It's not meant to replace your means of making money. All it's meant to do is complement. That's it. So if you already know how to get credit, you know how to get funding, guess what? We'll show you how to utilize funding and put it into something like this. If you know how to invest in real estate, we'll show you how to leverage your money so you can spend the same dollar twice and have your money in two places at the exact same time. So let me give you an example of this. We want to make sure before we talk about it, we want to make sure we have the right idea of what is an asset versus a liability. The best example I could give y'all of that is Robert Kiyosaki told us from Rich Dad Poor Dad that an asset is something that puts money in your pocket, while a liability is something that takes money from your pocket. So a very important question I want to ask everybody is, if you were to put money inside of a bank account, I don't want you to think about you. I want you to think about the bank. So now it's going to be the Bank of Guerrera, right? Or now it's going to be the Bank of Harvey, or whoever else it will be. Y'all keep popping up on the Bank of Daniel. So if I place $100,000 in the Bank of Daniel, is that an asset or a liability for the Bank of Daniel? If you think it's an asset, type an A in the chat. If you think it's a liability, type an L in the chat. And I'm gonna show y'all how we break it down right quick. Okay, we got an even spread. All right, check it out. Ready for the answer? The answer is liability. Now, why would my 100,000 be a liability to the Bank of Daniel? Because doesn't Daniel have to pay me interest on my account? Now, we all know the banks pay us pennies on the dollar. We know this already, right? But they still have to pay out to us. So how does the bank make money from that? Loans. So if I put 100 grand with the Bank of Daniel, is he going to wrap it up in a bow and say, nobody else touch it, this is Hasani's money? Or is he going to reissue it? He's going to issue loans based off the money that I deposited with the bank. So, bless you. So because of that, basically he's able to turn his liabilities into assets. That is the mindset that we want to have moving forward. Everybody with me on that? Right? So we want to learn how to turn our liabilities into assets, because traditionally we were told that life insurance is a liability. But let me go ahead and show y'all something that's going to blow your mind real quick. So basically with infinite banking, how does it break down? Traditionally, if you have 100 grand inside of an account, you borrow 30, you have 70 left. But in this case, if you have 100 grand inside of an account with an insurance company, you borrow 30,000, you still have 100 grand left. Not only do you still have 100 grand, but that 100 grand is still allowed to earn interest. Not only is it still allowed to earn interest, but now that 30 grand is invested somewhere else, earning interest as well. And that, my friend, is how you make money in two places at the exact same time.
Hold on, bro. You gotta run that back, bro. Because I don't see no fires in the chat, which means that somebody's head is burning right now. They're like, hold on, what? Run
So,
it back. Say it again.
I got you.
Slow
I
it
got
down.
you.
Because
I
this,
got
this
you.
right here is powerful. Powerful.
So what's going to happen is a lot of people say, how in the world can you spend the same dollar twice? If you have 100 grand in an account with an insurance company, you could borrow 30,000 from that account. So now I have 30,000 in my hand, but I'll still have 100 grand inside my insurance account. Not only will I still have 100 grand, but it'll still be earning interest. Not only will it still be earning interest, but I can invest the 30,000 and earn interest with that as well. So therefore, I'm earning interest on the same dollar in two places at the exact same time. Now, a lot of people say that can't be true. That's impossible. Hasani, how did you do that? No way. Well, let me tell you how. When you place your money with an insurance company, what happens is you put that 100 grand in, you're going to say, hey, insurance company, I want access to some money. They're going to say, well, okay, no problem. Let me see, where's the last comment I saw? So Ray says, oh, well, yeah, I want some money. They're going to say, no problem, Ray, you can get it. Basically, the way it's set up like a secured loan. So that means the money that you put in, you have the ability to borrow against. Now, a lot of people say, oh, shoot, another loan, I don't want it. Hold up, let me tell y'all something. See, one of the things I told you is, in the beginning, you are now the bank. So now with the bank of Ray, if Ray was to borrow from himself, when would Ray require Ray to pay himself back? That's the question.
Drop the sauce, bro. Drop the sauce, bro. Come on.
The thing that makes this different, ready? The thing that makes this different, you control the loan. So what that means is you decide if and or when you want to pay that money back. That's what gets exciting. So now you have to, I recommend you pay it back. Why? Because you make more money. But if you don't pay it back, let's say Ray borrows 30,000 and then he goes to the DR. He's like, I ain't coming back. This 30,000 gonna last me a minute. I ain't coming back. Well, then when he passes away, his family's going to get his death benefit minus the money plus interest that he owed. That's how that will work.
Bro, hold on, bro. Because I don't think people are getting it, because this is so exciting to me. Because, like, guys, imagine, let's imagine you're going into your own bank, you're getting a loan, and you dictate the terms. When you walk in a Chase, they tell you, hey, this is the packages and these are the terms that you get. You could borrow this loan at 5% or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could go into your own bank and pay yourself back if you want to borrow, if you want to pay yourself back at 1%, 2%, 3%. You dictate your own terms.
Oh, okay. So let me help you out with that part. So what you do is you dictate your payback period. So they're going to set the interest rate up front. So they're going to do that for you up front, right? But you get to decide if and or when you're going to pay it back. So what that means is they're going to say, okay, Keston, we're going to let you borrow. Here's the interest rate you're going to borrow at, but you decide when you're going to pay that. You're going to pay that back yourself, right?
There you go.
So they'll have a recommended amount. This is how much you need to pay back in order to make sure you pay that loan back and you have extra cash in your account. So with that in mind, y'all, here's the other thing that I would say. Let's relate that to what's going on today. You have people that are terrified because what's happening in the banks, right? With Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and then a couple more that's going on right now. Did you know that with insurance companies, your money is insured dollar for dollar? I was just talking to one of the insurance companies last night, and I was like, hey, so how does this affect y'all? I called one executive there. He said, oh, it doesn't affect us because we insure the money 6 to 1. For every $1 our clients put in, we insure it $6. They're insured dollar for dollar. They don't have to worry about their money failing like that. Now, with that being said, the other thing is, So for those who don't understand too much yet, let me also say this. If you want to be the banks, doesn't it make sense to do what the banks do with their money? Say yes, right? Well, let me prove it to you. There are banks that invest in life insurance. You don't have to take my word for it. And see, why am I telling you this? Because again, we've been told don't use life insurance like that. But there's a term called BOLI. Google it. BOLI stands for bank-owned life insurance. And you see that banks have over $56 billion. These banks right here, these are tier one banks, have over $56 billion in life insurance assets. And Robert Kiyosaki already told us assets put money in our pocket. That means they're making money from this, y'all. In addition to that, don't banks insure their money with the FDIC, which is how the investors at the Silicon Valley Bank are able to get their money back? Isn't that what they do? So if the banks insure their money and they invest in life insurance, question, do you feel like you should do the same?
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Guys, this is powerful. So you're saying you could do exactly what the banks do.
You got it. You got it. And on top of that, so check this out, y'all. So right now, everybody's panicking. They're like, whoa. So when everything happened with Silicon Valley Bank, they announced they had to raise money to replace the deficit from their bonds. Do you know when the feds increase the rates, insurance companies are going to be able to perform more and give you more guarantees because of that? So they're not going to lose, right? And then on top of that, they're going to insure your money dollar for dollar. Man, it just keeps going and going and going. Now, so that's on one case. Now, check this out. Here's something that I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to go ahead and admit this now. I'm about to ruffle some feathers. I'm about to ruffle some feathers. Don't get mad at me.
Ruffle feathers, bro. Let's do it.
Usually, okay, let's do it then. Usually when you hear about infinite banking, that's coupled with whole life. And people say you can only do that with people that are 40 years old and younger. Here's what I want to let everybody know. That's not true. Infinite banking is a concept that is used with permanent insurance, not term, not just whole life, permanent insurance. The key to make infinite banking work is you have to have a guarantee on your insurance contract to where you can't lose your money. And you have to have borrowing rates that would allow you to be able to go that would allow you to get a favorable rate so you could borrow against it and still make money. This is one of the things that you could do, right? The other thing is talking about people that are younger. That's not true. We have clients that are 60 and 65 and 67 years old, and they're putting a couple $100,000 in about how to put money, or they're putting a couple $100,000 in these insurance plans, but we're designing them to where they're not made for charging them for insurance. They're made to maximize their cash. So because of that, here's what I want y'all to understand. When you do something like infinite banking, you are not doing it to get a large death benefit. You're doing it to maximize your cash. See, we're usually taught put in the least amount of money for the most death benefit. With infinite banking, we switch it. We say the most amount of money for the least death benefit. So for that reason, we're not concerned with trying to get insurance. We're just using enough insurance to shelter our money. Now, here's the last part. I've been helping people do this through IULs. It's called Index Universal Life. And why is that? Because what I found, and I tested this with my own money, so I'm not just testing the waters with anybody. Here's what I did. I tested with my own money. Why would I do IULs? 3 reasons. Number one, I was able to customize my plan a little bit more. Number 2, I get the same benefits as whole life as far as, IUL stands for Index Universal Life. Index Universal Life. So, and then I get the same benefits as a whole life where my money could grow tax-free, I could pull it out tax-free, and I could pass it on tax-free. But then the last part, I have the ability to get a bigger bang for my buck. Now, what do I mean by that? There's people who say, Hasani, there's no way you could do that. Because what's the biggest harp on IULs? You don't earn enough money. Okay, let me show you. All right, so see, I told you, we're gonna ruffle some feathers. Correct, Hunter said IUL is not infinite banking. You are absolutely correct. It's not infinite banking. It is a permanent insurance policy. Infinite banking is a concept used to leverage your money in two places at the same time. And I'm gonna show y'all how this works. So I come with proof. I come with receipts just so people can see. Because I know y'all be like, Hasani, you talking mess.
Let's see them receipts, bro. Come on. Usually
people say, oh, well, Hasani, you're capped at 15% with the IUL. Now, here's what happens. Here's the biggest problem that people have with IULs compared to whole life. Whole life, you're guaranteed, let's say 3%, and then you can add 4% plus with dividends, 4% or more with dividends. So that's like 7%, right? So they're going to cap out your earnings eventually. The problem that people have with IULs is when the market goes down, that means, so here, okay, let me say this. With IULs, one of the things that happens is when the market goes up, you're going to earn with the market. But when the market falls, your account's going to lock in the value, guarantee you don't lose a dime. And then when the market goes back up, you earn with the market again. But here's the problem that people have with it. When the market's down, that means you're not earning. Whereas with whole life, you get guarantees. Here's why I say I get a bigger bang for my buck. And this is why I like it, because when the market went down, what always follows a recession? A rebound.
You gotta go back up. Yeah.
A rebound. So now what happens is, based on that, here's what happens. We work with IULs that have no cap. See, most people talk. So now, if your IUL is capped at 10, 12, or 15%, then yes, I would say you could do a whole life. But if you have access to an IUL that has no cap, well, hold on. What that look like? So let's talk about it. So real quick, this is an account that averaged 15%. So that's pretty decent. That's cool. This is an IUL and it had $2.2 million, 26%. That's all right. This is okay. But here's my point. An IUL, a whole life could never. Usually with a whole life, you're going to do about 15, at best, maybe 15 to 20. And that's like assuming everything is on the up and up, like really, really good, but you're going to average way less, right? With an index universal life, with no cap, so anyway. Now, please understand, 26% is not an all the time thing. I want to make sure I do disclose that. It's not an all the time thing, right? So let me show y'all something else, but let me give y'all some perspectives. So this is where I get excited. I'm gonna have to calm down. Breathe. Check this out. What happened in March of 2020? We're gonna break this down and bring some receipts, baby. I get excited. Watch this. This is 3/15 of 2021. What happened in March of 2020? COVID hit. The market tanked. Y'all with me right now? Okay, so the market tanked. So this gave you like bottom out guarantees. It didn't do too well. So that's when, people were like, oh my gosh, what happened to my IUL? Well, what happened was you didn't lose no money. But then the next year, the market had rebound. What does this say? Where my mouse go? Can y'all see this? Hold on. I need to do this so y'all can see what I'm talking about here.
We could see it, bro.
Here we go. Check it out. Here we go. What does that say? 1 year, what? No cap. I'm coming with the receipts, so y'all know I ain't BSing you. Now check this out. The original starting balance was 87%. They were credited 61%. Y'all can go ahead and, if you have iPhones, sorry, Android, go to your stock app, go to the S&P 500, check out the S&P back in March of 2020, then drag your finger over to 2021, and you tell me what kind of return that was. You're going to be looking at between 60 and 72%, depending on what day you stop. This account received all those benefits, so their interest was $500,000, and when we added that $500,000 to the $800,000, that's $1.3 million. New in the account. Come on, let's go. Hustle harder. Come on.
We gotta drop it for you, bro. You earned it.
I don't do the most,
He earned it, y'all.
do a lot.
Drop some fires in the chat for my man real quick.
No big. Feel like
61%, y'all.
coming in hot.
Who can use 61% on their money right now?
So right now, what's happening
Bring it
is,
to fire.
I'm telling y'all right now, it's crazy. Our clients are getting excited that all this stuff happened with the banks because the market took a dip, and they want to take a dip a little bit more because they're preparing for the rebound. On top of no cap, we have insurance companies that will match your earnings. which means if the market, never mind, I ain't even gonna do that. Okay, I'm gonna tell you like this. You know how you put your money aside for 401k because your company matches you? They do the same thing with IULs. We have companies that'll do the same thing. So anyway, my point is we can show you stuff like this. Now, there are times where your account might do 9%, 8%, some of the more basic returns. But the point is, this is proof that it could do more than 60+%. And you could take all that money home when the market rebounds. That's where this gets exciting, right? So how do you qualify for an account like this? Because it's tied to life insurance, they can't just give it to you and say, okay, take the investment. You have to qualify for it based off your age and your health because it's tied to life insurance. So find a licensed professional like myself or my team. We plan how much you're going to put into it. You decide a number of years of contributions. Then you go through the qualification process, then you fund. So we help you go process all that to make sure you could do everything correctly. And what happens if you don't qualify? There's special workarounds, but we won't talk about that today. So here's the catch. Because it's tied to life insurance, you do have to qualify. The other thing is we tell people stick to your plans to minimize the bad outcomes. So what do I mean? If you're going to open up an infinite bank so that you could invest in real estate, then don't pull out so you could buy a car to drive around in. Does that make sense? Like stick to your plan as much as possible to prevent bad outcomes, right? Because as good, for example, I live in California. We live next to some hills, so we have a lot of people that love to go mudsliding and cow tipping. If I took a Lamborghini and went in the hills to go mudsliding, a Lambo is a beautiful car, but if I use it for what it wasn't made for, it ain't gonna work for me. Does that make sense? Same thing with the IUL. Stick to what it's made for. Same thing with infinite banking. Stick to what it's made for. Same thing with a whole life. Stick to what it's made for, and you'll get the best performance. That's my point. The other thing is the returns in here are annual, not daily, right? So that's why I say this is not meant to compete with your ability to make money in the stock market. It's not meant to compete with your ability to make money on your businesses or real estate. It's meant to complement. What it can compete with, you'll make more money than your bank account, where you're leaving it in your savings account, especially for those of you who have over 6 figures. Shoot, y'all better move some of that into an insurance policy. But and then the last part, here's the most important part. The biggest mistake that I've seen most people have is they say, wow, this is awesome. I would love to do something about this. And they find out, oh, it's an IUL. Then they go talk to their cousin to set up the policy for them. This is why I stressed at the beginning. Infinite banking is not a product. It's a concept. You must find an agent that knows how to design the policy correctly, or you could get screwed. And so with that being,
deserves a bomb, bro, because, and I want to stress that really hard. Because this information right here, guys, I've heard it from many people, and there's a lot of con artists that knows how to set up accounts, but they set it up for them because there's a fee and all this type of stuff. The concept of like what Hasani is explaining here, you need somebody that understands it and understand what your investment strategy is going to be. Not your cousin, not your auntie, not your mama, especially if they don't do real estate and do infinite banking already. Like, is that clear? Put a 1 in the chat, because somebody's gonna go get screwed and come back and be like, man, I learned this in Keston's birthday bash and it was trash. I bought somebody on for a purpose. You want to do this? You hit him up. His contact information. Where's your contact, bro? We gotta roll out of here soon. So
okay. So I'll show the contact then. And I just saw where Bertie said have a trust. I just want to say this real quick. Absolutely, if you learn how to complement your infinite banking strategy with a trust, you are federally protected to where you're protected from tax liens, bankruptcies, malpractices, judgments, lawsuits, and in some states, divorces. But anyway, we won't talk about that right now. So with that being said, let's just do this, y'all. Because you guys are in the birthday bash, what I did is I did a 75% discount code for an ebook. If anybody wants to learn more about this, because obviously we didn't have the time to go over it, the code will be BDay23, right? And so Ashley has the link that she can send to everybody. Other than that, you guys could go ahead and reach out to me on Instagram. But if not, just text bank to this number right here. No, it's because of 2023, y'all.
I look
So
like
text bank,
right? Let's go.
that's right. That's right.
I take it.
So what I would say is if you guys text bank to 510-327-8698, my team and I will sit down with you and show you how to assess your situation, see if we could put something together for you. But we have an ebook and it'll be sent out to you in the email after this. So if you don't register to the email for Keston and his group, you will not get the discount code. And here's the deal, y'all. It's only to the first 100 people, 75% discount. So you want to make sure you could get that. All right. And again, the number is 510-327-8698. Text bank to 510-327-8698. Thank you very much, everybody. Kes, appreciate your time, brother.
Bro, thank you for coming and dropping so much value for everyone in here. Guys, who wants to do infinite banking? Drop some fires in the chat. Let me see real quick. You want to spend your money twice? Drop some fires in the chat, y'all. Let's make my man go out in style. Come on.
I don't do the most, but
Come
I
on,
do
y'all.
a lot.
My man
I'ma
Hasani,
make a
bro.
toast, 'cause we still
Thank you,
alive.
bro. Thank you,
Okay.
thank you, my man.
Like pie.
I'm gonna just say one last thing.
Shoot a shot.
Woo.
Coming in
Pause.
hot. Oh, my bad. The last thing I'm gonna say to y'all is if anybody wants to do a wealth seminar, make sure you text bank to my number first. We'll make sure that we go over your situation and see if we can help you with the infinite bank policy. We'll do it absolutely free. Me and my team will do it free because what's happening is we're about to put a charge on our link on all our social medias. So if you guys want to do it for free, make sure you text bank to that number and we'll make sure we take care of you because we're actually going to be charging everybody going forward. But since y'all came through the birthday bash, y'all invested with this and already, it's going to be free.
Let's go, bro. Appreciate the value, my man. Appreciate the value. Let's give it up for Hasani again, y'all. Come on.
I don't do the most, but I do a lot. I'ma make
Who's
a
getting
toast,
down with
'cause we
some
still
infinite
alive.
banking, y'all?
No big, I feel like Pac.
Y'all loving the value or what?
Shot. I'm coming in hot.
So now that y'all know what to do with the money, let's get back to my man Prada to teach you how to get the money. Who's ready to get the money? Who's ready to get the money? Let's see if the federales, is that what the police in what policia? Let's see if the policia freed him up. Eddie got his shades on. He's like, I'm too cool for this now. My man Prada, what's up, my man? Oh, I gotta unmute you. I took it away.
Thank you. Glad to be back. I'm so glad to be back.
Let's get it.
Can I try to share one time?
Yeah, let's have you try to share real quick. My man upgraded.
Yeah, I had to upgrade the part of the building I was in. Let me see here. Okay. Still nothing? No.
We're gonna throw you a party if you could do it, bro.
We good now.
Nah, we can't see. Oh, there you go. Hey. Oh, his Zoom just quit. Oh, man.
This is unbelievable, bro. This is unbelievable, bro.
Oh, man, bro. Here's what we're gonna do, bro. We're gonna share for you because we can't even see you moving right now. Right now, you stuck. You stuck like somebody on their 9 to 5. Oh, he dropped out. He gonna be back. So, guys, why y'all doing this to my boy? Hold on. I think he's back. He's back.
You
So
go ahead and run it, Cass. I'm gonna just read it off yours. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get it going right now. No time to waste. Like I told you guys, we back. Business funding. Go get a birthday bash. Let's get active. This your boy Prada Jones. Like I was telling you guys a moment ago, I started the 3-step process to fix your credit, build your credit, then go for some funding. Today, we're gonna focus on going for funding. This is what it's all about. This is how you scale your businesses. This is how you start your businesses. This is how you invest in real estate without coming out of pocket. A whole ton of great things happens when you know how to access funding from the banks. Let's go, Kes. What's next? I need to click.
Next. He's like, next.
All right, here we go. So this is what a profile looks like, right? A good profile to go for funding. As I mentioned earlier, you have to have good personal credit in order to get business funding. All right. This is a screenshot from a client that I have that got over $200,000 worth of the bank's money by having good personal profile. Okay, so this is a snapshot from Credit Karma. Most of you guys know exactly what this looks like. Now, we're going to just identify how your credit report should look before we go for funding. We want 100% payment history, all right, 100% payment history. And this is on the last 24 months of your credit profile, all right, the last 24 months. This is the most important time. The last 24 months is when the lenders are going to look back and see, okay, well, your relationships with these different banks have been, up, down, good or bad within the last 24 months. So they'll predict how you're going to treat the relationship with them based off your last 24 months with others. All right. So your last 24 months, 0%, or rather 100% payment history of on-time payments. This you have to have it. It's very important. So if you have late payments, we need to remove that. We got to get rid of that. All right, hard inquiries, we want two or less per bureau. That's Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. You want to have 2 or less on each bureau. Now, what do I mean by 2 or less? That's, whether you have auto loan inquiries, mortgage inquiries, credit cards that you may have went for that you didn't get. You don't want to remove any that you do have. You risk your chances of closing that relationship if you remove inquiries of accounts that's actually open. So remove all the ones that are not open, get it down to 2 or less, and this is how you optimize for funding. All right. When we talk about credit utilization, we want 10% or under. The experts usually tell you 30% or under, but if you're going for business funding, you want to be under 10% to optimize approvals, to optimize maximize credit limits. This is how you do it, 10% or under. Derogatory marks, we're talking everything that includes bankruptcy, late payments, collections, charge-offs, repos, all of the above. You have to make sure you remove those. Make sure you remove those. All right. Now,
hold on, Prada, let's pause right there, because I don't know if they understand the concept. Guys, do you know that you could remove those things from your credit?
Everything can be removed. Every last thing on your credit profile can be removed, updated, disputed, as easy as using a dispute letter and put permissible purpose in there. 15 USC 1681B, permissible purpose. Anything that's on your report has to be reported with your consent. So if you put a letter in there, I have templates for you guys. Ashley's gonna let you guys into my community to get you guys acclimated with all the letters and more of exactly what we're talking about today, because I know we're short on time. So you guys will come in there at the end of this, she'll give you guys access. You get the letters, you get more of this conversation, and it's free for 30 days. All right.
Oh man.
So I know you guys got to move on. So let me just breeze through this, and then we could take it where we take it.
Let's do it.
10 accounts or more, right? 10 accounts or more. Most people don't really have that many accounts. So this is for optimized purposes. When I say 10 accounts, 3 to 5 of those can be credit cards. You don't need a whole bunch of credit cards on your credit report to be highly fundable. 3 to 5 of them are credit cards. The other 3 to 5 could be installment loans, like mortgage, auto loans, student loans. Student loans are actually good when they're not in default, all right? Personal loans have that great combination of revolving accounts and installment accounts, and you'll be golden for funding. Credit age, this is 5 years or more. This is obviously to optimize. I've done great things with credit profiles that had 2 years or more. So hopefully you fall in that, and don't fall into that whole mindset of getting authorized user trade lines in order to get that age. That's not going to work, especially with FICO 10 and FICO 10T. They're not allowing auto loans, or rather authorized user trade lines, to be reported and used for business funding. That's almost any FICO report. The lenders are seeing right through authorized user trade lines, and they're not using that to accredit your profile. So just use your regular, primary trade lines that you actually wanted to obtain and you didn't piggyback off someone else. Let's get it. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I'm sorry for rushing this. I know my time is terrible, but we got to get this out. All right. So this is how you want to look exactly before you go for funding, whether you do it yourself, whether you come through me, whether you go through the guy down the street that does funding. Don't go to the banks without being positioned like this. This is exactly how you want to be positioned. A 680 or more credit score. I like to have 720 across the board. And, you know, each bank pulls from a different credit bureau, and you guys learn about that a little bit more towards the end of this presentation, but 720 or more on each credit bureau, all right? Under 20% utilization. Under 20% utilization will get you great. Like I said before, I prefer under 10% to optimize the application, to optimize those approvals, okay? No more than 4 inquiries. I mentioned 2 or less on each bureau, but you can have up to 4 within the last 12 months per bureau, and we can still get you funded, all right? No more than 3 new personal accounts. I don't suggest anybody getting new personal accounts unless you're doing like a personal structure building, right? Everything from this point on, if you have good personal credit, should be under your business. Nothing else should be under your personal unless it's an installment loan, because when you open these new revolving accounts, you decrease your age and you just throw things out of whack when you start investing with personal credit. You take your credit score. It's just so many reasons why you shouldn't be using your personal credit or you using your personal profile to have these trade lines, all right? Now we're talking about bankruptcies. No bankruptcies in the last 7 years. HELOC is okay on a personal home. It's perfect. It's great. It's helping your business profile, okay? Your personal profile for business funding. No bankruptcies in the last 7 years. No bankruptcies in the last 7 years. You can have it past that point, no problem. But if it's in the last 7 years, we can't do anything with it. We have to fix it. We have to remove it. We can do that. We will take care of it. I got all the letters for you guys. So as soon as Ashley gives you that information, get in the Discord, remove those letters, fix that bankruptcy. Let's get this funding. No unpaid collections. Now, this is the thing, or judgments. This is the thing. Most people think they can't get funding with collections, but the issue is the collections that are unpaid is the stuff that's stopping us, right? So if you have a collection, and even if you have a collection that's paid on your report, we can easily remove that because there's not going to be too much kickback when we dispute it, right? Those collectors already have their money. So if it's paid, we could remove it easily. And if we can't remove it, then we still could get funding because it's a paid collection, all right? And like I mentioned, 3 to 5 seasoned credit cards, 2 years old, each one, right? With no late payments in the last 24 months is the perfect situation, all right? Let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. All right, now, I want to set you guys up properly, right? We talked about the personal profile. Now let's talk about the business setup because they both need to be aligned. They both need to be strongly aligned. And it's more structure than actually, what you have going on is your structure. It's your addresses, it's your phone numbers, it's your emails. So when we talk about business setups and to be recession proof and be able to go at any bank and not get flagged, you want to stay away from certain industries. Most of us go to the bank thinking that any business that we have can get funded, and that's incorrect, right? So I'm gonna give you guys the best solutions to this, right? The best solutions. You want to stay away from red flag industries and red flag keywords in your business name, right? So dealerships, marijuana businesses, finance businesses, credit businesses, entertainment businesses, these are high-risk industries. So if you're in a high-risk industry and you go to the bank for business loans or business lines of credit, 9 out of 10 times they're gonna either limit your approval amount or flat out deny you because you're in a high-risk industries. And most of the times they're not gonna tell you the reason why, right? They're gonna blame it on, oh, you had utilization issues, oh, you had this, you're gonna have that, all kind of things that are not actually identifying the industry. Then you want to stay away from flag words. We're all in here and we do real estate, right? We all love real estate, but real estate is a high risk industry. It's a very high risk industry. So if you have real estate in your business name, you have the chances of getting denied for funding. I know, drop a 1 in the chat if you went to the bank before you try to get a business loan for a real estate business and you got denied. Drop a 1 in the chat one time. I know it happened. I know it happened. It's happened. Come on now, I'm not lying. So the red flag words is the reason why. So real estate, property, resources, estates, stocks, holdings, securities, all of the above, guys. These are red flag words. Stay away from if you have investments in your name, assets, wealth, capital, the list goes on. Okay, so you want to stay away from all of this stuff. Now, once you've done that, and this is the thing, I know a lot of you guys already have businesses established. So what you're going to do is, if you don't have it established and you start from scratch, it's kind of like the same exact thing. If you have it established, you want to amend the name to something that's low risk, okay? And you can do that with your Secretary of State. Is different for every state, so I can't give you any more details on how to do it, but reach out to your Secretary of State in your state and figure out how you can amend that business name, all right? And if you have to amend the business name, the business address, and other things, you can do that at the same time. But just get your business ingredients put together before you go to the Secretary of State. And you do the same thing. You do it the same way if you're starting a new LLC, all right? New LLC or amending a current LLC, you do it the same way. Get the business ingredients, name, phone number, address, email, and so on. And then you go to the Secretary of State, either start it or amend it, all right? Now, I'm speaking in terms of starting. If you need to start one, before you even go to the Secretary of State and actually register it, you want to just make sure that the name is available. You want to see that the name is available. If the Secretary of State says that the name is available, great. We move on to namecheck.com. We find out if the social media handles is available, and also if the domain name is available. Perfect. We got that out the way. Now, what do we do next? We want to be in the industries that are highly fundable. We talked about the low funding or the high risk industries. Now we got to talk about the industries that actually are the best for funding. That's consulting, marketing, management, business professional services. This is where you guys want to be if you want to go to the bank and get the funding. If you want to be low risk and go to the bank with low overhead and speak to the bank teller or the bank representative, and they not flag you immediately after you say real estate, this is where you want to be. Now you can still have a real estate business. So you either amend your real estate business to look like this profile, or you set up another business that actually gets the funding because it's bank facing, right? It means that you can go to the bank and access the funding because it's structured properly. Use those funds to borrow to the business that was high risk, okay? That was high risk. This is how we do it. Now, the NAICS code, you guys know about this, the North American Industrial Classification System, right? This, I always like, it's just all kind of acronyms that go on here. So what you guys want to do is make sure that your NAICS code is at the 541611. This is perfect. This is basically management, right? Consulting management. That 54161, that category is the best place to be. That's where you want to be. The SIC code, the best one that you want to have is 8742. All right,
bro.
Let's keep going. I got a lot to go through. I'm sorry, I gotta get through it.
Dude, we got other guests waiting that's on strict
I gotta
time.
go. They're kicking me out.
So
sorry, guys.
Here's what. Blame it on DR, right? But here's what.
DR's crazy.
What's the biggest nugget before dropping off that you could give them?
Listen, the biggest nugget is where we just left off. You guys just got the bulk of it just now. That was pretty much it. You want to be structured properly on the personal and business side. On the personal and business side. And for everyone that was on Keston's birthday party, this birthday bash, which was amazing. Shout out to Keston for having this great event. I'm sorry my service was so wacky. We're going to elaborate on the same information once you guys get within the community, right? 30 days free in my community. You can drop off on day 29. I don't care. I just want you guys to get this information so you guys can go to the bank and access the funding. All right. And yeah, man, just make sure your personal and business profiles are structured properly before you go to the bank and embarrass yourselves. You don't have to. The banks want to give you the money, but you got to be structured properly to get it. That's what I got. I appreciate you all. Kes, happy birthday.
Thank you, brother. Guys, if you guys feel like you're better prepared to go rob the bank legally, drop some fires in the chat for my man Prada, y'all. Come on, y'all.
I don't do
Let's give Prada some love real quick, y'all.
I'ma make a toast because we still
alive. If you enjoyed it, we got a dance on here. We got Ray Charles.
Shoot the shot.
Come on. Woo!
right, man. All right. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love.
We gonna keep it moving. We keeping it moving.
Yeah, coming in hot, just like
The next guest is an amazing guy. I want to give him an intro. Hold on, let me stop the music. I want to give him an intro, but I don't know exactly what he's going to share with you guys because he teaches people how to invest into so many different assets that I don't want to bring him up. And I talk about one that he was not planning to talk about. My man, Austin, how are you, bro? Hold on, I gotta unmute you.
There we go. Yeah. Hey guys, how's it going?
Man, doing awesome. You teach people how to invest in different assets, particularly ones that I am ecstatic about. I'm new to your mentorship and your everything that you got going on. So tell people who you are and what you do.
Awesome. Yeah, I have a short presentation for you guys that I'd be happy to share. Anyways, so really quick though, my name is Austin Zelan. I own a company called Cashflowpreneurs. So I help people create passive income. So we do a bunch of different things, like Keston was saying. And by the way, this is such a legendary move on his part. He literally has a birthday party where he brings up a bunch of speakers and has an event. I thought that was so cool. When my assistant emailed me about it, I was like, wow, that sounds awesome. Like, huge props to you. And he's just blessing you guys with all this content. And I think that's a really, really cool move. So huge props to you, man. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for having me. But anyways, I did want to share a couple different things with you guys. I don't think we have time to go like fully in depth on an investment, but I do want to share as far as like what I look for in an investment, generally speaking, to get you guys on the right path so that if you're out there and you're pitched an investment or somebody's telling you about something that, hey, you should invest in this or invest in that, this is kind of the criteria that I use, generally speaking, before I even consider something. So I'm based out of Seattle, Washington. I focus on 3 different things specifically. Number one, getting access to capital. So kind of like Prada was talking about, that's one of the things that we do. Business credit, we do lines of credit, we do business loans, that type of stuff. And then we help people allocate that capital into different investments. So literally anything from like exotic cars to private jets. I'm actually down in Tampa right now because we're buying a jet here. So we brought together a group of investors. We're buying this jet and we're going to charter it out.
Say that again for the person in the back of the room, man. Come on, you gotta see. I was trying not to say it, right? But dude, say it again for the people in the back of the room, bro.
Yeah. So we're basically bringing together investors. First of all, these are some of these people, like you have to know, some of these people are coming in with no money at all. They come in, we help them get an LLC, we get them a bunch of credit, and now they have $50,000, $100,000, $200,000, and we're like, hey, we're also all going in on this jet, so if you want to be a part of it, here's the returns that we're seeing, and they've been doing really well. One of our jets is doing about 35% a year, 37, and the other one is just over 40. So it's like really good returns annually speaking, and on top of that, we're still paying off the jet. So the jet's accumulating money. It's like a little piggy bank that we have. We're paying it off monthly, and then our net income still comes out to like 30 to 40%. So anyways, we got really, really cool opportunities like that. We do stuff like exotic car rentals too. I see somebody in the chat is talking about exotic car rentals. That's another really big one for me. We do oil wells, we do e-commerce stores, just a bunch of different stuff that I see cash flowing. And the system that I use is I go out there, I try these things myself. I see if they work. If they don't work, then it's like, whatever, I lost money. Well, that's my problem. If it does work, then I put it in my program and I teach people exactly how I did it. So that way I'm kind of like the guinea pig. Well, I'll go out and try these things. If they work, great. If not, then You know, it's my loss. But anyways, so far our portfolio has been pretty profitable. Like overall, I'd say out of all the things I've ever tried, about 70% of them have worked out. And so I took that 70% and I put them in the program that Keston's talking about. So just a lot of opportunity for people to make a lot of money. And I did get my start in corporate America though. So I wasn't always an investor. I used to do marketing, and then I did some business consulting for Microsoft. So I was helping them develop their business partner channels. And essentially what we do is work with other companies that resold Microsoft services like Microsoft Cloud, for example, and we incentivize them to send clients to Microsoft. So kind of like an internal marketing thing. But then I started trading Forex actually. So during that whole time, I was like, you know, 9 to 5 is cool. It's got benefits. I like it for what it is. But for the most part, I want to have more with my life. I want to have more impact. I'm passionate about helping people achieve their true potential. And I couldn't do that with a 9 to 5. I was basically locked in. Hey, you show up at 8, you leave at 6, and this is kind of your job. And for me, that really bothered me, you know, and I wanted to find like an escape route. And so my escape route was trading. I learned how to trade Forex and eventually started taking on clients. And then I found a way to automate it as well. So I created a software, like a bot that trades automatically. And then from there, I just started licensing that out to clients. And once I built up some capital personally, I'm like, well, shoot, all my eggs are in one basket. This is not very safe. As an investor, I should probably diversify a little bit. And so it's kind of a no-brainer to start buying into other things. And that's the first thing that I actually did was Bitcoin mining. So I started buying Bitcoin miners and placing them at different facilities. One of those facilities, like way back in the day, got like hijacked by somebody. Like I've seen some crazy stuff in the investment world. One of the owners like literally took over the company, shut down the warehouse, stole all our miners, but it's okay. We have other warehouses that we work with now. And then from there, I'm like, okay, well, I want oil wells too. And I want Amazon stores and Walmart stores. Those didn't go really well. Some of them were like, okay, but for the most part, e-commerce was not too hot. Oil wells did really well. We bought in when they were super cheap. Now their oil is very, very expensive. And so we're making a lot of money on oil wells. Another really hot one, exotic cars. Bitcoin mining continues to be profitable. And now we're moving on to more large assets like private jets. Another one that we're about to do is yachts as well. So same idea, we're buying these yachts and then we're chartering them out on a daily basis. And so we don't have our first yacht yet. And we're in the process of acquiring that. I'd say by the end of the year, we're going to have one. It's going to be down in Miami. So if any of you guys are down in Miami, make sure you stop by the yacht. I see somebody said trucking companies. Yeah, we did trucking automation for a while. That's on pause right now. We have a guy up in Spokane, Washington, close friend of mine. Like literally, I had no idea that he would want to do trucking automation. And then all of a sudden he hits me up and he's like, hey, bro, you know, sometimes I help investors buy trucks and then rent them out, or we put a driver there and he's renting to the driver. And so it was like a cool opportunity for us to hop in, and they're not doing anything crazy. I mean, like 10 to 15% a month, I'd say. But you know, it's a stable business and you own a big asset, right? You own this big semi truck. So worst case scenario is like, hey, I can sell it if it's not really working for me, or I can continue acquiring more of these assets if it does work for me. So I'm a huge fan of that. Yeah, so yachts, that's another big one. Jets, I'm super passionate about. We want to get to 10 jets by the end of the year. And I see somebody's asking if we're buying the business or the assets. So we do not buy the business. So we're totally on the passive income side of things. We don't want ownership of the operations necessarily. So what we'll do is, like with the jet, we buy the jet, we place it at a hangar here. There's a jet charter company. And I've developed a relationship with these people in order for them to operate the investment for us, like totally hands-free. We just get a direct deposit at the end of the month. So we do that with jets. We do that with exotic cars. We do that with, we're going to be doing that with yachts. I haven't settled on a specific yacht operator, a yacht manager. So if you guys know any management companies down in Miami that maybe you've used or you like, definitely share those with me. And if you guys have any questions about any of this, by the way, just shoot me a DM on Instagram. I'll be on there for the next couple days. It's just Austin Zelan, my name. But anyways, so Yachts is another big one. And each of these different investments, it really depends on what the investor wants to see out of it, right? So if you want to be heavy on the cash flow, you might go with something that's a little bit more risky. If you want to go with something that's more conservative, but you own a physical asset, I would say maybe consider multifamily. That's another really big one. And with the way the economy is positioned right now, there's a massive, massive opportunity in multifamily. And I hope that you guys are seeing what's going on with multifamily, because let's just say for the last few years, it's been extremely easy to make money with multifamily. And people have been just literally printing money. And so what they're doing is they're buying these assets with adjustable rates. And usually an adjustable rate is a 3-1-1. So you have a 3-year fixed rate. And then after 3 years, they reassess and they're like, oh, hey, interest rates just tripled. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and update your rates. And then they can update them again after another year. So for that, you have so many different people that are institutions really that are, they have their loans that are expiring, number one, they're running out of those terms, or their interest rates are jumping up. Or another thing is with big institutions like pension funds and stuff like that, they have something called capital call. And so before that capital matures, people can request to have their money back. And just recently in the past few days, we've seen like the second biggest bank run ever that's happened. With SVB. So many people were at the bank just taking out their cash. And so literally this can happen with these institutions. And because it begins happening, now they're like, oh crap, we don't have all this money. We're going to have to start selling assets. And so that's when we come in and we scoop them up. And they're not necessarily like distressed, like there's nothing wrong with them, but this institution has a commitment to their clients to let go of assets if they need to pay the money. Another reason why it's a good opportunity is they have something called like internal investor or investment ratios. So for example, they might tell their clients, hey, 20% of our portfolio and no more than 20% is going to be allocated to multifamily. And then another 20% maybe stocks, and then another 10, 20%, whatever, right? And so sometimes these asset classes can be correlated. Like let's say, for example, they're holding stocks and maybe crypto. Well, as we know, the stock market's down, crypto's down. Well, if those sectors of their portfolio begin to shrink, guess what? Multifamily didn't shrink, and multifamily now expands. So all of a sudden they're breaking their promise to stay under 20%. Now multifamily just grew to like 25 or 30. And now they have to let go of these assets. And trust me, they don't care. These are like huge pension funds, credit unions, all that stuff. Like these are retirement money that they're working with. It's not their money. They absolutely do not care. It's just another number to them. So they're letting go of these assets. And so in the next, right now, I'd say the market is a little slow. So right now we're building capital. We're creating syndications and funding. And then we're going to be acquiring these, I'd say in about the next 4 to 6 months. I'm really, really watching the market closely. It's very slim pickings. Like if you can find something right now, it's a little bit more difficult. But we do have 2 opportunities within our program on the table right now in Vegas, actually. So Vegas is kind of it's a unique market because it's, I'd say it's like a ripple market, right? So you have these big cities like Los Angeles and Dallas and Miami and New York, and everything happens there first. And then Vegas is kind of like, oh, LA's popping. All right, now Vegas is popping. So it's more of a secondary market just because it's not as big of a city. It's still a great investment opportunity, but it's just a little bit lagging behind all the big cities. So there's still a couple lingering deals there. But overall, there's a lot of development going on in Vegas right now. And so I see a huge opportunity there. So anyways, those are some of the bigger assets that we're focusing on. And, you know, besides like all the money of it and the cash flow and all that stuff that you can make, I think it really comes down to impact. Like for me, I want to have money so I can have more impact. And I remember I had a very interesting conversation, and I think it was like 15 or 16 years old with one of my friends. And he's like, dude, like, why are you always like studying or working or doing all this stuff? You know, why are you spending so much time doing that? If you want to help people, why don't you just go help them? And I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. But at the same time, it caused me to realize if I just focus all my life on helping people right now without having any money, it's going to limit my impact. I'm not going to be able to have as much impact. Sure, I could probably help some people and spend my entire life helping people, but what if I could help 100 times more people or 1,000 times more people if I first put my own mask on and then help my neighbor put their mask on, right? I want to make sure that I'm taken care of so that I can take care of others as well. And so there's a couple key areas that I like to focus on and I talk about. Number one for me is faith. I want to have like personal proficiency in my faith. I want to make sure that's first at all times. And then next for me is health. I want to make sure that my health is in check, that I'm working out, I'm doing all these things. Even if I'm traveling, I'm taking care of my health, all my vitamins, all that stuff. Luckily, my mom is a naturopath, so she just like not prescribes, but she tells me which vitamins to take. She's like, all right, sends me a box. She's like, all right, make sure you take these. And after health, relationships, that's so important. I spend a lot of time like nurturing the relationships that God has given me in order to like build them up to, I believe iron sharpens iron, and we can really help each other become better versions of ourselves. And that's why we're here. And so that's a huge thing for me. And then finally, the last two, I'd say business and then finances. So we have faith, we have health, we have relationship, we have business, and then we have finances. And those are things that I love to focus on because I think it creates a holistic view of success. Success is not just being super healthy. It's not just having strong faith. It's not just having good relationships or a lot of money. It's all of those things combined. And so we can become successful if we focus on all those things. But if you notice, finances are last. So once we built a solid business, our finances, they come into place. Finances, they don't really work if you're always chasing them, but if you're focusing on those other things, finances come into place. And once we've become proficient with our finances, then we can go back around and let's help others be successful in all those areas, right? So let's help others be successful in their faith. Go ahead.
I want to add something in here, and because someone would look at you and say, oh, that's just another guy with a jet or doing luxury cars, and they see the things, but they don't see the heart behind it, right? And it's where you're positioning yourself is giving people another opportunity to make money in things that they may not have known about. Because you don't know this, but I literally, for the first time in my life, I put a jet on my vision board this year.
Let's go.
In January. Awesome, literally, I put it on my vision board. No idea why I did it. I just felt like doing it. I'm like, I want to dream big this year. And then I met you at 10X and then jumped into what you're doing. Because when you said, oh, I help entrepreneurs do this, I'm like, I got to know this guy. Right.
Yeah.
And so now you're helping me and now I'm spreading it because I'm like, this is awesome. And, I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm like, guys, here's what I heard. Let me share it with everyone. Right. I'm not the type that's like, let me just keep it to myself. I keep it in my back pocket and just don't say a word about it. Yeah. Where does that heart come from?
So for me, I grew up a Christian. So all my life I've been a Christian. I'd say I'd really been taking it seriously since I was about 13, 14 years old. So super involved in my church and ministry in different, like ministry activities. Like I lead worship at my church. I'm a director at the ministry. And I work with other nonprofits in that area with like coaching and mentoring and that type of stuff. We've recently developed a relationship with John Maxwell and their organization to promote that leadership training into schools and different organizations, even globally. So I see like true transformational leadership and transformational impact happening through helping other people, because we can help them transform their lives, and then it goes on and on and on. So I look for things and investments and activities that are going to have a lasting impact. I'm not looking for something that's just quick or it's exciting and then that's it. Like I'm looking for stuff that's going to build a legacy and it's going to be lasting and it's going to help as many people as possible, because if I'm putting as much work as I am into something, I want to make sure that it's going to last way longer than my life, and I want it to be a generational thing. And even after I'm gone, I want it to have impact even past my life. So for me, growing up, I grew up in a community where money was like taboo. Like nobody really wants to talk about it. People want to just be quiet. People have the wrong mindset about it. Even to this day, I've had to disconnect with a lot of those people. And I'm sure some of you guys have had similar experiences where you see some people, or maybe people spoke into your life where they're like, oh, well, money's the root of all evil, or, oh, don't get into debt, or don't do this. Well, really, if we become financially literate, we can leverage those things and those tools in order to help others, in order to have more impact, in order to change lives, and in order to like truly transform the world. Because the truth is that like some of the most evil people in the world, they have a lot of money and they're able to like push their evil ideas on the world, or just do not good things. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to break out of that mindset that money is bad and use money to promote good things and helping people to be more empowered and to live better lives. So that's kind of where I'm coming out of. And it's just seeing a lot of people struggle and having, I mean, I didn't really have it easy either. I've had to definitely have some of my own challenges financially and, in business. And even as a young entrepreneur, trying to get access to funding or trying to figure out how the heck do you invest? My first year, I didn't share this, but like my first year trading, I would literally lose my entire account, I don't know, over 20 times. And like to this day, like one of my scariest thoughts is thinking back is like, well, okay, if it happened to me 20 times, what if on the 19th time I was like, well, it's probably not for me. Like, what if I just gave up? And it's like, wow, none of this would have happened if I didn't keep going, if I didn't believe strongly in what I believe God gave me as a vision for my business. And if I was like, well, this is too hard and it's too painful because I've lost 19 times already, so I'm not going to try a 20th time. But I was committed and I wanted to make sure that, hey, if I'm going to do this, this is going to work no matter what. And I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. And eventually it worked. Thankfully.
Amazing. And it has gotten you even to the Forbes magazine.
Yeah. So Forbes Italy, yeah. Not Forbes US yet, but hopefully.
Well,
or sorry, not Italy, Israel.
I'll take Forbes Jamaica. It doesn't matter. You made it to Forbes. And that's pretty amazing, man, because especially from your heart and where you come from and what you stand for, being able to position yourself and to help others, you're now helping me to be able to help my family. One of my goals this year is to retire my parents. They're on here right now. And I'm going to do that with prop firm accounts. I'm going to do that with investing in jets and all these different things.
Yeah.
And that's an opportunity that you've been able to present. And so it just trickles down. And hopefully I'm able to present these types of opportunities to even my clients. Because when you learn, and I know we're going to be together in April in Florida. And I can't wait for that, just to get to know more and invest more and do more, man, because the impact is also what we're after, man. So super appreciated, man. Any wrap up words that you want to share?
Yeah, the one thing that I would say is that when you're in finance and when you're taking care of your own finances, you have to lead with your finances. Like, you have to lead by example is what I mean. And I've heard so many people say like, oh, well, you could just go do this or you could go do that, but they don't show you, right? And so for me, that was always like, okay, like, let's say my friend John is telling me like, okay, you can go out and be a millionaire, you can be a billionaire. And by the way, statistically, 1 out of 32 people is a millionaire. So if there's, well, how many people, like 400 people on here, there should be at least like, I don't know, 12, 15 millionaires on here, and hopefully more. But like literally statistically speaking, the likelihood of you being a millionaire is 1 in 32. The likelihood of you being born is 1 in 400 trillion. So let's just use that as motivation to be a millionaire. But anyways, that's just an interesting statistic that I love. But anyways, so one thing that I want to say is you have to lead by example. The financial future of you and your family is in your hands. And so if we want to lead by example, then to the next generation. They can look up to us, and all these things that Keston has talked about, like the jets and the yachts and the exotic cars. I love to post those things to show people what's possible, because I want people to be like, wow, that's possible at, you know, whatever age, at 26 or at 30 years old. I want them to see that and be like, okay, I can do that too. So I want to break that mold or that mindset that they might have that, oh, well, you have to be like, you know, 40 years old to drive a Ferrari. Well, no, you don't. You know, there's a way to do it. And I think the more people that we can get doing it, the more common it's going to become, because people are going to start considering it as normal. If we can get it into our mind that, hey, this is a normal thing and I'm going to go out there and achieve it, we can be that 1 out of 32. And if we lead by example, then our children are never going to look at us and be like, oh, well, you know, Dad, you're always telling me that I can be successful. Why aren't you successful? Or why aren't you a millionaire? Or why aren't you doing these things that you're telling us to do? So I want to lead by example so that they have that in their mind. They can see those things and then they can go out and achieve them. And I encourage you all to do the same. So,
bro, thank you so much for coming and sharing your wisdom, sharing what you do. How could people follow you? I know you said it already, but let them know where they can follow you and get more information from you.
Yeah, let me just drop it here in the chat to everyone. So I'll drop my Instagram link. Let's see here.
We got Maurice dropping.
Looks like we already got a bunch. Yeah. It's just my name. So Austin Zelan. There's probably a bunch of fake accounts as usual. So just look for the one that has a blue check. That one is mine. Don't follow the fake ones because they like to ask people for money. Don't send them any money, please.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So amazing, bro. Thank you for saying yes and coming through and blessing everyone. This is a gift not only to me, but to everyone that's on here, man. Because again, my mission and purpose is to help people to understand and know that these things exist. And it's your mission as well. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Happy birthday again. It was a pleasure hanging out with you all today. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your event. And yeah, man, happy birthday. Really appreciate what you're doing. And I love, you know, one thing that I didn't get to mention earlier, but you said you're not gatekeeping stuff and you're passing on this information. And I think that, you know, in the Bible, it says that God gives seed to the sower. So you're sowing into all these people's lives right now, and you're sharing this information with them. If you weren't doing that, then God wouldn't be giving you all these opportunities and relationships and information. So whether it's money, whether it's information, whether it's time, whatever we spend time sowing and sharing with other people, we're just going to have more of. Like, it's literally impossible to run out of that thing because it's a biblical principle. So
amen.
Props to you, bro.
Let's go, bro. Guys, drop some fires in the chat for my man Austin, y'all. If y'all want to buy that jet, if you want to get in those luxury cars, drop some fires in the chat real quick. Come on.
I don't do the most, but I do a lot.
My man Austin Zelan, y'all.
Because we still alive.
Let's go. Fires in the chat for Austin, y'all.
I feel like Pac.
Come on.
Shoot the shot. I'm coming in hot.
Let's go, 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 let's go. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Come on.
Yeah, coming in hot.
I look like
just like the fajita. I write what I live.
Everything now.
My life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow. Just like the demeanor.
Guys, we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep it moving because this guest is across the next side of the world right now. I don't know what time it is for this guest right now, but where's Tracey at? Tracey, where are you? How are you? You're in Dubai right now, aren't you? And Tracey's originally from Australia. How are you doing?
Hello, I think I just unmuted myself. Hello, well, happy birthday. And thank you so much for having me on your birthday celebration. Yeah, I flew into Dubai yesterday from Sydney, Australia. So we're here for a week we had a startup that I'm involved in, and it's our first year celebration. So we're celebrating our first 12 months and over 200 million in sales in the first year for a startup. So
hold on, pause. Let's pause that and bring it back again. You said what?
Yeah, so the first year in our sales, we more than exceeded our target. I've got 400,000 members on the platform and over 200 million in US dollars in sales. So yes, big celebrations happening this week to celebrate the success of this one line of business that I'm involved in.
Guys, do you guys see the quality of people that's on here today? Do you think you can learn something from these people that's on here today? And this is a startup business. Tracey, talk about some of your other businesses that you've done. You've done those numbers time and time again. This isn't new for you. Talk about, let's talk about who you are and the businesses that you have, and just let people know, because you're coming in hot right now.
All right. Yeah. So I'm a Grant Cardone licensee, 10X certified. So I do teach a lot of 10X stuff across the land down under, but I also have the sister company that Grant did in Undercover Billionaire called Wake Up Down Under. So if you're looking for me on Instagram, we've sort of just set that up. We're kicking off Wake Up Down Under. So you can follow me on that on Instagram, Tracey Burgess on Facebook. And we're starting to set some social media handles up under that business line. So obviously 10X sales and marketing, super life. I do like to focus on the female activities. I like to focus on, having a niche of 35 to 50-year-old women who fight the mindset that they can't do things, that, the cost of living's going up. They're struggling because their retirement's shrinking. And if they don't do something different, the future looks really bleak. And I find that my young ones that we coach are all fearless and all the rest of it. But once we start to hit middle age, the 35 to 50-year-olds, we need to do a lot of mindset changes because of how they're conditioned. So with all the 10X super life and increasing earned wealth, so that's part of the brand. Then, of course, we do, and how we bond over our real estate investment. And then I have Wake Up Finance, that is a brokerage that finances the investment. And then a one-stop shop that has all the business lines, accountancy and financial advice that helps people from a one-stop shop perspective to be able to, take earned income and turn it into passive income. I think one of the biggest things that I call out is we show you the how. So many people get on social media and they've read a book and now they're a coach and they really haven't done anything with it. And so 1 million people are paying a lot of money to people who actually have never done it themselves. They've just read a book and they're trying to teach people. And it's more about building a coaching business for funds and not actually helping people to show them how and to step them through the how of what we do. And that's exactly why I focus in that one-stop shop brand. So we can say from end of cycle to start a cycle, we are absolutely showing you how to do it, because we do it and we've done it. And when we do investments, I always buy into what I sell. So if I haven't invested, I don't advocate for it, right? Man. So the difference. So that's that line of business. Obviously, so the business I'm in Dubai celebrating is a network marketing business. So, being able to start with a package of educational membership package starting at $50 that goes right through up to $10,000. But people, this year have made, like we said, we've made over $200 million. We're sharing that with the world. I'm bringing that all across the globe. So if anyone's interested in starting a network marketing business and starting to build a life of financial freedom. What I talk about in this business is, we've just had International Women's Day, and I'm really a passionate advocate for being an ex-corporate, right? So I used to build major banking platforms and insurance platforms around the world. I spent from 2017 to 2020 in Germany doing a 2 billion euro transformation, but I was still in the corporate life. I was still in the world of old white male and stale, who would have his golf buddy, Steve, get the promotion over a hardworking woman. The pay gap's getting bigger. And all of the topics that we talk about for Women's Day is, to me, getting larger. It's not getting smaller. So I decided I'm not going to hit my head against the glass ceiling. I'm going to go build my house. I'm going to build my own house, and my house has many rooms. And that multiple streams of income through all the businesses that we're talking about. We haven't even gotten to the international gym franchise yet, which I do own and about to franchise across the globe as well, with my partner who rolled UFC out for Dana across the Oceania region. So,
Tracy, hold on, Tracy, because you're blowing minds, right? Like, how did you go from corporate? Where did the skills, the heart, everything come from going from corporate to who you are today?
Well, I think the skills are who you are. I mean, you decide what you want to do, right? So I was in transformation across the globe. So I dealt with a lot of cultures, change management, education, building new technologies. The world is changing. The education system has not kept up with what reality is of life today. So when I even first went into technology, and we had anti-money laundering after 9/11, right? That was a global regulation that started a massive change in regulations across the world. You couldn't learn that in university because it happened based off a global terrorist event. And so for me, all of these type of things, you learn along the way. I learned everything as far as I was absolutely, learning from the book of life, not the textbook of 1950 that's regurgitated and all of a sudden, and not that I disagree, if that's the way you want to go, you go, but it's not the only way. And there is other ways. And one thing I like about network marketing is you don't have to apply for the job. You don't have to apply for a promotion, because a promotion will just tick over once the work has been done and the money's on the platform. You don't have to compete with Joe and Jim and Bob over there for the boss's attention and break the gender gap, because your payment is equal. Our platforms never discriminate between males and females. So this mental barrier that people have within the professional world, and the conversations of the female struggle within corporate life, it's all not there for me when it comes to starting your own small business and working in a team in network marketing, right? So it's mind-blowing the amount of fear, especially that females have, because they get sometimes imposter syndrome, because we're taught, you're the homemaker, don't be loud, don't be emotional, don't upset the men. They can't handle it when a woman cries. Let's be honest, men are transactional in task orientation, women are a little bit more emotional. And what I see with great male leaders is when they lean into their own emotion, and when they get, courageous to be vulnerable in that. And we do a lot with John Maxwell, as well as Grant Cardone, obviously, is my mentor. But, for me, it's being able to take the females on the journey, but of course the men as well, right? But there's a different level of expectation. And, you see the statistics, if males only tick 3 out of 10, they'll tell you that they can do the other 7. If the girls tick 7 out of 10, they're not there yet and they won't apply, right? Because they haven't got the other 3. So this absolute, perspective that's been drilled into us, from a cultural perspective, that, don't brag. If a woman brags, she's up herself. If a guy brags, oh, wow, isn't he a lion? Right. So for me, it's bringing that whole training and support system to the female perspective to build more female entrepreneurs, because, for me, with the women, you break down that fear barrier and they're fearless. Women are responsible for so many things on the home front. They keep you fed, They're the ones that are keeping the population surviving for the rest of humanity. They grow humans. They're a doctor, a mother, a nurse, a friend, a psychiatrist, a counselor, all these things, plus a absolute powerhouse at work, but yet in their own minds, they're not good enough. But, you know, when you take away and break down that barrier that says, you know, a woman who values herself will be the most fiercest thing on the planet, because, you know, once you start supporting that conversation, especially the males supporting the female conversation, magical things happen, which is why some of the biggest corporations are so successful, because they know they need the diversity of thought from the different levels of male and female and all other diversity minority groups, to make sure that we don't get stuck in groupthink with the same people thinking the same way, looking the same way, doing the same things, and the next minute they're obsolete. So back to your question is, why did I transfer? Because I knew, and what people need to understand is all your skills are transferable. I have a gym franchise that's about to go global. I'm an author who was a single mum left with nothing and 2 kids to raise. I then built a corporate career. I then transitioned to be, you know, a Grant Cardone licensee and certified coach, and build the whole wake up empire within 12 months of what we've done, obviously in that space. We've helping, you know, transform this level marketing / company into 200 million, never been done before, right? All of those things are so possible if you find the right person to show you how. And when you look on who you're following, do not follow 50 different people with 50 different ideas. You will get confused. You know, you follow, you know, Tony Robbins, he's got something to say. You follow Gary Vee, you know, he's like, you know, you can be happy with $20,000. And then you follow Grant, he's like, you know, we're 10xing to 5 billion. And if you follow all of them individually, the next minute you're like, I don't know where I'm at. I'm more confused now than when I started to follow. So one of the things I'm really clear on is pick 1 or 2 that suit the goal you're trying to achieve, and stick with that. And then when you get your mind really set, and when you get your goals written to where you want to be, 10 times them, because you're thinking too small on your first round. You will always think too small on your first round. So thinking small, being fearless, and then setting big goals is how you'll break those barriers and start to achieve, because the first million is hard. The next past that is not, right? And the other thing I always say is be careful who you surround yourself with, because you will be the sum of the 5 closest people to you.
That's a major thing. Like, the people you're around. If you're around people that's thinking too small, you're gonna go try to share it with your friends, and then be like, you really think you could do that? Like, why you think, you know, and they dumb you down. And I love what you said about the mentors, because people listen to some of everyone. I am a one-trick pony where I'm locking in on one mentor, and that's it. Don't come tell me about no trading. Don't come tell me about no anything else until I'm ready, until I've mastered this thing, this concept, this whatever I need to do, then I move on. I'm so a one-person man type of man. So Tracey, there's
and the other thing with your goal setting as well. So we call them BHAGs, right?
Yep.
Big, hairy, audacious goals. If you're not really uncomfortable with your goal setting, and this is the thing, what I find with people setting goals, it's, oh, let's have a vision board, yay. Let's have a goal setting session, yay. And they set goals. And they're so achievable, they're just today's task list, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So what I say to people is, when you're doing your goal setting, they better be very nervous goals, and you better put some real pressure on yourself. But here's the thing, you need to find an accountability partner, because you need someone keeping you accountable for achieving that goal. Otherwise, forget it. You're just kidding yourself that, oh, I set my goals today. Yeah, well, is someone going to check up on you tomorrow? It's like checking your homework. I know when I coach people and I say, what's your goal? You better have achieved it by the time we set it. And I even have people that I coach say, oh, I was too scared not to do that. I was thinking last night, maybe I shouldn't do what I need to do, right? So yes, set goals. Yes, put your vision boards, but make sure you have an accountability partner, because it's the execution and the consistency of execution that's going to get you to where you need to go. So
people have such a terrible thing against accountability, because typically society has accountability as something that you get in trouble for, right? Like, so when a basketball player does something, they're like, we got to keep him accountable. We're going to get him out of the league, right? What's your definition of accountability? Because you just shared accountability from the way that it's supposed to be used. So let's demystify this word of accountability. Could you share what that accountability that you talk about, what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, it's about self-accountability. Like, let's hold ourselves accountable first. Yeah. And then your accountability partner is just a verification that you're holding yourself accountable, right? Because all these fear and negative forces will drag you back to where accountability for me is a fabulous thing. Because if I hold myself accountable, I execute against my daily plan and I achieve my task, I can't wait to tell my accountability partner, I just nailed that, right? So make it a positive thing. And it's more about, you know, celebrating your success. But the other thing too is, if you get into a slump where you're like, you know what, I just couldn't do it this week, but I've got to pick myself up, that's okay too. So it's all in the approach, right? And if we look at things, it's like when you read a text message and you read it from such a negative perspective, because obviously when you read the written word, the natural part of the human brain, you know, it will always go to the negative. But if you hear someone speak it, it's a completely different message that you're sending because of your pitch, your tone, and all of those things. And, you know, I say to a lot of my people, when you're talking to people, when you're coaching people, and when you're picking a coach, be really mindful that the brain will not ever take a negative action. And so when I say, you know, keys, do not think about an elephant walking through the jungle, swinging its trunk from side to side. The first thing you just did is imagine that elephant, right? I think everyone on the call did, right?
Yeah.
Because the brain cannot take a do not, because its descriptiveness of what I said not to do is what the brain picks up. Yeah. So when you with the coach, you want to hear positive things. You don't want to go to accountability is negative. You're going to accountability is amazing, because, you know, the positive outcome of that achievement is fabulous, right? Yeah. Because the mindset for everything, and you'll hear it from, look, one thing all of us coaches and you know, all the world leaders have got in common is they know how to send a message. Storytelling and the side of the story that you're telling will be the one that creates the most impact in someone's mind. And mindset for everybody is our common denominator, right? Everyone will talk about a certain set of mindset. A lot of the coaches approach it from different angles. I mean, like I said, I do 10X stages. I belong to Advance Your Reach 10X stages as well for stage speaking with Pete Burgess and Pat Quinn. And we talk and train our stage talking all the time to make sure that that positive message hits, right? Because no one wants to hear, like you say, oh, you're going to be accountable. You know, you've got to approach it as a really positive thing, as part of the whole goal setting function. Otherwise, what are we doing it for?
Exactly. Man, thank you so much, Tracey, for gracing us, for empowering women, especially. Where my ladies at? My ladies, drop some fires in the chat if you felt like the things that Tracey is sharing, like that resonated with you. Man, Tracey, thank you so much for even being on Dubai time and you're still here. Like, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And I appreciate your friendship and like just our conversations and things like that. And I look forward to doing a $200 million business with you too. Okay.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, happy birthday again. It was my pleasure. And of course, anytime you need me, you know, I'll be there. So,
yes,
you know, it's been fabulous. And thank you for all the love in the chat from everyone online. And like I said, if you want to follow me, Wake Up Down Under on Insta, and Tracey Burgess on Facebook.
Tracey, thank you so much.
All right.
Guys,
blessings, everyone. Thank you so much.
Fires in the chat for Tracey, y'all.
I don't do the most, but I do a lot.
Come on, y'all.
I'ma make a toast because we
go.
still alive. No
Tracy
big,
is making that
like
bread. Let's do it.
Shoot a shot.
Woo.
I'm coming in hot.
Thank you so much, Tracy. This was a pleasure. We are going through.
Yeah.
Who's still having fun? Who's still having fun on the B-Day Bash, on the GoGiver Birthday Bash? We still have a few more guests that's here. Where's my real estate investors at? Drop a 2 in the chat real quick. Where's my real estate investors at? Drop a 2 in the chat, because our next guest is a hospitality expert. When we talk about short-term, mid-term rental, this man has incredible expertise on this topic. Noble, how are you doing, my man? Where you at, homie?
What's going on, Keston, man? First of all, man, appreciate you having me. Appreciate you so much, and happy birthday, bro.
Thank you, brother. So who are you and what do you do?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So for those who don't know, my name is Noble Crawford. I am the co-founder of a hospitality brand. Been in the space for about 6 years now. Myself and my wife, based out of Texas. We have a portfolio of multifamily and single family assets that we leverage for the short-term rental play. So some people know that as Airbnb. We call it short-term rentals. We do corporate rentals, different things like that.
Man, that's awesome. And you know, I heard you in one of my mentorships speak about how you get some of these contracts and you go into that and you've talked on stages and these different things. What does that look like to someone who wants to get into midterm rental, especially right now? What does that look like?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, there's a number of different ways to enter, right? So you can do it if you have your own property, right? Low hanging fruit, but you don't need to own property to do this, right? You don't have to go out and purchase property to do this, right? You can actually lease someone else's property to do it. And that's how we got started, right? So we started off leasing other people's property, and then we leveraged that property, put it on some different platforms, you know, Airbnb being one, Verbo, Booking.com, some of those guys. And we were able to do that to generate that split between what we paid in monthly rent and what we captured in nightly revenue, right? And so we kept that spread there. And so over time, we've graduated to now where we're less reliant on the different platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, and things like that. And now we've set up ourselves to establish direct bookings with different organizations, different entities, federal contracts, things like that. A lot of people like to talk about with the military, things like that. And then we train our students how to do that as well. So it has just taken off over the last 5-6 years.
Man, that's amazing, because when we're looking at the economy now, and people may not be traveling as much in the short-term rental space. And so what you teach, and I want you to drop a nugget or two as to the type of, because there are different types of contracts and things that you could get. What's some of these different contracts that you could get so that you have more of a guaranteed income over a longer period of time?
Absolutely. I'll run down a few for you. So one of the probably predominant ones in the space right now is in the healthcare space. A lot of people attract like the traveling nurses and things like that, right? But healthcare professionals, right? So that's a big one that you can go after. And not just the healthcare professionals themselves, but a lot of times you can attract families that are traveling loved one that may be having an extended procedure or this or that, and you can host those families in your place. Okay, so that's a good one as well. Then there's also higher education. So most times when I say higher education, people are thinking like student housing, but not necessarily, right? So we're talking about staff and faculty housing. Okay, so we're talking about like postdoctoral candidates. We're talking about research assistants. We're talking about graduate level or even international type of a student, even in that regard. And so student housing is a really big play because college and university, that's in session 9 months out of the year, right? And so that's a big one. Another one is also going to be a relocation. Right. So people are relocating into the area. So corporate relocation is huge because what happens a lot of time when somebody gets transferred from on their job, their company pays for that. Right. And they'll pay several months for them to be housed and pay for those accommodations and that lodging. Right. Who wants to stay in a hotel? Right. So when you can stay in a fully furnished, home type environment, well outfitted, all the amenities. And then the last one I'll mention is probably another good one is going to be insurance. Insurance is excellent. It's outstanding. Right. So a lot of times you can command 3 to 4 times the market rent by hosting people who've been displaced, due to, fire damage, termites, mold, whatever it is, you name it, right? So on the insurance side, hosting those people a lot of times for 4, 5, and 6 months or longer, right? So those are some of the extended stays. And then, if you want to tap into military and government, we can go there too.
Oh my goodness, dude. Guys, are y'all hearing this? I don't know if you guys are like this is where you keep your occupancy high. And it's a lot of creative ways to be able to keep your occupancy high. Because a lot of people, you just try to go on Airbnb, you try to go on VRBO, your place isn't occupied, and it's just like, well, I don't know what to do, I'm gonna quit. But there's so many different ways, and it's all in building the right relationships. And how do you, so what does that conversation look like in building a relationship with a corporate rental, a corporate place, nurses or whatever it may be? I'm calling up and I'm like, hey, I'm Keston, do you got nurses that need a place to stay? What does that look like?
Yeah, so great question. So first of all, it depends on the vertical, right? So all those different verticals I named. So one of the methods that I teach to my students is called LinkedIn tracing, right? So let's just say we're dealing with a company XYZ, right? And we want to get to the decision maker, because that's what you have to do ultimately. You have to get to that decision maker, the person who's making the decision for their employee, for the corporate traveler, right? And so we'll attack it one of two ways. We'll either go through human resources or we'll go through purchasing. Okay. And here's why we do that. So in human resources, those are the folks that have a pulse on everything that's happening in the company, right? They're tapped into every department within the company. So they know who the specific people are, who's the travel coordinator, who's the relocation specialist that works for the company, this, that, and the other. And so we know by going through human resources and saying, hey, my name is Noble, I'm with XYZ company. This is the product or service that we provide. I would love to talk to the person who handles relocation, who handles corporate travel, that we could assist them with providing A+ accommodations for your corporate employees and for your guests, right? And so we'll attack it that route. The next one we talk to is purchasing. Now, purchasing and procurement, and here's why that's so key, right? Because typically, most times, if you want to do direct business with another organization, with an entity, with a company, you need to get on their vendor list, right? So you need to be on their list of vendors that they can transact business with. That happens through purchasing and procurement. Those are the ones that, cut the POs and cut the checks and do all of that things, right? Pass stuff over to accounts payable and stuff like that. So you want to be on that list. And so when you're going through purchasing, you want to make sure that you want to make sure that you let them know what the product or service is, let them know you're interested in becoming a vendor for their company, and ask, what do you need to do to get signed up to provide your product or service? And a lot of times it's just something as simple as an online application. It'll take you 10 minutes to fill out. So those are the real low-hanging fruit methods to kind of get in with some of these places.
Man, you coming in too hot right now. I feel like you've just given more information than somebody could implement in the next month. Like at what point do we stop giving so somebody could implement, right? Like, who's gotten a lot of information today that you could go implement? We've gotten so much stuff. I feel like right now, with that information, just with that, with going on LinkedIn and knowing who to target, who to reach out to, somebody's occupancy, they've just made a couple of hundred thousands just by that. You increase their revenue just by that.
Yeah, well, let me help you out there, because let me give them a tip that'll get them to 7 figures. Okay, let's go there, right? So one of my favorite verticals to play in is the federal government. So if you think about it, the United States federal government has the largest accounts payable department in the entire world, on the planet. The largest. They spend billions and billions and billions and multiple billions of dollars, right? And the good part is a lot of that money is allocated to contracts. And a lot of those contracts are set aside for small businesses, right? And so folks like you and I. And so here's the thing. If you want to do business at the federal level, there's a couple of things you got to do. Real simply, you need to get your business registered as a vendor. Again, get registered as a vendor to do business at the federal level. So you want to go to sam.gov and you want to get your entity set up in that system so they're in a position to take advantage of a lot of these federal contracts, all right? So what'll happen when you get set up with SAM? So they'll assign what's called the UEI, a unique entity identifier. That's to help them kind of identify your company in their database, right? You'll get what's assigned a CAGE code. That's a commercial and government entity code that's assigned by the DOD, Department of Defense. Okay, so after you go through that process, then there's some other things that you can do. If you're a female, it's International Women's Month, right? If you're a female, or if you're a minority, or if you're a veteran or a disadvantaged business owner, you can go get registered and certified. There's certifications for those. So you can go through the Small Business Administration, veterans. You can go through your regional chamber and find out about the minority or woman business owner enterprise, right? So then go get set up for that, because then you position your company to be in a position to take advantage of opportunities that are set aside for those folks. Now, here's the deal. So I'm going to give a quick case study real quick. So we had an opportunity. It was with a company that was holding a defense contract. They were responsible for training mechanics and pilots, right? Mm-hmm. And the mechanics would come in 2-week intervals. The pilots would come in 30-day intervals, right? And so this was year round, all right? So what we did, we wanted to house those people because they were staying at the Holiday Inn Expresses, the Marriott Courtyards, the Fairfield Inns, those type of places, right? We have a superior product with our short-term rental, our corporate housing product, right? So we said, hey, we want to make our properties available for you. Long story short, with 9 doors. Now dig this. We have 1-bedroom units that we house the pilots in, right? So we have 4 of those. So those rent for about $1,400 a month. Okay. Now here's the thing. You can go and provide housing to the federal government under what's called a GSA rate. So you can Google GSA lodging per diem and put your city in, and it'll tell you how much you can charge per night to the federal government. Right. And so in our area, it was $167 a night. So if you do the math, $167 a night times 30, that's $5,010. Okay. Now, so our rent's $1,450, right? Plus a couple of extras. So let's say $1,600. So we're pocketing over $3,000 per door on those 1 bedrooms. Now, here's the beautiful part. We have 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. So we put the mechanics in those, they're staying at 2-week intervals. So now when we do that, we're not only capturing the $167 a night times 30 nights, we're doing it times 2 because there's 2 doors. Whoa. So then that $5,010 per door comes $10,020 per door on a $2,000 rent payment. You follow me? So if you do the math, now we have 9 doors grossing $65K a month. That's game on right there. So people can follow that. It's a lot of money there.
You need a beat.
I don't do the most.
Noble needs the beat. Noble needs the beat. Yo, put some fires in the chat for Noble right now. He's giving game. Woo!
I'm coming in hot.
My man is coming in strong. Oh my goodness. Bro. So let's pull that back. Let's pull it back, right? Hold on. So you're doing 10K because of a relationship that you've built on a 2-bedroom house.
Yep. 2-bedroom apartment.
Two beds. 2-bedroom apartment. Yeah. It's not even a house.
Right.
Dude,
1000%. Yeah. This
is amazing, man. And it was when I heard you speak about that, I was like, hold on. This doesn't make sense. This is the way, right? And so, bro, I don't think I'm dropping this recording. Do you guys think I should drop this recording or not? I don't know if I'm dropping this recording, bro. This recording is like, put a 1 in the chat if you think I should drop this recording or should I keep it? There's so many nuggets on this recording right here, y'all. Here's where you're gonna get the recording. The recording is gonna be on my YouTube channel. So go over to my YouTube, go put in KesOnPurpose, and that's where the recording is gonna be at, y'all. It's the only place it's gonna be is on my YouTube. This is where it's at. Noble, bro. Dude, you're stressing me out, man. Because this stuff is so good. It's so good. Like
we just tapped the surface, bro. We just tapped the surface. But I appreciate it.
You're just tapping in. You're not even like going deep, which is the part. Let's give them one more before, because I gotta get somebody else on. The value is just amazing. What's another nugget? What's the last nugget? What's the last nugget you could give for somebody to go out and start doing the thing right now?
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna give something that's not as tactical, but it's extremely important, right? And so that's to know your why when you're doing this whole entrepreneurial thing. Okay. Because as an entrepreneur, business is going to ebb and flow, man. You're not always going to be on 10, right? You're going to have those valleys, and it's your why that's going to get you through it. Right. And so for me, that was my family, right? Had to deal with my wife. She had a tumor, got removed. She flatlined in the ICU, and, we're blessed to still have her with us today. But that was my why. Right. That was my why. And that's what encouraged me to leave my W-2 and buy my time back so I could be there for my loved ones when they needed me. Right. So understand and know your why, because that's going to carry you through all those different periods. And like Tracey said, set those stretch goals, right? Develop the right mindset, books, podcasts, videos, visualization, your morning routine, right? The proximity effect, relationships, networking, getting on Zooms like this, right? Investing in yourself, courses, coaches, mentors, masterminds. And then after all of that, man, take massive action and then go out and crush it. That's all I got.
Man, my man Noble, man, thank you so much, bro. What a gift you've given to me and to everyone on here. Guys, if you love what Noble the fire he just spit, drop some fires in the chat for my man, because he got to go out in style, y'all. He got to go out in style.
But I do a lot.
Woo!
I'ma make a toast.
This is fire, y'all.
No big.
This is
like
pure
pop.
fire.
I shoot a shot. I'm coming in hot.
My man, thank you so much for being amazing and giving so much value. Guys, Noble.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. So, guys, we are tracking through. We're tracking through, and we're having fun. Who's still having fun? Who's with me? Who's still having fun and who's with me, y'all? I gotta make sure you guys are still here, still enjoying. Put a 2 in the chat if you're still enjoying what's going on right now. Drop a 2 in the chat. Man, here's a birthday gift that I have for my entire, for all of you guys. This is a birthday gift to me. This is a birthday gift to my team, because there was somebody that I really wanted to get on here. And I'm like, man, he unfortunately didn't necessarily accept, but I was able to get him in. So this is for everybody. Before we bring up the next guest, I have a special guest that I want to be able to share. I hope you guys recognize this. Listen.
And now a poem by Andy Mineo. I'm coming in hot, like a fajita. I write what I live. My life's in the speakers. I'm nice with the flow, just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam and feeding the meter. I'm coming in hot. Cash, what's going on? Andy Mineo sending you some love for your birthday. I got to read a little bit about the things that you got going on. Retired international DJ. Hopefully you were playing my music. Maybe you weren't. That's why you're retired. You know, you got to spin the stuff. I know you're doing real estate. You're doing life and mind coach. That's incredible, man. I'm wishing you much success with that. And obviously wishing you a happy birthday. KesOnPurpose, much love. Take it easy, man.
Guys, put some fires in the chat for my man Andy sending that over, y'all. See, that's a birthday gift to me. I'm like, how could I make this happen? And I made it happen, y'all. This is what I'm talking about when you got to create it and do it yourself. When you need something done, don't do it yourself. Figure out how you can get it done, right? And so I got my man Andy. I'm always playing his music. As you all know, that's my theme song. And I was able to get him to come through. He couldn't be here in person, but I was able to work the links and be able to get that shout out. So happy birthday to me and the entire team, because I know that was somebody that I really wanted to get on to come in here and bring value to you guys. So up next, we got, so guys, we learned how to go get the bag. We learned what to do with the money. We learned how to become our own bank. We learned how to put it in yachts, planes, jets, all these different things. Now, when you're learning how to make money, who could say what the biggest expense we all have, what that is? Who could say what our biggest one expense is? It's taxes. It is taxes. And right now I got one of the geniuses of taxes on with us. Larry, what's up, bro? How are you, man?
Hey, doing well. No complaints my way. How are you? Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Dude, the last time we met and we were on, you were just like unleashing so much when it comes to taxes and your wealth of knowledge. You are like that CPA or that person who just knew every answer that I had. So I knew that every question, you had an answer to the questions that I had. And so I knew I had to get you back on as an expert in the field. So tell people a little bit about yourself and what you do, and then we get into some conversation around taxes and real estate and all that other stuff.
Awesome. Well, appreciate the opportunity and thank you all for spending time with us this evening. Of course, my name is Larry D. West III. I own a tax strategy and consulting firm that's based in Dallas, but we work with clients all over. And the short of it is we like to give you financial visibility so you can make better business and tax decisions. And basically what that means is we like to understand how you make every single dollar, whether it's rental income, a W-2, business income, interest income, however that money flows into your household, we want to know about it. Then we help put together a plan to make sure it's structured in the most tax efficient way so you can build wealth and hold on to every dollar because, you know, that's the game. It's not about what you make, it's about what you can keep. We like to help you keep more of it.
Man, so that taxes was something a couple of years to me was a daunting topic, daunting. And it still is to some degree something that's just like when tax season comes around and you got to do your bookkeeping and all this type of stuff. It's just like, oh man, it's that time, right? Now, how do you guys make this process a better experience for most people, or even help them to understand how and where their money is coming in from and what they should do with it and the strategies to it?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's really the foundational place to start, because most people, when they come through the door, their only objective is, hey, I just want to pay less in taxes. And while we will work on that, the best place to start is to understand how you're making your money. And so if the financial visibility isn't there, meaning the books or the record keeping isn't there, there's really nothing we can do. And so that's the first place that we want to start, is making sure we've got a clear idea of what's coming in and how it's coming in. And that's when we can get to the planning. But even more important than that, we also want to have conversations about increasing cash flow, because if we can create situations where you have a tax problem, well, then that's a good problem to have. That's a good situation to be in. If you don't have a tax problem, then we got some work to do.
So increasing cash flow, talk about that. How do you help a business increase their cash flow? Or because taxes, we look at taxes as something that got to go out, but talk about how you guys strategize to use it to increase cash flow.
Yeah, so there are three main things we do, and it really comes down to having insight on the reporting. Most of us know what a P&L and a balance sheet is. Those are the basic financials, and we provide those, and we want to have a good idea. But the reality is that's historical. That's the stuff that happened in the past. What we look at is a forecast with respect to cash flow. We want to look at the 13-week runway and look at where the bottlenecks are. Because if the business isn't profitable, if the business isn't sustainable, there's really no tax to plan for, because the cash isn't necessarily coming in. So that's the first place we start, with the short run cash flow. What do the next 13 weeks look like? And that's knowing what's coming in and what's going out. And from there, we then work on a longer run forecast in which we look at the next year. None of us knew COVID was going to happen a couple of years ago, and that tanked a lot of businesses because the planning and the strategy wasn't put together appropriately. So if you don't have a forecast, which is dynamic, it's not a budget is stale, right? A forecast basically means, in the event that certain things happen, I can pivot in this direction. What happens if my sales drop 30%? How do I make sure that my business is still sustainable? What happens if sales shoot through the roof 110%? How do I make sure I'm planning for taxes appropriately, but I'm also reserving enough cash so that I can sustain the business once this thing is over? So we do a lot of full range planning to understand how the business is structured, how it's operating. And then only then can we get into, all right, here's how we can protect the money that we're able to generate with proper tax planning.
Dude, every time you talk and you speak, especially on this, it blows my mind, man. So let's say, because we have a lot of real estate investors in here, both single family and multifamily. Let's say we implement the strategy that Noble was just talking about. And so now we're making a lot more money coming into our business, regardless of if it's a multifamily or single family. What do we then do when we have a spike and we're making more money in our business? What do we do as a tax strategy?
Yep. A couple of things. One, you want to have a tax reserve account. So you want to start squirreling money away so that if and when a tax bill shows up, you're not having to pull from the operational account of your business to pay this tax bill. But then beyond that, the first step we want to do when it comes to tax planning, the 101 part of things, is to make sure we are structured appropriately. That's looking at our entity structure. So getting our accountant and our attorney together to say, hey, is this the right optimal structure for me from a tax perspective? Is this an LLC? LLC tax as a partnership? LLC tax as an S corporation? What does this structure need to look like to put me in the most efficient tax position? From there, we start to look at what are the areas that we're spending money in already that now, because we have a business, generate reasonable business tax deductions, right? Because the whole idea of protecting cash flow is that we're having less money go out the door. So if we're able to spend the exact same money but get a tax deduction for it, well, now we're winning. So what are some examples of what that looks like? Number one, we often hear this idea about hiring your kids, but I want to expand that a little bit and look at any family members that we're supporting financially. If there are legitimate ways to hire them inside of our business, that's going to be an idea that may be worth exploring, because not only do we continue to support them financially, but now we get a tax deduction for it. Now, this doesn't mean you can just take money out of your business and go give it to your cousin just because. They have to have a legitimate title. They have to provide legitimate services for the business. They have to be paid a wage that's commensurate with their experience and skill set, and it has to be run properly the same way we would do for anyone else that we're hiring. But kids are a great example. If our 16-year-old is already draining our pockets, and those of us on this platform with 16-year-olds know, if they can then perform legitimate services for the business, well, now we create a payroll for them, run that through the business. We get a tax deduction. It drops into their tax bracket, which is typically a lot lower than ours, if not zero at that. And then they can take that money and pay either less tax than we would or pay no tax on it at all. And the same thing is accomplished as long as we set this up appropriately. The same is true for your home office. When you use your home as your primary place of business, well, that creates two things. One, the home office deduction that a lot of us hear about, but the mileage deduction could potentially be increased because whenever you travel from your place of your place of living and dwelling to your business, that's personal. You can't deduct that. But when your place of business and your home are the same place, virtually anywhere else you travel from your home that has a business component layered onto it, well, now we've got mileage that we can calculate and count. And right now, mileage is about 61 cents per mile.
You got to run that back. You got to run that back. You went over that too fast. Let's make sure that everyone heard that. Say it again, man.
Yeah. So this one specifically is the home office deduction. So whenever you use your home as your primary place of business, you have the opportunity to use the home office deduction. They've got a standard calculation that can be done, but the old school way and what most people know is that you take the square footage of the space that's used exclusively for business, divide that by the square footage of the entire house, that yields a percentage. You then multiply that percentage against a number of household bills. These are general household bills. When you think property tax, when you think mortgage interest, when you think utilities, water, sewer, trash, maintenance, telephone, internet expense, that percentage could be a couple $1,000s of a deduction. And again, this is money you're already spending to maintain your home, but there's a business component layered in there as well. And when your home is your primary place of business and you leave your home to carry out other business, now we've added the mileage deduction in there, 61 cents a mile. Now we're in Dallas. We can drive 10,000 miles with our eyes closed, just like that within a year. But just think about 10,000 business miles a year. It's a $6,100 deduction that's just waiting on you. Money you're already spending to maintain your vehicle, but now you can layer in the mileage deduction. So those are just a few of the items that when you think about tax planning, it's not about spending extra money to create deductions. It's looking at where we already spending money that has a legitimate business purpose and we can support and take a business deduction for it.
You just said something that's so key, because I think a lot of people, when it comes to taxes, they try to spend money to try to save it, right? Like go in on that a little bit more, because there are people who they will just spend money to say, I need deductions, but it's not on something that makes them money or anything like that. So talk about it.
So here's the deal. Whenever you think about a deduction, it never comes back to you dollar for dollar. So let's just use simple math. Let's just say we're in the 20% tax bracket. So every time you spend $1, the best that you can do is basically reduce your tax bill by 20 cents. So if we go spend if we go spend $100,000 on a vehicle, congratulations, we've reduced our tax bill by $20,000. But when you shorten that and you think about the end of the year and we just want to spend money just because, just to get these deductions, the amount of money that you spend never comes back to you one-to-one. And so the first place to look is not spending new money, because you can't get that cash back. Once it's gone, it's gone. Cash out the door is gone, right? Why don't we look at where we're already spending money, cash that's already going out the door, but now it has a legitimate business purpose and we're getting a deduction without necessarily creating new cash outflow, because cash flow is the lifeblood of the business. And I'm talking to real estate investors here, so we know cash flow very well. We don't want more going out the door. We want more staying home. So if we can repurpose what's already going out the door to not only satisfy whatever needed to satisfy, but also get a tax deduction, well, now we're winning and now we're building wealth.
Dude, that's such a major point. Look as to where you're already spending money. Like, don't try to create new things, and because you're never going to get all of that money back. So major point. Now let's turn it up a notch, right? Like, let's get to a little bit more advanced strategies. Now, we know about charities. The last time we spoke, we talked about setting up charities to be able to pass money through. And of course, there has to be well, I'll let you fill that piece in. What type of strategies can you use in real estate using charities that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So charitable planning, if that's a part of your strategy and a part of your mission in life, could be a very powerful tax planning tool. So a few of the things that you can consider and think about is if you have a property that has appreciated and you don't necessarily want to sell that property, especially and pay capital gains tax, depreciation, recapture, and all that other fun stuff, and there's an organization that can legitimately use it, you can consider gifting that property to that organization. It has to be a qualified 501c3 and chartered by the IRS. But if you do a transaction like that, you have the potential to create a pretty decent tax deduction based on the fair market value of that property. Now, there are some nuanced calculations that go on behind the scenes. So don't think you're going to donate a $100,000 property and get a $100,000 tax deduction. It will be a little bit less than that, but that's a very powerful strategy that allows you to avoid having to sell, but also get the tax deduction and fulfill your charitable mission at the same time. There's also what's called the 179 exchange, where if you sell a property that has appreciated below fair market value to a qualified charity, you can potentially get a tax deduction for the delta. So basic math, and this is just for example purposes, let's just say a property is worth $200,000 after the appropriate appraisal is done, but you decide to sell it to the charity for 100, just as an example here. That difference, that $100,000 difference, can potentially be a tax deduction for you that's taken on Schedule A of your tax return. Now, the appropriate appraisal needs to be done. There has to be quite a bit of legal documents that are signed and tracked appropriately, and your accountant and CPA needs to be involved from the beginning. But these are different ways that you can use charitable organizations, fulfill your charitable mission, but also get a reasonable tax deduction for doing so with respect to real estate.
Now that's big for someone who's playing that big game. They're like huge for someone who's playing that game, who really wants to pass money through and to get into other things, right? But of course, you gotta have a charitable interest in it, in doing it, right? You gotta say that at least. Now, when it comes to multifamily, because multifamily has been a thing that it's been a up and growing thing, especially in the past couple of months. I got into multifamily, and what are the tax benefits as opposed in multifamily as opposed to single family? What are some of the common things that you could do? And I'm starting from ground level, and then we're gonna go up. So talk to me about that.
So here's the deal. A lot of the strategies are going to be fairly the same. However, when we talk multifamily, they're 10x. They're much bigger, right? You get a chance to go bigger, faster. So depreciation becomes the basic tax deduction when we talk about real estate. Single family, multifamily, commercial, depreciation is always there. But think about it this way. If you have a let's call it a $500,000 property, a $500,000 property, your depreciation deduction every year is about $18,000. That means you can earn your first $18,000 of rental income and pay zero in taxes because you got depreciation to absorb that expense. But what happens when that $500,000 property is a $5 million multifamily unit, or perhaps a $50 million multifamily unit? All of a sudden, we're going from $18,000 to perhaps 1.8 million in tax deductions. And so the more you grow, the bigger you grow with respect to real estate, the more powerful these depreciation deductions can become. And when you couple that with leverage, right, appropriately using debt, you're not using all of your money to acquire that $5 million property. You're probably either raising capital or you're taking your own $1 million to take that property down, but you got a $5 million asset that gives you a couple $100,000 a year of depreciation deductions. That's powerful within itself. And if it's the right kind of buy, because you know you make your money when you buy, if it appreciates, Well, you've got access to even more capital down the line as your equity starts to build up. And that equity comes to you tax-free, depending on the type of transaction you put together. So you cash flow tax-free, you can pull out equity tax-free. And then when you turn around and sell it, right? There are all kinds of strategies you can put in place to exit tax efficiently. 1031 exchange, Delaware statutory trust, deferred sales trust, or just go and buy a property and do depreciation all over again and pay and help absorb some of the capital gains tax. So essentially, you're just going bigger and you're going bigger faster, and you're just exploding your numbers from a small single family to a large multifamily number. But real estate is like one of those only asset classes that allows you to build wealth in such an amazing way.
Dude, you're like, just hearing how you talk about this stuff is like super duper smart, man. Like ultra smart and just so efficient with it. Yo, if y'all getting value from Larry right now, put some fires in the chat for Larry real quick. Drop some fires in the chat. Like, Larry, any final words on like just someone who is getting started or on the newer side? Do they wait down to get things set up after buying their 10th property? Like, when is the appropriate time? What type of advice would you give to someone getting started or just started?
Yeah, I think the moment you acquire that first property, perhaps even before you acquire the first property, it's time to do some tax planning. Because the reality is, once most of us taste that little bit of blood in the water and get that first property, it's on and popping from there. And so you only grow more. So it's always good to just get everything set up and understand the structures from the beginning, because it's a lot harder to unwind it if you do it wrong, the other way around. So I don't think it's too early to start planning. Get with your accountant who understands real estate, get with your CPA who understands real estate, and make sure that they can help you structure your stuff appropriately and then give you the tax planning that you need throughout the year.
Dude, amazing. I gotta ask another question for everyone. What are some good questions to ask a CPA, to interview them, to know that they have the experience or the knowledge to be a good real estate CPA? Because there are some people that, they probably still use H&R Block. So
yeah,
what are some good questions in interviewing a CPA to do real estate taxes?
Yeah, so here are three that you can really start with. The first of which is asking them if they specialize in real estate, if that's a niche that their firm covers. Because most of us, when we get started in the tax side, we're generalists and we kind of spread ourselves broad, but we know the tax code is just massive and there's no way to cover it all. But if they could specialize in one area, it's kind of like you don't want your general physician doing your brain surgery, right? You're going to go to your neurosurgeon. And that's what you're looking for when you get into the real estate space with your CPAs. You don't want the generalist doing your stuff. If you're going to grow your portfolio, you want the one who specializes in it. So make sure that that's a part of their niche. The second question you want to ask is whether or not they invest in real estate themselves. Now, there are use cases where people may understand this at a high level, but generally when they have hands-on experience, it's a lot better, or they're more privy to nuanced things and have experienced things hands-on that they can make you aware of. And of course, the last part is really just a vibe check. And so whatever that question is for you to do a vibe, and I'm leaving that broad and open, to do the vibe check, because this is a person that you're going to work hand in hand with, and the decisions that they make on your behalf are going to be very impactful in terms of how your taxes roll out, but also your life finances. So make sure they pass your personal vibe check, and it's somebody you can have conversations with, and not someone who just takes orders from you and does whatever you say, because you want to make sure that they have professional integrity with that respect.
Oh man, dude, so amazing. How could people reach out to you? What's your contact? Are you taking on new clients? What does your ideal avatar look like? Like, talk to us real quick.
Yep, absolutely. So back to where we just started, our ideal avatar are folks that are in the real estate space. And so we look specifically at real estate investors. And those are people who are really planning on the buy and hold side of real estate, because that's where we can really play strong on the tax planning side of things. And to get in contact with us, you just visit our website, which is PB, so PB like peanut butter, pb-strategies.com. There's a huge blue button on the right-hand side that says become a client. We'll have a discovery call and see if it makes sense for us to work together.
Dude, awesome, man. Thank you so much. Guys, if Larry just dropped some fire, put some fires in the chat for my man Larry real quick, y'all. You know we got to send him out in style.
I don't do the most.
Put some fires in the chat for my man Larry. Thank you so much, brother.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. We shoot the shot. My man Larry. Woo! Guys, we're down to the wire. Just made money. We learned how to get money. We learn how to leverage the bank. We learn how to become the bank. We learn how to put it in all types of assets. And hold on, I gotta pause on this one. Because our next guest, guys, I could tell you hands down, I will not be here if it wasn't for this next person and what he has done for most people in here. He has allowed me the space to find my purpose. He has allowed me the space to be able to start giving back in a way that I had no idea that this is where I would be today had he not been crazy enough to go out and start something that has now revolutionized the way real estate is being taught. And bro, my man Pace, my mentor Pace, what's up, dog? I gotta unmute you. What's up, man?
Happy birthday, man. 25, right?
25. Yeah.
Bro, super proud of you. Larry West, that was really good. You couldn't have brought on a more quality CPA for a lot of people. I spent 3 hours with him a couple of months ago in Dallas. And man, people would not let that guy leave the room. He did such a great job. So congrats on bringing such amazing people to the stage today. Larry West dropping some amazing nuggets. If I knew the things that he just said in the last 45 seconds of how to choose the right CPA, I would have saved probably 8 years of my life and a couple $1 million and lost taxes that just went to the IRS for no reason. So amazing, dude. You're such an industry leader. I love you. I love being around you. How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm doing amazing. It's my birthday. And so I'm so pumped up to be able to do this, to bring on such quality people to give back. Typically
think about that, dude. Like think about like 5, 7, 8 years ago, what you were doing on your birthday, and now what you're doing on your birthday based on the skills that you've acquired, the resources you've acquired, the experiences that you've gone through, the relationships that you've acquired. The greatest gift you can give somebody like Keston is the ability to give you guys those resources and give you guys those gifts back in return. This is why anytime Keston asks me to show up anywhere, I will cancel whatever I have going on. I have a live podcast going on in the other room. I told them, I'm like, hey, I'm bouncing. I'm coming over to my boy's birthday party over here. Dude, you're unbelievable, man.
Thank you, bro. And a lot of it has been refined in sub 2. If you're from sub 2, put a 2 in the chat real quick. Let's see who's from sub 2 in here. Man, like seriously, what you've created, man, and have given me the ability to grow. And I remember when we started real estate, and I was looking at you on YouTube, and we had just spent a bunch of money on other mentorships and all that type of stuff. And I'm like, guys, this guy kind of sounds like he knows what he's talking about, man. You know, and this is in 2020. And tell us about like the mindset and why create this community of people? Like why?
The number one reason why is because I have a good memory. And what that means is that I remember what it felt like when I didn't have skills to make more than $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month. I remember what it felt like when I would come home from being a contractor and the only thing I had to show for it was paying my rent. I remember what it felt like making a decision of how many children I was going to bring into the world based on how much money I could produce. I remember that feeling. I remember it like it's a scar on my body. And so it's the same thing with you, Keston, is that you are a man who remembered the lack of resourcefulness that you felt 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And all you want to do is take that learning curve that you went through and go, how do I shorten this down for everybody else? Because God, the universe, my parents, whatever it may be, taught me to give back. And unfortunately, you know why most people don't give back? Is because they don't take the time to acquire things to give back. And they sit there and live their life in receivership mode. They just receive whatever is being given to them, orders, their 9-to-5 job, whatever it may be. Guys like you that go out and seek these skills, once you obtain them, you become a different person. And you're like, oh my gosh, I want everybody in the world to feel this way. And so that's how I felt. I had to give this back to people because I remember how I felt when I didn't have it. And truly, one of the things that was the saddest moment of my life is having a conversation with my wife. And as a man of my household, I have a traditional relationship, husband, wife, whatever. And in my traditional relationship, I'm the one that's supposed to bring the financial resources to the table. And if we're sitting there planning our family around money, we weren't planning around money. We were planning around my resourcefulness as a man. That's what we were planning around. And when you really write that down and think about that, we are making plans based on the lack of resourcefulness and the lack of skills that my wife married this man has. That is a scary thing to think about. Okay. If you're going to dinner with your wife tonight, okay, or this week, you're going on a date and you're making a decision to go here or here, and the decision is $40, $50, $100, it really isn't a decision about money. It's a decision about that you are navigating around. You are working hard to navigate around the lack of resourcefulness that you as a man bring to the table. And when I realized that, bro, I went Mach 10 to acquire as many skills and what I've been recently calling merit badges in real estate. So like, you had the merit badge of raising capital, merit badge of doing sub-2 deals, merit badge of doing cash deals, merit badge of wholesaling, merit badge of seller finance, merit badge of training and acquiring a team, merit badge of doing transaction coordination, merit badge of doing multifamily, single family. These are all little individual merit badges that you acquire by putting in focused effort, going through sacrifices, and putting yourself in uncomfortable situations so that you become resourceful and you no longer have conversations around, I'm sorry, we can't have as many children as we want. I'm sorry, we can't drive the cars we want. I'm sorry, we can't go on that place to vacation and stay in a 5-star hotel. We have to stay in a 3-star hotel because your husband has a lack of resourcefulness. That has been obliterated. And because I remember the transfer from being resourceless to being resourceful, I just want everybody on the planet that is a go-giver, and this is what I love about you, Keston. Man, I could teach anybody anything, but it's the people like you that want to give it back to the community and compound that. Bro, I'm nothing but the first domino. And if I'm one domino, I have to click over another domino. That next domino has to click over another domino. And lucky for me, you weren't a guy that clicked over one other domino. You were one of those dominoes that spread out to 5 different areas. And you've really compounded the whole entire growth of our community because of your heart, your sacrifice, your experience. I remember when you moved from, was it New York?
Yeah.
You moved to New York to Atlanta and you're like, how do I be a leader here? And you didn't even have to have the conversation. You just stepped up and did the work. Bro, we need more men, more women, more people like you in this industry. Holy crap. And I hope your birthday and this live that you're doing births other visionaries that say, oh my gosh, I can do what Keston's doing. Like, he's leading the charge. He's being a leader. Guys, who in here feels like you have a lack of resources in yourself? Forget about money. If I dropped you anywhere on the planet right now, Atlanta, Georgia, Omaha, Nebraska, whatever it is, you drop Keston or me anywhere on the planet today, by the end of the day, I will figure out how to get $10,000 or more in my pocket. Okay. You do that to me 10 years ago.
Lost.
Yeah. Blame everybody else. How would you expect me to do this? Freaking, you set me up for failure, whatever, right? Victim mentality. And so what Keston's doing and has been doing for quite a while is taking all the life experiences, the mindset stuff that you do, bro, is unbelievable. There's nobody doing what you're doing. I'm impressed. I get a lot of feedback from people that go through your coaching and go through your program that come back to me and say, Keston changed my life. Wow. Bro, there's no better gift that you could give to somebody like Keston than saying he changed your life, that the sacrifice he made, the leap he made, the faith he took, all of those things were not wasted, but people go implement the action, come back and say, hey, happy birthday, bro. You changed my life. That's the greatest gift you could ever give to somebody like Keston. So if Keston's ever changed your life, let him know that. That's the greatest gift you can give to somebody like Keston. Let him know that. Steve, Julie Burkhart on the side, Keston on the daily dial is fire. Unbelievable.
Dude, and while real estate is the thing that got me in, and we've had this conversation where I'm like, Pace, I don't want to teach real estate, dude. Like honestly, like I love it. I want to keep it. It's gonna keep me going. I'm like, I want to be able to help people get from not being able to implement to get over the imposter syndrome, how to stay motivated. Because I feel like I've learned so much through my life experiences as to how to recreate myself and keep people accountable, and the mentality and everything behind it, that this is all I want to do now. You know, like, thank God for real estate, thank God for the community, but helping people with this, being able to help them shift their paradigms and to install new paradigms is where it is for me. That's what makes me feel happy, you know?
Yeah. And powerful. I was, you know, I'm so grateful for you coming into my life personally, and then watching thousands of other people impacted by you as well. I've told this story. I'll tell it in a very, very short fashion, but I was, you know, I had a hero for a long time, really, really, really long time. I had a hero, Robert G. Allen. Yep. And Robert G. Allen was prolific in real estate as a real estate educator, changed a lot of people's lives, wrote amazing books, did more than most people in their entire lives by the time he was 30 years old. When I finally met Robert G. Allen after him being prolific, like in this industry for nearly 40 years, I meet him and he says, the number one thing I screwed up on was not realizing that 99% of people fail in real estate, not because of technique, not because of strategy, not because of understanding the market, but because of their own limiting beliefs. And he said, I wasted probably 26 of the 40 years I was teaching people real estate on just teaching people real estate. And so I can tell you right now that what I have to teach people and what I bring to the table means very little without what you bring to the table and what you teach people. And I am grateful for the collaboration. I'm grateful for the friendship. People like you, I was praying for people like you to come into my life 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And so the fact that you are in my life, you are an answer to prayers I was praying 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I just want to say, thank you for showing up, bro. Thank you for coming into my life. Thank you for coming into all these other people's lives and bringing something with substance, something with absolute generosity. Yes, but you are genuinely caring about people. Substance is the word of the year for me. I want to be around people with substance, people that are not out there trying to just sell people another product, sell them another thing. I want people with substance around me. And you are one of those guys that I see collaborating with 10 years in the future, 15 years in the future, 20 years in the future. And I'll say, Keston, remember that one time when you turned 25 years old and I came on your Zoom and said, and wish you happy birthday? Bro, we got a lot of life to live and a lot of lives to change together. I'm so proud to be able to do it by your side.
Dude, I'm proud. And what I want to take people to here is that it took you being able to raise up and say yes to the calling, to feel so bothered, to be more resourceful, to then create other people to start walking in their purpose, to start doing their thing. And so to everyone that's listening, somebody's waiting for you to step up. Somebody's waiting for you to become the best version of you, to become something that that you could pull somebody else up. Because without that, then you're saying no to millions of people, because my intention is to impact millions of lives. That's my intention. And it's on this journey of real estate through Sub 2, I've been able to discover. And Pace, I don't know if you've ever heard that, how I kind of went off on this. It was someone, I was doing the daily dial serving, and someone said to me, Conti, he said to me, I know you don't think that you're an expert or you're really good at this, or you probably never got paid for this. He said, I want to pay you to coach me. And I was like, I took that message and I snapshotted and I sent it to my parents in a group chat. And I'm like, what do I do here? And they were like, do it, say yes. We've been telling you that this is a part of who you are for so long. And it probably took me like 4 hours before I responded to him, because I had to deal with me internally. And I said, well, now it's time to step up. And I said yes. And the feeling that I've gotten from helping someone change their business, have a better marriage and all of that, dude, that's why I'm like, I want to 10x this. I want to do this so much. I never want to let go of this feeling, because this makes me feel fulfilled. But it started from you saying yes, you building the community, me jumping in, discovering you on YouTube, and saying and convincing my team that I believe that this dude legit knows what he's doing. And Jazz would always say, like, could you get this guy out of the bathroom? Because I'll be in the bathroom listening to seller calls and just I'm like, I gotta get this thing.
You can't even imagine how many women hate me, dude.
Because listen, man, and I told you this, I said, Pace, I don't come on your live Zooms. I listen to all your recordings and I internalize all of the sales calls, and I see you're going to do more sales calls. I think that's the bread and butter that made me who I am today, was those sales calls. Like 1,000%, it was the sales calls for me. I learned how to structure deals on those sales calls. I learned how to speak to sellers, because I was doing real estate before. I just couldn't close a creative deal. And you have taught me how to slow down, how to tell a story, how to not be like, you don't know this, but you've taught me patience. Because before it was like, try to get it all out. But then it was like, slow down, tell the story. And I started to pace myself and then pronunciate. It's okay for me to tell you the story like this versus like this when I talk fast and blah, blah. And it was just like, That's how I started to pattern. I started to pattern everything, man. And dude, it is still amazing. And I'm on this journey, dude. I'm on this journey. Y'all gonna have to kick me out to get me out of here. But
I love it. I love it. I think there's that feeling when you sent your parents that message about, hey, this guy wants me to coach him. I was anti-coaching ironically, I'm sitting in Brent Daniels' office right now where, we got wholesale hotline going on right now. And I'm sitting in this chair that Brent sits in all the time. He kept telling me for 2 years, he's like, you should be a coach. You're one of the most phenomenal teachers and you have a caring heart. And I kept saying, no, 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 no. And the reason why I said no is because I just felt like this industry of coaching had an icky, sticky feeling attached to it because there were so many bad actors in this so-called play that was going on. And I had deployed capital to bad actors that took advantage of me. Mm-hmm. 2, I watched other people deploy capital to bad actors that took advantage of them. And then Brent Daniels says to me, he says, Pace, you are not a normal person. You are a world changer. And if you're upset with the world, then why don't you just change it? And I said, okay. And I didn't know what that meant until, you guys have heard the story about the day I created the vision of our sub 2 community. And it connected like a lightning rod, like, oh my gosh, I can change the world. And my favorite thing you've said is that you believe that there's people here right now that have other people, hundreds of people, thousands of people waiting on them to become the best versions of themselves. And what's funny is guys like you and guys like me and a lot of the people in here, guys and gals, we all feel like we're not working hard enough. Every time somebody tells us, you changed my life, it immediately makes me feel like I'm not working hard enough because I'm like, how many other people have I not reached? How many other people have I not stepped up to my calling? And this is why I think that. I'm on a boat about 4 months ago, and I'm meeting a very, very high level person. And I'm having this very unbelievable high level conversation about things that I wish I could have solved 2 years ago. And I go, where were you 2 years ago? And the person that I met, his name is Randy Garn, a very high level person. He's negotiating the Anaheim Angels to move to Utah. That's this guy, right? And he says, have you been recently working on yourself? And I said, yeah, like maybe, a couple of weeks ago, I've been implementing a new thing here, a new thing here. And he says, Pace, the reason why you didn't know who I was is because you didn't deserve to know who I was. You hadn't worked on yourself. You hadn't fixed something because I'm so intentional about who I let into my world that the universe and God will not let people into my world that are not working on themselves. And he said, you deserve to be here today. And then he went on. I was like, he must have seen my jaw hit the ground when he said this to me because it was so, cut right to the core. And a good mentor will do that. Somebody that will just cut right to your core and tell you the honest truth. He says, think about all the people, Pace, that are out there, that there is a barricade between you and helping them. And you think you've helped thousands of people, but the reality is there's millions of people that need your help. And the barricade between you and those people is your own mindset. And it's your own limiting beliefs, even at the level you're at now. It's your bad behavior, your bad habits, your bad this, your bad that. You are nothing but an instrument for the universe to change the world around you. And you are not allowing the universe to utilize you properly when you're not working on yourself. And man alive, I just am so grateful to have friends like you that are also working on themselves all the time. And you see the calling in front of you. And even though the coaching business used to have a bad stigma, we realize that we are world changers and we have the ability to recraft the paradigm and everything around what coaching means by kicking out the bad actors and being ultra transparent and changing people's lives with full, wide open arms, helping people out. I just am so grateful to have a friend like you and so many of my friends. Look at Diane Graves. She says, my mindset has changed since joining Sub2 community. I am so grateful. And it's funny that, while I do believe, this is the cocky part of me, maybe this is a mindset thing I have to fix. I believe I'm the greatest real estate educator on the planet today. I feel like I am. Maybe I still have a lot of work to do, but I do believe I'm the greatest educator in real estate today. However, none of it is possible without mindset. Nothing works without mindset. I could teach you every technique on planet Earth. I could teach you every strategy. I could teach you every little thing, but without the mindset stuff that Keston talks about, you will not be able to apply it first and foremost, because you'll be stuck in concrete almost, because I don't know why I'm not taking action. This is the most unbelievable information that Pace gave me, but I don't know why I'm not taking action. The concrete that you're feeling is your own self-limiting beliefs weighing you down. And somebody like Keston comes along and smashes that concrete with a sledgehammer around your feet and allows you to move forward. Mindset is everything, guys. Mindset is everything. And as stupid and hokey as that sounded to me when I was a blue-collar worker in the construction trade, if somebody told me it's all mindset, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, it's all dude, it is. Once you figure it out, let me ask you a question. If you could have all the strategy information around real estate, every single nuance that you could imagine, from multifamily, commercial, single family, land development, everything, you know everything. You download everything there is to know about real estate and you put it in your brain like you're in the Matrix. Or you know nothing about real estate, but you have a winning mindset. Which one would you choose?
100% a winning mindset.
Mindset all day long.
100%.
Mindset all day freaking long. So what you bring to the table cannot be overstated. And people need to have gratitude in their hearts. It's funny too, bro. Like, people start their days wrong. It's like mindset to me. Nobody could break down what mindset meant, which is why I had a hard time until I started listening to you. Mindset was an ambiguous, like, cloud that was just like, I was like, oh, I can't even put my fingers on what the heck that even means. But when you articulate what mindset is and you work on those types of things, you have such a great way of breaking it down for somebody like me to really gain traction in the idea of mindset really truly is everything. So guys, gratitude, by the way, gratitude is a mindset, and gratitude is the solution and the medicine to most of life's problems, first and foremost. I hope you guys know that. Okay, when you're feeling, my wife asked me this the other day, I hate to call her out on this, but she asked me the other day, she says, how do you deal with being on the road so much? And I said, I start off by being grateful that I have a family to go home to. I then follow up by being grateful that I have people that want to listen to me. I then am grateful that God gave me a calling to go and serve and change people's lives. And then all these little nuances of being uncomfortable and being out of a rhythm and not being able to be in the comfort of my own home all the time kind of slowly fades away, because I squelched it with gratitude. And so guys, what I would do is, don't just show Keston that you're grateful for him. Don't say you're grateful for me, but what's something that you guys are grateful for today? Could be the smallest thing. Lisa Harvey, I want to see what you're grateful for. Effie, I want to see what you're grateful for. By the way, talk about mindset, bro. I watched Effie jump out of a freaking plane at 18,000 feet. When you first meet Effie, oh, I love this, having the best job in the world. Go follow. By the way, yeah, go follow Keston. People, how can people follow you, Keston?
KesOnPurpose everywhere, Instagram and YouTube.
Okay, KesOnPurpose, guys. The health of my family. Effie is a badass. Helping my mom, friends, family, community. Glenda says this is such a powerful community. It is. And can I tell you guys something? I'm not gonna say this gentleman's name, because this could get back to him, and I don't want to hurt his feelings. There are other influencers in this space, and unfortunately, I do fall into a category of an influencer. So does Keston, and I hope one day all of you guys do. Okay. There was a lot of you in here, the Mamadous of the world, Gabriella's, the Effies, a whole bunch of people that are already in that category of influencers. You influence our community in the very least. If not, you're also doing social media. 4 years ago, when I mapped out the vision of this community. And I was talking about, I need to find leaders. Yo, what's up, Abraham Gray? There's another leader for us right there. Handsome guy. By the way, Abraham Gray and I are going to buy 500 deals together this year with the Sub2 community. So you better say you're grateful for Abraham Gray too. So 4 years ago, before this community was created, I had a vision on a whiteboard of this is what I want to create. And I had a gentleman come to me and he looks at this whiteboard and he says, nowhere on here are you talking about how much money you're going to make. How much money you're going to make. And I was like, that's not the goal. The goal, I will make money based on these people being successful and buying deals and changing their lives. They will change their lives and I will collaborate with them and we will start businesses. And I mean, look what we're all doing together. There's probably 30, 40 people in here that I've done deals with. Abraham Gray and I will do 500 deals this year, 500 deals next year with people inside of our community. Okay. That is how you make money from a community. Okay. And he comes to me and says, you're crazy. He says, you're crazy. You have to start with money. You have to start with money. And I said, I just about said his name on accident, but let's just say his name's Tim. I said, Tim, instead of me trying to charge the world, I'm trying to change the world. He calls me crazy. The next year he calls me crazy. Next year he calls me crazy. 6 months ago, he calls me crazy. 3 months ago, he calls me crazy. 3 weeks ago in person, he calls me crazy. And last week he calls me and he says, can you sit down with me and re-explain this vision? Your community is becoming the entire real estate industry. You guys are becoming the end all be all of real estate. And you told me 4 years ago that your community will be known as the leaders of of the real estate industry. And I didn't believe you. I called you crazy. Can you sit down with me? And I said, I'm sorry, I only have an hour, but I will. And I sat down with him. And at the end of what I told him, spent an hour with him, the last thing he says to me is, you're crazy. So guys, people will call you crazy your whole life. They will criticize you. Expect that. This is why you find your community. This is why you find the Kestons of the world that can help align you, get your mindset right, get around the Abraham Grays of the world. Alignment is critical. What we are doing, guys, our community will lead this entire industry within the next 24 months. You will see people like Tanisha Epps will be on stage with me in front of 1,000 people. You will see Keston on stage with me in front of 1,000 people, 2,000 people. And you will see more and more of our industry, more and more of our community will start leading individual sections of this industry. Midterm rentals, raising private capital, buying businesses creatively. Look at Abraham Gray. He's going to be, in my personal opinion, he'll be one of the most well-known people in buying businesses creatively. Keston will be one of the best mindset coaches of all time. Our community will lead this entire industry, and Keston will go beyond real estate. He will go beyond real estate. His calling is beyond real estate. My calling is real estate, bro. And I am so grateful for the shirt that I wear. I am so grateful for my jersey. I am so grateful for the number and the position that the universe gave me to go play. Your position might not just be on my field. Your position might be 17 feet. You might be in the major leagues, bro.
We're going together, man. But
I will be watching you from TV. I will guarantee you that. I'm going to be at Tony Robbins' house in 4 weeks. I'm going to spend 4 days with Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi in a private, like, little 10-day thing. Mm-hmm. And bro, I'm telling you, at some point in the future, you will become a Tony Robbins level, high level industry, world dominating leader. I promise you that.
Do you hear me say that every morning? I say it every morning, man. I got to. That's what I feel. That is my calling. So thank you for noticing that. Thank you for having me as part of the team and everything, man. Any final words before we wrap up?
Bro, just look, when we win the tournament, okay, and you're Michael Jordan Abraham Grace, Scottie Pippen, just let me be Vlade Divac, bro. Like, I'm just happy to be the sixth man. I'm just great. I'm grateful for being on your guys' team. So thank you guys. Thank you, everybody that came out and loved on your brother. Thank you for giving me guys love. I appreciate you tremendously. I'm just grateful, and I'm grateful. And I honestly, what made me happy today was seeing all the things that you guys are grateful for in the side chat. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being active. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing what you guys are grateful for.
Awesome, brother. Guys, we got to let Pace off the right way. So put some fires in the chat for our sub 2 leader, y'all. Drop some fires in the chat. Come on, y'all.
Happy birthday,
brother.
Most,
but
thank you,
I
man.
do a lot.
Thank you.
I'ma make
Love
a
you, brother.
toast because we still
Love you,
alive.
man. Put
No
some fires in
big,
the chat for Pace
feel like
real quick,
pop.
y'all. Come on, y'all.
Shoot a shot. I'm coming in hot.
Let's go.
Coming in hot. Hey, why not? Yeah, coming in hot. Coming in hot. Just like the fajita.
Did Pace come in hot or what? Guys, did Pace come in hot? Did he bring that fire or not? He sure did. He sure did. But wait, there's more. We got one more person to go, guys. This has been such an amazing event. This has been so special. And it's one of those things that it's, you know, like Thanksgiving when you're with your family and you just don't want it to end. And you're like, could we continue going? Could this continue on? I feel like this is one of those times where just hanging out with my friends, hanging out and doing this, being here is probably one of the best things. And guys, figure out what that thing is for you and do it. Like, I'm telling you, there's no other feeling than this fulfillment. And, you know, Pace, he talked about some things about the mindset coaching, and he talked about some people. If you are in my coaching program, drop a 1 in the chat real quick. Let me see who I have in here right now. See, I got quite a few people that's in here that I'm super grateful for, because these people has helped me to change my life. These people has helped me to live on purpose, because guys, I remember, and Pace has said this so well. I remember when I was in most people's shoes when I was at that corporate job that I did not want to be at. Like, and you just feel like you're missing out on life, on time with your family, with your friends, feeling like you have mom guilt or dad guilt because you're going to work, then you're coming home and you're doing the business, and there's just no time. And being on the 34th floor in Wall Street and looking over the Brooklyn Bridge and thinking, like, there has to be so much more to life, like so much more. Because when you look off on the onset and just thinking like somebody owns these buildings, like, why can't I? Have anyone ever really felt like that? Like, you see somebody doing something and it's like, man, if this person could do it, so can I. Like, that's exactly how I felt, just looking over, and to see my life since I've joined Sub 2. We my wife and I went from 1 to 21 doors in 2021 in just 1 year. And in 3 years, we've been able to build our business to make more money. Catch this, to make more money than I did making 6 figures at my corporate job combined. Like, think about that. because of somebody that was crazy enough to start a community to help guide me, because I invested in a coach, because I invested in a mentor. And, you know, like, shout out to Conti, man, who is in sub 2, that made me believe even more to go out and take it serious, because that's what made me got certified by Brandon Bouchard to be a high performance certified coach, and has started and led to this entire KesOnPurpose thing. Because, and I'll be honest, like, KesOnPurpose was not meant to be a business, so to speak. I wanted everyone to be on purpose. I want Lisa to be on purpose. I want Noble to be on purpose. I want Larry to be on purpose. And I just wanted to live a purposeful life. That's what I wanted. And I wanted to remind myself to live on purpose. And so I've figured out, guys, that there are 2 main things you need, and it's your purpose GPS and mindset. Your purpose GPS and mindset. I talk about the 4 things you need, the 4 most important things you need to have to make a GPS work. And we all need this to work in our lives, to make this powerful, to make transformation. And that process is to get connected with your high power. The second thing is to make sure you know your current location, then know where you're going, where's that destination. And then you need that faith. You need to follow the turn-by-turn directions, because I remember that call when it was like, hey, Kes, it's time to turn left. It's time to leave your job. But I was so used and comfortable to going right. For 8 years, like, I knew I wanted to leave my corporate job, but I kept going right instead of left. And that's because my connection to my higher power, it was cool. It was cool, but it wasn't all the way there. And it wasn't until that connection got all the way there that I started to really listen and move. And I'm sharing this with you because, like, this is my heart, man. And I hope that you guys could see yourself in what I'm sharing, because mindset is so incredibly powerful, man. And I mean, Pay said it. He said it. And this has led me to really transform my life. And it's also led me to understanding and knowing that growing as a brand, growing as a person, being able to impact more lives, that keeping the name KesOnPurpose is great for me. But like I said, I wanted to be everyone on purpose, to follow that GPS. And so we're rebranding our company to not KesOnPurpose. I'm still going to live on purpose. You guys are going to live on purpose too. But I'm rebranding my company to a company called Purpose Waze. And that's Purpose, W-A-Z-E, Purpose Waze, like the GPS. Because when it is, you know where you're going and you have all the elements, you could have your purpose. But if your GPS is letting you know exactly where to go, how powerful could that be? How powerful could that be when your purpose has a GPS to it and you know exactly where you are? You know your current location and you know where you're going. And then the turn-by-turn direction is just there for you. Like, it's so powerful and so amazing. And so when I got with the team and we came up with the name, like, I'm super excited about it. And I'm super excited about you guys' support and just being here. And right now, my high performance coaching program, it's my heart. It's my absolute heart as to what I do. And sometimes I feel like I want to help more. Like, you could ask my clients, like, we're slated to have a few hours, and almost every time I go above and beyond for them just to make sure like no man is left behind. And I wanted to open it up. And so today I'm releasing, and we're doing just for today, I think it's 24 to 48 hours. We're releasing a 1-year program. We're doing a 1-year program where it's going to be 12 months with group coaching call for 1 full year. That's going to help to increase productivity and confidence. And who would love to be in a coaching program with me for a year? Put a 1 in the chat if you would love to be with me for a coaching program for a year. And the reason why we made it a year is because transformation cannot happen in a few weeks. You don't believe me? Think about the time when you try to go to the gym for the first few months of the year. And so, guys, this coaching program I'm super excited about. It's the Purpose Waze group coaching program. And it's different than the high performance program. It's different than that. But just for today, we're putting this out there because this program really launches in April. It really launches in April, but I'm putting it out there today just so that, like, I just feel it on my heart. We weren't supposed to do it. And while Pace was talking, I was messaging. I don't know if you guys seen me, but I'm like, let's just put it out there because I would love for more people, as Pace said, like to continue to encourage and to help build. And that's my mission. That's what I'm here for. I want to help you discover your why. I want to help you set your goals. I want to really get you in alignment because what I've been able to see and feel over these last couple of years, I want to be able to give back. And so I also want to invite, and this was, I wish he was here because one of the times I was hanging out with Pace, this was at the Golden Ticket, and he gave me the what's this guy's name? Elton John. I don't know if he's ever given you guys the Elton John example, but he told me, he said, Keston, you need, what's his girl name? Who's Pace's right hand? Who's Pace's person? Not Laura, well, Laura, definitely Laura, but he said, you need a Molly. He said, Keston, you need a Molly in your business. And here's what he also told me in story. He said when he went to like one of his mentors and he didn't do what the mentor said, and he went back for advice, he said, but I told you to do this and you never did it. So why come back? And so I made sure that I got my Molly, I got Jazz, but I made sure that I went and I got my Molly before I went back to him. And then I was like, hey, bro, I got my Molly. And he was like, great, here's the next step. And so I want to introduce you guys to my COO, Lisa, who has been spearheading so much on this journey and on this business. And she's been a part, she's been a part, you guys have met my business coach. And so, Lisa, I want you to kind of introduce yourself real quick and talk about the program and kind of just before we bring Abraham on. Guys, Abraham is coming up next, so don't leave. But I wanted Lisa to just say a few words before we move on.
Well, thank you. And we believe that every single one of you are certainly destined for more. That's really what the Purpose Waze group coaching is all about. So thank you. My name, like you said, is Lisa Harvey, and I do work with Keston. I couldn't be more happy. I couldn't be happier. I feel like I have the dream job, right? I'm sure every one of y'all agree with me. Okay, so to kind of put this in perspective here, what we're going to do, what are you going to get with this program? Like he said, it's a year-long program where you will have live weekly group coaching sessions with Keston. Now, he's been working and curating and capturing all the strategies that helped him go from 0 to 21 properties in 1 year. He's taken all those insights and sort of developed his own curriculum. And that's what he's going to be unveiling to y'all every single week and coaching people through. So it's invaluable. You don't want to miss this. Along with that, sorry about that. Along with that, you're going to get access to this famous goal setting masterclass. And with this class, you'll be able to set up every single quarter for success, a huge value and success starter. And if you join tonight or within the next 24 hours, you're going to become a part of what we're calling the Founders Club. And this will be an elite group of fast action taking goal achievers who want more and know that purpose and mindset play a key role. These members will have 2 special bonuses. The first bonus is that we are planning a live event in Atlanta with him, where you will get to hang out and meet him and get to know this man personally. You don't want to miss this opportunity. And in addition, in the future, all the programs that we offer, and we are growing, you will have a special lifetime discount for all of these programs. That alone is worth the price of admission for tonight. Why are we doing such a generous offer? Because we're looking for our people. And we believe they're in this room. We're building a community. That's what he's all about. I mean, I heard Pace and him both talk about this community. And I've heard Keston say that proximity is power. And here's your chance to gain the proximity and power to the man on a mission to transform 40,000 minds by 2028. So if you haven't already, click the link in your chat box and go and sign up. And you will become one of the members, the legendary founder member. You'll become a member of this, what is sure to become a Founders Club. So I know you're probably going, okay, so what's the investment? What is it? How much is it going to cost us? We wanted to make this as accessible for everyone as possible. So this year-long program is a one-time payment of $597 and then only $67 a month after that. That's it. Don't miss this opportunity to have Keston pour into you for the next year and help transform your life. Now, if you happen to be watching this on replay and it's more than 24 hours, like say beyond March 14th, don't worry, we still have space for you. Just email us at info@purposeways.com and write Purpose Ways in the subject line, and we'll have someone get in touch with you. And also know that this cart will only be open for about 24 hours, so go now. And it will also be open at the end of March for a few days before we start our program in April. We want to thank you so much for joining this celebration. I can't think of a better way than to say happy birthday to Keston than to sign up for the program and be one of the transformed lives he's looking to impact. He wants to make a difference with people. Be one of them. So click on that link and go sign up. We have so much more, but back to you, Keston. It's a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Guys, it's and I seen somebody said, like, you know, how much they typically pay. The only reason why like it's this cheap is because of today and who you guys are and where you guys are coming from, right? Like, if I wish this was about the money, I really wish this was about the money, but I have done, and here's the truth. I have allowed people to come in to do my high performance sessions and stuff. And every single time I've given it away for free, those people, they don't show up. They stop coming, they find excuses, and they go back to being jacked up. And it's so sad that it's necessary that when you pay attention. And it is what it is. Everything you do for free, you get for free. I mean, how do you treat your car? How do you treat your rental car? You know, like, it's just something else. And so anyway, guys, that's my heart. This is what I love. And this is my passion and purpose. And the next person that we're gonna bring on here tonight is, this dude has helped me out so much, more than he even really knows, because he's just such a giver. But this dude has really helped me in different ways. He's helped me to, he's twisted a lot of things for me. And again, he doesn't really know that he did this. But when I asked him like questions about things and I come and I sit here, I just want to be around him to see how he operates, because he's super successful. He's been able to buy and sell businesses for hundreds of millions of dollars. And every time you ask him, it's like, dude, I want to do $100,000 a month in cash flow. He's like, oh, that's easy, right? And he's like, you got to do this. You got to buy a business or do something like this. And so my man, Abraham, one of the most giving people I know with a mean face. What's up, bro? Hold on, you gotta.
Sorry. I was reading emails. I wasn't. My face was more serious. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get some work in. So, so what's up, man? First, happy birthday, man. You don't look a day older than 40, so you're good. You look pretty good for your age.
And he got a sense of humor. So guys, Abraham, bro.
Yeah.
You do multiple things, and a lot of people know you for real estate. But today I want to talk to you about the businesses that you buy, you sell. Like, buying businesses has been a thing for you. So give us some history on when you started buying businesses and kind of take us down that path.
Yeah. So a lot of people in here actually were in Tampa last a week and a half ago when Effie jumped off the plane. We love Effie jumping off the plane. I see you smiling over there. Effie made everybody jump off that plane, because when she did it, everybody had to do it. But that was the first time I jumped. I was like a little nervous in the beginning, but we made it through it. No, but buying businesses. So I'm 48 this year. I started business when I was 15 and started my own business, grew it, had a few other businesses. And then I started buying businesses in my early 20s. And I was like, holy crap, this is so much faster, easier. And, you're buying cash flow, just like everybody here is probably in real estate. When you buy a rental, you're making, $300 a month, $200 a month, $500 a month, whatever, which is great. And you can buy tons of them and you can make a lot more money. But, you buy a business, the cheapest businesses I buy make $8,000 to $10,000 a month cash flow. And it's all passive because I have people that run everything. But I have lots of businesses that are cash flowing, 20, 30, 40, 50,000, some that even cash flow 150,000 a month, like passive income, like every month. So it's amazing. So like if you look at the richest people in the world, they all made their money on business. A lot of them have real estate now. That's not how they made their money, right? Think about all the richest people. Think about what made them rich. It's business. Everyone, business. Now you should always do real estate as well, because you can make a lot of money in real estate and there's a lot of tax benefits and you can make more money. I wouldn't say don't make money in this because you're making money in this, make money in everything. But to have like true wealth and just be able to make crazy amounts of money, it's all the business people. That's who are the wealthiest people. So I've been doing it, like I said, for over 33 years now. And basically, 4 years ago, we started teaching how to do it. And what I realized over the years is it's way better to buy somebody's business than to start your own business, right? There's a couple exceptions, but for the most part, 99% of the time, you should always buy someone's business.
What's the stats on that? What's the stats on that? How many people that start businesses fail? What's the percentage on that?
So like 55% of people that start a business lose all their money and are out of business within 12 months. Within 12 months. A lot of people even faster. But within 12 months, 55% of people lose all their money and are out of business, right? Within 10 years, like 92, 93% of businesses I think 93% of businesses are shut down within 10 years. So if you have a business that you start, the odds of making it 10 years is very slim. So here's the thing. When you buy a business, right, you should buy a business that's been around 10 years or at least 5+ years, because once you hit the 5-year mark or 10-year mark especially, and the 10-year mark is really a special year mark, you're golden, because once you hit 10 years, you pretty much could stay for decades. So I go after businesses that have been around for a long time, and when you buy them, they last because they've already, you know, went through a big history of all the cycles of when businesses go under. They've already built a good, you know, core relationship with their customers, with their suppliers, they have a good reputation, right? Even when businesses start that don't exist, it's always the first to market that do well. So the ones that are first to market do well because they're there the longest, right? They're the first ones there. So the businesses that have been around for a long time are always the ones that end up having most of the market share. People know about them, they have good reputation. They didn't have good reputation, they wouldn't have lasted that long. So I realized in my 20s, by my mid 20s, I bought, you know, a few businesses. I'm like, holy crap, this is so much easier, faster, and I get so much more cash flow, you know, and more than all the rentals, right? So I was like, look, we got to figure out ways to just keep buying more businesses. And the big problem is businesses cost more money than real estate, right? So people would think, well, shit, how can I afford to buy these businesses that are millions of dollars? I don't have millions of dollars. So what I came up with was figuring out ways when I didn't have as much money to buy these multi-million-dollar businesses really with none of my money, right? So I have a bunch of businesses I bought in my early 20s, mid 20s, late 20s, and all through my 30s, and even now in my 40s that I bought that are, you know, I paid millions of dollars for that I use zero money to buy, and they cash flow $10,000 to $100,000 a month. So that's basically what I started teaching people. That's what, you know, me and you go through all the time. We're in my office together. We're trying to do different things with that. But again, I love real estate too. So, you know, the real estate market was so crazy the last 2.5 years that anyone could have made a lot of money in real estate in the last 2.5 years. So I definitely like took a step back from business. And when the market was crazy, I just pounded away. I mean, I was making so much money in real estate that I knew business is always going to be there. Because business isn't like real estate. There's not like really hot times and really, you know, slow times. Business is pretty steady. Business is always good. You know, you have your seasonal businesses, you have your business that do better at certain times, but in general, businesses, you know, do good. Like there's businesses that do really, really good in recessions. There's businesses that do really good when you're in a hot market. But if you tweak your business, you can do good at any single time if you just know how to pivot and do the right steps. But with real estate, they really have a couple years every decade where you can just make a ton of money. And I saw that back in like 2006, 2007 when I was in it. And that happened the last 2 years. Those days are over right now, honestly. Like just to put it in perspective, I was buying at least 30 homes a month, every month, right? For like 2 years straight. And I was making on average $35,000 a home in profit on every fix and flip. So over $1 million a month in profit just over those 2 years. And I never lost money on one house. And I was buying 30 a month. So like 350 homes a year. I never lost money on a single home for 2 years, which is crazy. I mean,
slow down, bros. Slow down. People are like, what? 30 what?
Yeah. Yeah. I have all the HUDs to show it. When I bought it, sold it, you know, the rehab. So what I'm saying is that I wasn't perfect. I made some mistakes. I'm pretty good at underwriting. But what happened was the reason why I never lost money is not because I'm perfect. It's because every single time I fucked up and I overpaid or the rehab was more, I didn't sell it. And 3-4 months later, it went up 20%. So like it always caught up, right? So a lot of people saw that for like 2 years. So that's why everyone was doing good. You couldn't lose. Even if you fucked up and made bad mistakes, it caught up and you were, so that was perfect for 2 years. Now, fast forward 6 months ago, I was still buying about 30 homes a month until about 6 months ago. And I started losing money on homes. Like 25% of the homes that I ended up having, I ended up starting losing. Now keep in mind, I didn't lose money on a single home for 2 years. 6 months ago, I started losing money on like 20 to 30% of the homes I was buying because they didn't go up anymore. And if anything, they started going down. And it got harder. So then I went from buying 30 homes to 25 to 20. I'm down now to where I'm buying like 12 to 15 homes a month, but I'm not making $35,000 a home anymore. Now I'm making an average of like 20 something, you know, like literally the profit margins dropped in half and the amount of I'm buying is like a third. So it's not as fun anymore, right? When you couldn't make a mistake and you could buy whatever and make a ton of money, it was really fun. So it's not as fun. It's still fun, but not as fun, right? I'm still doing good with it. But I'm buying a ton of creative deals now. So that's where I kind of pivoted. I went from buying, because, you know, these 30 homes were cash deals. I was paying cash, right? But now I'm buying a lot more creative deals and, you know, I'm doing good with those. I'm having good cash flow. I'm wrapping some, making some money. I'm doing all kinds of different things, group homes, rooming homes, duplexes, Airbnbs, but it's not like the crazy money like 2 years ago. For those 2 years, making over $1 million a month on fix and flips. Now, it's down to 10 to 20% of that. So so now I'm getting back into business, right? So I'm always doing business in real estate. And when the real estate market's crazy hot, I'm like 90% into real estate because I know it won't last forever, and 10% into business. I never stop business because business is my first passion, and that's what I really love, and that's how you make the most money, and that's how you have a legacy. Like, I have so many businesses. I've had hundreds and hundreds of businesses, right? Today, right now, I still have a few dozen businesses, and people in the areas that I have businesses in, they come in, they see me like, oh man, I went to your business here, I went to your, and it's just like cool. People have fun, they get good deals, whatever the business is, right? I have all kinds of businesses, a lot of entertainment, a lot of, I have some retail stores, I have gyms, I have online stuff, but they're all different, but some food stores, restaurants. So yeah, but it's really cool because people get to know you like, oh man, you're the one with that cool business. I love going there. So it's a legacy and you make a lot of money. So again, what I realized is it's way more profitable and way better to buy businesses than to start them. So starting them is really like, it's like playing Russian roulette. So I bought my first big business back when I was like, let's see, 1997. I was like in my early 20s. I was probably like 24 years old. That was the first business I bought that I didn't start that was making, a decent amount of money. And I paid, I remember, like $600,000 for this business. It was my first business I bought that was over $500,000. And I was like, damn, I actually had the money, but I'm like, I don't want to spend all that money. That's a lot of money. I have money invested in all kinds of stuff. So I made a deal with the guy to give him basically like 10% down, and he financed the other 90% for like 6 years. And I was basically using the profit that I was making every month to pay him maybe like 50-60% of the profit, and I'd keep the rest. And I only had to put down 10% up front. And actually on that 10%, I had like a couple of cars, and I had like a really cool sports car, like a Porsche that he liked when he came and met me. And he ended up taking my Porsche pretty much as the whole down payment almost. I only had to pay him a little bit extra. So I almost got now I only had one car, which is cool. I didn't need both anyway. And I had that business. And then that's when my mind was like, holy shit, I am cash flowing now an insane amount of money every single month, paying him just off part of the profit that I was making. And, I could do this over and over and over again. So what did I do after that business? I went and bought like 2 or 3 more competitors and basically worked the same type of deal. And that's just one strategy, right? I mean, having someone owner finance a big portion of the sale is not like easy a lot of times, but if you have a big deal flow come in, then, you could get the motivated sellers to do it. But then I came up with like dozens and dozens of other ways to buy businesses without money. And when I say not without buying it without money, without using my money, I just figured out other ways to come up with money to give these people, right? So like, for instance, a bunch of examples of businesses I bought recently that I didn't have to spend any money on, right? I just bought this business right here a few years ago. I paid $1.2 million for that business, but I used like $0 for that business, right? So that business came with some real estate, and the real estate was worth like $400,000, and I gave the guy, 1.2. So I got a loan from the bank for $320, and I gave the $320 to him. He basically financed the rest except for $80,000, which I got like a friend to partner with me. Instead of like borrowing money and having to pay interest back, I just got him to buy 10% of the business. So he gave me $80,000 for 10% of the business. And I had $0 of my money because I had to pay the seller $400,000. I got $320 from the bank on the property, gave me 80% loan because it was worth $400,000. And then I got $80,000 as a 10% partner. So I own 90% of this business with $0. Now this business was bringing in like $17,000, $18,000 a month. After all my payments to my partner, to the seller, all these different payments I had, still had like almost $13,000 a month, free cash flow. I had no money into this deal. So, until today, I'm still getting $13,000 a month. Every month I get a check, $13,000 a month. It's pretty consistent. And then what I did was I went out and I bought a competitor, another trophy store. And by the way, when I bought that trophy store, I knew nothing about trophies. I just knew that it was a business that the owner was motivated, right? Just like in real estate, the owner was motivated. And I could get a deal that's going to cash flow. It makes sense. Now I made sure that I already had management in place and all these other things. But I bought this business and I was like, you know what, let me buy some more trophy stores, because it's a very boring business that have almost everyone that owns trophy stores are really old. They're about to retire and their kids don't want it, you know, and there's not really many people sell it to. So I went and I bought like 2 more competitors actually in the area. So I own 3 trophy stores now, and I bought those with no money as well, totally different strategies. So the other ones didn't even have real estate. So this other one I bought it right after like 4 or 5 months into COVID, and the business shut down. So there was no like income coming. So it was a little bit of a gamble because it went from making, you know, all this money to like shut down. So we negotiated through COVID, and then like as the business started opening and it was making a little bit, we came up with a structure to where I ended up paying them, you know, really cheap for this particular business. It was like $75,000. But at the time, it was like they didn't know what was going to happen with the world. I mean, I don't know if you remember when COVID happened. People didn't know what was going on. So I worked out $75,000, and I worked out even better. By the way, the person I was buying this from was like 77 years old, 76 years old. They were like ready to retire. So those are the best people to target. We'll talk about all these other types of people to target, but they were just ready to go. They didn't want to go through starting it all over again, you know, at that age. So I worked the deal where I gave them 20% down and then 60,000 over time, right? Over 2.5 years. So I basically have a $2,000 payment to this person for 2.5 years. And it's cash flow in this business. When I bought it, was cash flowing over $5,000-$6,000 a month. So I'm paying them literally like a third of the profit, and I'm keeping 4,000. And now I have to come up with 15,000 to pay them, right? Because I have to give them up front. Now I really don't like buying businesses with any of my money up front, because I just out of principle, like I could, but so what did I do?
Well,
I already had
out of what principle? Where are these principles coming from?
Because like Pace is the same way. He's like, look, I could pay cash for some properties, but I don't want to. I'm gonna buy everything sub 2. His own freaking house that he owns, every home that he's ever bought that he's lived in over the last 5-6 years, he bought every one sub 2 that he lived in. He doesn't really have to. He could buy a house. He could get a loan, but just out of principle, he's the sub 2 guy. He wants to buy sub 2 homes, right? And they're fucking awesome homes, right? So he just wants to show. He wants to show people like, look, you can do it. I can do it. You can do it. I have 800 people in my group that do it. Like, you can do it too. He's like, I'm not going to cheat and go ahead and pay cash. I don't have to, right? Yeah. That's the principle. The principle is showing people that, look, you can do it, right? It's a mindset thing. So, so it's the same thing with this. I didn't want to come up with the 15,000, and I had a bunch of different ways to do it. This particular business had like a ton of equipment and a ton of inventory that I didn't need, because I already had it in my other business, and I had extra. So what I did was, the month before the sale that I was going to actually purchase it, I took pictures of everything. I put everything on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, and listed everything for sale that I didn't think I would need. And I had people come in and look and commit to buy all these different equipments and inventory that was extra that I didn't need. And I ended up selling like $18,000 worth of equipment. Oh, wow. They came in and they paid for it the day before the closing. And I used that money to give her the 15,000. I had a few thousand left over, and I didn't need any of that stuff anyway. And now I have, you know, $6,000 coming in. I'm giving her 2,000, so I'm keeping $4,000 every single month. So that's like another way to do it. You could sell equipment, but like literally, you came to Tampa, and you know, we went through dozens of different ways that you could come up with money, right? You could obviously do all the common sense stuff that everybody knows, or you could be really, really creative, like where you could get like vendors to prepay for stuff. You could get customers to prepay for stuff. You could guarantee vendors that you're only going to use their product and get like a money for that. You could, there's all different types of loans you can get for inventory, for receivables, for cash flow, SBA loan. But anyhow, there's literally so many different ways to do it. Again, you could get partners, you can get people to loan you private money. So, so basically, yeah. So once I started seeing how easy it was, and it's not easy, you got to put the work in, but how possible it is, then we just started buying more and more businesses. And I actually taught a bunch of people, and I partner with a lot of people, and I own lots of businesses all over with lots of different people. And they're like, man, what, I have had so many people come and ask me over the years, teach me how you do it, teach me how you do it. So I put them together 4 years ago, and that was my first little mastermind. I had like a dozen people, And they were like my guinea pigs, and they went through it. I didn't even charge them, just to see, you know, my content, to figure out how to make it all work. And then I went from there to like 50 people, and then I started doing 100 people every time. And then the last one, there was like 200 people there. So that was my biggest one. I've never done more than 100 people until the last one. But the first 3 years I did it, I did just myself. I spoke like the whole time. My last one I did by myself, I invited one of my mentors, Carl Allen, right, to speak as a guest. And we just went back and forth, and we had such a good time. And we talked afterwards. He's like, dude, we got to do these together. So this last one, it wasn't even my event. It was our event, right? Partners. So me and Carl did that event. And, you know, he teaches a lot of cool stuff that, you know, I didn't teach. And I teach a lot of cool stuff he doesn't do. So like together, it's just like, you know, like everything. And you know, it was really fun. But you know, I don't know how much time we have. We can go through like, you know, kind of different things as far as, you know, why people sell their business, how to find businesses, or different things like that. But I know you're kind of running late, it's almost over, but I just want to kind of give you like a broad overview of the possibilities that's out there, what you can do.
Yeah, no, dude, this is amazing, because I'm sure there's many people on here, even though a lot of people probably did come to Tampa, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who had no idea that you could buy a business, and you buy a business that's cash flowing. And so with the same work in reaching out to a seller of a business, you could buy a business that's cash flowing 10, 20, 30,000 a month with one business, right?
You know what's crazy, Keston? This is the craziest thing about business and real estate, right? When you're buying a real estate, you're buying it at what, a 5 cap, 6 cap, 7 cap, 8, whatever it is, meaning that you're making 5% of your money, 6% of your money, 7% of your money. If you're lucky on an apartment, you're making what, 10%? I mean, that's just crazy money, right? That means that it takes 10 years to get your money back. On business, you're buying it at like 35, 40 caps. So you're getting your money back within 2-3 years most of the time. So like, instead of owning a real estate and taking 15 years to get your money back, with business, you get your money back. First of all, you're making way more money, and you get it back way faster. So, you know, like when you buy properties, they give you a 30-year amortization, right? A 30-year loan, because it just takes so fucking long to get your money back. So they have to do that so you can make money and you can pay it down, right? Because most properties, it's going to take 15 years to pay it down, pay it back. On a business, most business loans are like 5 years. You know, I mean, there's longer ones, but the average one, 5-7 years. That's because you get your money back in 2-3 years. So it's like, you know, you're keeping half the profit and you're paying it down, and then in 5 years you own it, and you've made money the whole 5 years, and now you own it free and clear. So you don't have to wait 30 years to own it free and clear, you know, with these businesses. So that's what's really cool. The cap rates are crazy. You know, they're not really called cap rates per se, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to, they're just so much higher than real estate. And there's so little people that know how to do this, that there's such a little competition. When I'm buying properties, you know, and my team acquisition manager is calling, they've had like 40, 50 other people that called, sometimes 100 people that called that same property. Not like that with business, right? So with business, I mean, a lot of times it's the opposite. For every 100 businesses out there, there's only one person calling all 100 businesses. So you have like the option to, like, you know, work the most creative deal, and the business owners really need you, because why? People don't know you can buy businesses. So everyone knows you can buy real estate, right? So it's the opposite. Instead of 100 people calling one property, you've got 100 business owners that need to sell. So another crazy stat is that there is like you know, online, there are on-market businesses, just like there are as an MLS or something. There's a few other types of sites for businesses, but almost all real estate sells. You know, there's only a few percent that don't sell. Businesses, literally like 92% of businesses that are listed never sell. Only 8% sell. So the 8% that sell, great, they sell. The other 92, you can make the most creative deals that you could possibly think of on those deals to get them. And we're talking about profitable. I only want to buy profitable businesses. So we're talking about profitable businesses that are making money. You could buy shitty businesses for nothing, but it's more of a headache usually. So I don't even mess with those very, very rarely. But because 92% of businesses don't sell, you can make the most creative deal. Because what are the other options? The other options are they're either going to shut the business down and get nothing, or they're gonna have to keep working, but they don't want to keep working. That's why they're selling the business. They're retiring, or they're sick, or they're getting divorced, or they're moving, or whatever the hell the reason is. They're burnt out. They got to sell the business, so they have to sell it to someone. So you can get super creative because they're basically super motivated. So that's what's really cool. And the businesses that I go after are the ones that are on the market for 10 months, 12 months, and those people haven't been able to sell it. And I know they're never going to be able to sell it. So I'm their best option. I'm their only option, but I'm their best option as well. And I make them fair offers. I give them a fair price for what their business is worth, but I just do it creatively. And creatively, it doesn't matter because you're paying them off the profit and you're figuring out other ways to get the money to where you don't have to come up with, your own money. So yeah, that's pretty much in a nutshell what we go through. And then obviously there's a million steps to it, but we go through why to buy it, why to buy existing businesses as opposed to starting one. We go through that. We talk about the most important thing in the world, which is what? Mindset, right? We talk about limiting beliefs and mindset. That's the most important thing that exists. Like without that, it doesn't matter what you learn because you just won't believe that you can do it. So believing in yourself and knowing that you can do it is really strong. And that's why these communities are so important. Like sub 2 community, right? Like most of us are in. I've been in since 2020. Why is that so important? Because I see in sub 2 every single person in sub 2 doing deals. Not everyone does deals, but a good amount of people do deals, right? Let's say 20, 40, 50% of people have done deals. The other 40, 50% are going to do deals. I promise you, they're going to. They just haven't yet. But because you see so many people doing deals, what happens to your mindset when you see that?
You want to do a deal?
You're going to do a deal. You're like, if this person could do it and that person could do it, I can do it too. So that's why community is so important, because everyone lifts everybody up by seeing people be successful and seeing people that didn't know anything or knew less than you or about the same as you do deals. It's possible, right? So that helps your mindset. That's what gets you deals. So we go through mindset. Then we go through like your journey, what type of businesses you should buy and how to figure that out, what's right for you. Building rapport. So obviously when you're doing creative deals in real estate, building rapport is really important because you're asking them to owner finance, you're asking them to take over their mortgage that's in their name. So that's very, very important. But in business, it's even 10 times more important because you're really asking them to take over their baby, right? Their business is what they've had their whole life. They've been at their business more than they've been at home. Like they're literally at their business, 40, 50, 60 hours a week. They don't even see their kids and their wives and husbands that much. So they really, really care about their business. So when you're buying someone's business, you're really asking for a lot. So building that rapport is so important. The more rapport you have, the easier it is to do creative deals and just to do deals in general. And then we talk about building your team. Who do you need on your team to make all this happen? At what stages? All the different types of acquisition types that are out there that you can do, how you can structure deals. How to find deals, like how to find on-market deals, how to find off-market deals, which we target off-market mostly because just like real estate, off-market are the best deals. How to value a business, right? How to tell what the business is worth. Are you overpaying for it? Are you not? How to tell all these different things. Then negotiating with the seller. And that's really important. You got to know how to negotiate to where it's a win-win for everyone and you make them feel good. And then of course, all the different ways to come up with money and finance these deals. So, we talk about all that stuff. And then I talk about starting these really hot type niche businesses that I made a lot of money doing that nobody else does. So like when I go through that stuff, like I'm the only one that teaches that in the world because I have perfected it. That's how I've made the most amount of money doing some of that stuff. Like I had a business I made $100 million profit on. I had that business for 7 years to do that, but that was one of the businesses I did. And I have lots of businesses that made tens of millions of dollars on profit, not gross. Like that business that made 100 million profit, we did $500 million in sales to make 100 million in profit. But these were like some of these hot niche businesses. The way I figure out how to find them and do them are pretty cool.
You guys hear how he just glances over these things? Like it's like yeah, we woke up like this. Bro, so hold on. I gotta slow you down because he would go through this, guys. Clearly, he's been doing this for so long. It's like I wake up and I do this in my sleep, right? So give a tangible next step to someone who want to look into buying businesses. Like, where could they go and find on-market business, kind of like sending them to Zillow to look for a house?
So on-market businesses, I'll put in the chat, the main place that you can find on-market businesses. Now, again, they're not really usually that good until they've been on the market for a while, because in the beginning it's hard. Let me see, I'm typing it in. So I typed in like the main site that you go to, bizbuysell.com. That's probably the main place you can find, you know, hundreds of thousands of businesses that are for sale. Now, most of it is shit. So you got to really go through it. You have to understand how to value them and know, you know, what they're really worth. But that's where you go. So I would start there. If you look for on-market businesses, and you get like, you could learn from there, but then really to be, you know, a ninja and to really do really well, you want to really buy off-market businesses, which is like a whole, like, you know, hours and hours of training in itself. But
what type of business should somebody look for?
Yeah. So obviously any business could be good. So I always tell people, look, you got to find a business, and you got to go after businesses of something that you're passionate about, that you have experience in, that you know about, that you have other people that could help you with. So, I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, the right businesses for me are probably not the right businesses for the next person, and vice versa. So you got to find something that you really are passionate about, that you really enjoy doing. If you don't enjoy doing it, it's not going to be that great. And something that you know a lot about and have experience in. And once you get really good at that and you start having a lot of businesses, then you can start doing stuff you don't know as much about, because you already understand business more. So in the beginning, you should really stick to what you know and what you're good at. But every business out there has potential to be really, really good. Like, it doesn't matter what the business is. You can tell me the worst businesses that exist. There are the people that make a lot of money in that business. Now, there might be a lot of people that don't do good, but the best people in every industry make a crazy amount of money, no matter what the industry is. You know, so you just got to be the best. You just got to be, you know, up there in that industry. Every business that's out there is a business because people need it, right? So
so let me expound on that a little bit, because most people understand real estate. So it's like going into a fixer-upper property, and this is, you have the choice to do this. Abraham does not like doing this, so you have the choice to get a fixer-upper property, go in and renovate it. It's like going into a business that is not making a whole lot of money and still needs things to be fixed, right? So still needs the right person in the right seat, still needs employee. They're not doing this right in their business. Whatever that might be, that's like buying a fixer-upper home. But like he shared before, a lot of businesses don't last 10 years because of those same things. Their business is not ran right. So why would you buy something like that? So that's why he goes for businesses that run, and they run decently, and there's still room in the upside to do things, because you could be still creative and make more money with the business, or just let it run. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I was saying I agree.
Yeah, well, you taught me that, so of course you agree.
No, but the reason why most businesses fail is because people don't have a good business plan when they start the business, right? A lot of people are like, look, I want to open, you know, whatever the business is, you know, a vineyard, because I love wine. So yeah, they passionate about wine, but they don't know anything about running a vineyard, or how to plant, or how to grow, or how, you know what I mean? People just do stuff and they don't know enough about it, right? So everybody's good at different things. Nobody's good at everything. You know, people could do everything, but no one's great at everything. So like with Cody and Pace, right? Pace is really, really good on the creative side and the visionary side, but he sucks at the integrator side. Like, if Pace had to do the integrator stuff, he'd be out of business and nobody would even know who Pace's name is, because that's just not what he's good at. He doesn't enjoy it. He's not good at it. So if he wants to start a business and it's like, look, I'm going to do everything myself, it wouldn't have done well, right? But because now he has Cody, it does really well. So most people that start a business are either the integrator or the visionary, and they try to do both, and that really puts that business in bad shape. And then they don't, you know, realize how much money is needed, and all the different, you know, they're not good at marketing, they're not good at accounting, they're not, and it just falls apart. So you got to have the right team when you have a business, especially as it grows, that can do all this stuff. And it doesn't have to be a partner. It could be, really good employees or whatever. But there's so many things that get overlooked. And I talk about them, in another time, but like all the different common mistakes that people make that you can't make. And that's what makes all these businesses go bad. There's just too many things that get overlooked. People think, oh, this is a great business. I mean, I have people come to me all the time. Oh, man, I got this great idea. Let's start this business. I just need $1 million to start it. And like literally, that business is like the idea to me is like total shit. So, but a lot of people, if they had the money, they would take their money and put it into it and lose all their money because there's something that they're not looking at. And I could show them why it's not good or why I think it's not good. Now, just because I don't think it's going to be good doesn't mean it's not going to be good. Stuff I think is not going to be good does turn out to be good. There's stuff I think is going to be good that doesn't. But you got to have enough common sense and enough strategy of making it to where it makes sense. Right. So that's kind of like I suck at integrating. If I had to be the integrator of any of my businesses, they would all be losing money. Like I just don't have the patience. I don't have the patience. I could do it, but I'd have one business and that would be all I could do. But now I have dozens and I've had hundreds of businesses running at the same time because I had the right partners or the right employees in place. So you got to know what you're good at, know what you're not good at, and make sure that you find that person that's good at the stuff that you're not good at, or someone that enjoys the stuff that you don't enjoy, because that's what they're going to be good at.
That's
you got to know that.
So major. And I don't know if you guys been here from the very beginning. Gary shared who's your integrator, right? Who's the person that's going to be working with you in this business? So what final tips could you give to someone who are like, man, this sounds like something I want to do? What would be there?
I'd go on YouTube and watch a lot of videos that I make, that Carl Allen makes, that people that are in business make, other people. Just watch them because they'll teach you. Everyone will teach you like a little different nugget. And my YouTube is just my name, Abraham Gray, and I have a lot of business stuff. But I see a lot of good questions here. So let me answer a couple questions. So, what are the top 3 questions to ask about when looking to buy a business? Right, Dominique asked that. So, what I would say is I would want to know, first off, how much money it's making. Is it profitable? I would want to know how long the business has been around. I'd want to know why they're selling the business. But more importantly, I would want to know who's running this business. Are you the owner running this business, or do you have like a management team in place? So that's probably like one of the 2 most important things to me is that it's profitable and that it has a management team in place. If it doesn't have a management team in place and the person that runs the owner runs the business, what are you really doing if you buy that business? That person leaves. What are you doing? You're buying a job, right? Because if there's nobody to run the business besides the person you're buying it from, then ultimately you have to do all that work. And it's okay. Some people like running a business and operating a business, but there's only so many businesses you can buy if you're going to operate it. So you need to have, for me, I'm not like patient enough to operate all these businesses. So I need to have somebody that is that has a business that already has a management team in place. So that's really important to me. And then of course, I want to know why you're selling this business. Why are you selling this business? Because that will tell me how motivated they are. The more motivated they are, the better deal I can get as far as the price. But more importantly than price, because price I can get around. I don't mind paying really high price, but I could, get really good terms. And terms are way more important than price when you're buying a business. So once I see how what the reason is they're selling, and a lot of times they'll tell you a bullshit answer, and you got to really dig into it and figure out the real answer. But so the top 3 questions, I just gave you a whole bunch. The top 3: is it profitable? How much is it making? And make sure that it fits your criteria to where it's enough to where it's worth your time buying it. Does it have a management team in place? And why are you selling? I want to know your motivation. So those are the top 3, and I gave other ones, but those he wanted to know my top 3. So those are my top 3. Yeah. So that's that question.
I see a question. How do you value a business?
So how you value a business? That's a great question. So basically, the way you can get really deep into it, but really easily, the way you value a business is a combination of how much they make in a year. So you figure out the profit that a business makes, and it's a multiple of their profit. So the types of businesses that I buy are like small to medium-sized businesses that are, you know, making 100,000 to a few million a year in profit. Those are the types of businesses I buy. And for the businesses that make 100,000 to a few million a year in profit, they usually go for two to four times what they make in a year. So a business that is making a smaller amount goes for a lower multiple. So a business making 150,000 a year might go for 2 times. So it might go for 300 or 2.5 times. So it might go for 350, 375. A business that's making like a couple million a year might go for 3, 4 times, 5 times multiple. The more money it makes, the higher it's worth multiple. But figuring out what a business is worth is basically a multiple. The average business that I buy is like a multiple of 2 to 3, sometimes up as high as 4 of the profit that it makes.
That's
how do you evaluate a gym? I mean, you evaluate any business the same way. You evaluate it by how much it's making and what type of management team's in place. And then, you know, you got to make sure that your customers, you know, you don't have like 1 or 2 main customers that if they leave, your business goes to shit. You want to have a good range of customers. So like if you lose a few customers, it's okay. But on a gym, you just want to see, you'd want to see the turnover. How many people are leaving every single month? How many new people are you getting every month? And I have over, I mean, right now I have 5 gyms, but I used to have over a dozen gyms. And the biggest problem with gyms is that, you know, members, you know, we have like, you know, yearly memberships or monthly, every single month, a lot of members leave every month, and you always have to get a lot of new members. So it's a sales game, a gym. Like you always have to, you know, get new people. You have to have good marketing, good advertising, get people in there. You have to have good coaches and employees and coaches that stay for a long period of time, because a lot of the members get attached to the coaches. So when a coach leaves, that could hurt as well. So you want to make sure that the employees and the coaches have been there for a while, and you don't see a big turnover, because the bigger turnover of coaches, the bigger turnover of members. And it's a lot harder to get new members than to keep a member. I always work on keeping members happy and keeping them longer, and figuring out a way to make more money on each member than they have to keep getting a ton of new members. So that's what I would look for in a gym, because the customer turnover is really big.
So before you continue, bro, because we are at after 10. We are at after 10.
Donna doesn't even know I'm on here. She's gonna kill me. I'm gonna blame it on you. I'm gonna say, Donna, this was all Jazz and Keston's idea. I was supposed to talk at like 7:40, but I didn't get on until 9 something. 10 o'clock,
this was supposed to be done since 8:30. So it's all good, because who's still having fun and getting information? Are you guys still having fun and getting information? And so I appreciate you all still being here, man. We still got over 200 people on.
Hey, so I just posted, you know, so I make a couple YouTube videos every single week, right, that I post. And the one I posted today was about the last event, like a week and a half ago, whenever it was. Yeah. So who here went to that event? Like I see there's definitely a dozen or more people that were at that event. Watch that video. You guys were in that video. Gabriella, you were in that video. Effie, you were in that video. You guys were in that video. Everybody was in that video. So you guys got to watch that video. It's a really cool video. It shows a big recap of the whole weekend. And yeah, you'll see yourself. It was super cool. So make sure you watch that video.
Guys, let's thank Abraham for dropping some gems. Man, this has been amazing. Drop some fires in the chat for Abraham, y'all. Drop some fires in the chat. Any final words before we let you go, Abraham?
Any final words? Mindset, man. Mindset is what. So a lot of people ask me, what made me go from like being a kid? You know, I was a troublemaker when I was a kid. You know, I always got in trouble, and you know, there was a point like when I was in high school where like, or right before high school, right in the beginning of high school, where like my teachers and friends were like, this guy is either gonna be like in jail or dead the rest of his life, or he's gonna be like multimillionaire. It's one of the two, because that was the type of person I was. Like I was always aggressive, always like, but I was also like the troublemaker. So what happened was, what clicked was, I started hanging around the right people, right? Because when I was younger, there was sometimes I hung around the right people, sometimes I hung around the wrong people, right? And I was doing a lot of business when I was young. So when I was doing the business, I was around the right people. When I was getting in trouble, I was around the wrong people. So I had to decide, I had to fit. And I just saw that, you know what? I could use all my creativity and all my whatever, you know, to go one way and do well this way. And it was all mindset. Like I talked to a bunch of people that I looked up to at that time. And they just were telling me, look, these are your options. How do you want, you know, look at this person, see how they went. How do you want to be when you get older? Do you want to have a family? Do you want to have kids? Do you want to like be in jail the rest of your life? Do you want to, and it was all a mindset thing. And we just talked and talked. And my mindset, since I was in my early 20s, like changed. And I got really, really good. And like every few years, my mindset got better and better and better. And I got it to where like I'm always happy, never stressed out. I'm always living life. I'm always helping people. People are always helping me. Like the more you give, the more you get, you know, like I don't give like to try to get, but like, that's just what happens. You know what I mean? Like people just like you more and people just want to do stuff with you more and better opportunities come, and it's all mindset. So if you can master mindset, then you can master anything. So that's what I would leave with, because that's the truth. I heard Pace say that at the end. But I mean, that's literally like my life story. Like if my mindset didn't go the way that it should have, I'd probably be in jail right now or dead. But I went the other way. I went with the right people, and you know, my mindset went the right way, and believed in myself and knew that I could do it the right way. And you know, that now I'm here where I'm at now. We have 8,800 great friends, and you know, we hang out, we talk, we do all this stuff, and we all have a great life, and we definitely have a better life together than we would have. Not everybody has a great life, but everybody should and will have a great life. But no matter if you have a great life now or not, I guarantee you by having all us together, it's a lot better than it would have been without having us together, right?
Amen.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Guys, drop some fires in the chat for my man Abraham real quick, y'all.
I don't do the most, but I do a
Hey,
lot.
look, we got a few people that subscribe to my YouTube. So watch the videos, dude.
No
Every
big,
video I post,
I feel like
is like it teaches you how to make money in business, real estate, mindset, rapport, all these cool things, and a lot of funny stuff too.
Bro, I'm trying to have you go home to Donna so you don't blame me, bro. Come on.
I know, I'm blaming you.
I don't do the most, but I do a lot.
All right, I'm out of here.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much, guys.
No,
Abraham, thank you, bro.
I feel like Pac.
Yo, say happy birthday.
Shot.
Thank you.
Coming in hot.
Come on, y'all. Let's thank Abraham. Guys, this has been phenomenal. We still going.
Yeah, coming in hot. Just like the fajita.
Listen, man.
I write what I live. My life in the speaker.
This has been phenomenal, y'all. This has been phenomenal. I have thoroughly enjoyed my birthday. I hope you guys have really enjoyed and received, and you could go and start implementing things that you've learned in your birthday, in your lives, in your businesses, regardless of where you are in your journey, regardless of if you still have your 9-to-5 or you are a full-time entrepreneur. My goal in being able to bring all these people in my network to come and give you guys value was because I know what it felt like to be at my job and want to make more money and had no idea how I was going to do it. And so this is the reason why this GoGiver birthday celebration was born. And I hope that you guys really do go implement. And everyone talked about mindset, and they talked about how important it is. And it's my job to be a guide. I want to be a guide in as many people's lives as possible to help them take the steps that they need to be able to go from where they are today to a life that they want to live. That's what my mindset has been able to do for my wife and I. And man, it's been such a blessing, such a journey. And thank you again for trusting me. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for sharing. I look forward to doing more of these because it's just so much fun. It's so much fun. It's so much value. And I look forward to congrats to those who joined and signed up. I seen a few people text me and say that they're finally in. So that's a blessing. Thank you so much. And to those who are on the fence, think about it. But you got a few hours to think about it because it's not going to be around for super long. So guys, it's a wrap. You know what I did not play for my birthday?
The train happy birthday song.
That too. But we didn't play, what's the name of this song? Here we go. We didn't do no happy birthday nothing. Oh man, here we go. We could dance to it. Go, Cass. It's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. We're gonna, that's your birthday. Yo, it's a wrap. Thank you all so much. Stay plugged in, y'all. Be blessed. This was fun. Now it's time to go. If you're in sub 2, I'm gonna see you in the morning on the daily dial. Still gonna show up, do what we gotta do. If not, if you're in the Purpose Ways group coaching, we'll see you in a few weeks. And if you're in the high performance coaching, I'm gonna see you tomorrow as well. There goes my wife. Now I'm gonna go get some birthday cake, y'all. Peace. Catch y'all later. Thank you all so much. Somebody is the host. I'm not the host. I think Lisa is the host. So you end the meeting. Catch y'all later.